The reflective gateway. The Kozyrev mirror files. Before we begin tonight's journey into one of Russia's most disturbing psychological experiments, I want to ask you something. If you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps this channel far more than you could possibly know, and it allows us to keep bringing you these deep dives into the unexplained. Also, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from, but only if you want to share. Tonight's story comes from a suggestion by Lipchin, so thank you for bringing this chilling case to our attention. What you're about to hear involves real Russian experiments, real scientists, and real facilities that operated in secret for decades. The Kozyrev Mirror Project was not fiction. It existed. The question is not whether these experiments happened, but what exactly they discovered inside those spiralling chambers of polished aluminum, and why, after one particular session in December of 2003, the entire program went dark overnight. The session that went wrong. The clock read 11:47 in the evening when Anton Belikov stepped into the chamber. December 18th, 2003. The Institute of Clinical and Experimental Medicine in Novosibirsk hummed with the low mechanical sound of ventilation systems pushing cold Siberian air through concrete corridors. Most of the staff had gone home hours ago. This session was unofficial, private, the kind of experiment that doesn't appear in grant proposals or peer-reviewed journals. Belikov was 31 years old, a physicist specializing in what the Soviet scientific establishment had once called torsion field dynamics. Tonight, he would be both researcher and subject, entering the Kozyrev mirror alone for extended perception study. The chamber stood before him like a polished cocoon, its spiralling walls of aluminum sheeting catching the fluorescent lights in strange dancing patterns. His colleague, Viktor Sokolov, monitored the external instruments, temperature sensors, electromagnetic field detectors. A single video camera pointed at the chamber's small observation window. The equipment was standard for these sessions, though Victor would later tell investigators he felt uneasy that night. He said the building felt different, heavier somehow, as if the air itself had become thicker. Belikov entered the chamber at 11:51. The spiral design was based on the theories of Nikolai Kozyrev, the controversial astrophysicist who believed that time itself could be manipulated, reflected, even stored like energy in a battery. The aluminum walls curved inward in a precise mathematical spiral, creating what Kozyrev had called a temporal funnel. Inside this funnel, test subjects reported enhanced psychic abilities, out-of-body experiences and perception of distant events. Some reported other things too, things the official reports carefully omitted. The first 3 minutes proceeded normally. Victor watched through the observation window as Belikov sat cross-legged on the chamber floor, eyes closed, breathing slowly. The monitoring equipment showed expected results. Slight temperature fluctuation, minor changes in the local magnetic field. Nothing alarming. At minute 4, Belikov opened his eyes. At minute 5, he began screaming. Victor would later describe the sound as inhuman. Not the scream of someone in pain, but of someone confronting something their mind refused to process. Belikov pressed himself against the curved aluminum wall, his eyes wide and fixed on his own reflection in the polished metal surface across from him. "They're watching," he shouted. "People watching from behind the reflection. They're standing in a corridor made of spirals. Oh God, they're not people. They're not." His words dissolved into incoherent sounds. Victor rushed to open the chamber, but the locking mechanism jammed. Through the window, he watched Belikov claw at the aluminum walls with his bare hands, fingernails bending backward, then tearing away as he scraped metal in blind panic. "Don't let me go back," Belikov screamed. "The voice says I can't return, says I shouldn't return, says if I go back I'll bring them with me." Victor finally forced the lock open 6 minutes after the screaming began. Belikov lay unconscious on the chamber floor, his fingers bloody, his eyes still open but rolled back to show only white. His lips moved soundlessly, forming words Victor couldn't hear. The ambulance arrived 12 minutes later, but they weren't from the city hospital. They wore unmarked uniforms and carried no identification. Security personnel Victor had never seen before confiscated every document in the lab, every hard drive, every notebook. The video recording disappeared. Anton Belikov vanished from public life before sunrise. The Institute released a brief statement the following afternoon. Research Associate Belikov has been transferred to another facility for continued work. We wish him well in his future endeavours. No one who asked about him received answers. His apartment was emptied within 48 hours. His university records were sealed. His parents, when contacted by friends, said only that Anton was recovering and couldn't take visitors. But here's what makes this case truly disturbing. The Institute claimed Belikov had been transferred, yet according to leaked security logs that surfaced years later, he was never transferred at all. He was moved to Facility 12A in Yakutia, over 2,000 miles to the northeast, to a research station that officially did not exist. The question no one could answer was simple. What did Anton Belikov see in his reflection that destroyed his mind in 5 minutes? The real science. To understand what happened in that chamber, we need to go back to the beginning. Back to a time when the Soviet Union invested heavily in what Western scientists dismissed as pseudoscience. Back to Nikolai Alexandrovich Kozyrev, the astronomer who believed he could prove that time itself was alive. Kozyrev was born in 1808 in St. Petersburg. By his 20s, he had already established himself as a brilliant astrophysicist, publishing papers on stellar evolution and planetary atmospheres. But in 1936, during Stalin's Great Purge, he was arrested and sent to a labour camp on false charges of counter-revolutionary activities. He spent 11 years in the Gulag, where many scientists died or had their spirits broken. Kozyrev survived, and when he was released in 1947, he returned to astronomy with an obsession that would define the rest of his life. He became convinced that time was not merely a dimension through which events occurred, but an actual physical energy that flowed through the universe. He believed time could be measured, manipulated, and most importantly, reflected. His colleagues thought he had lost his mind in the camps. The Soviet scientific establishment marginalized him. But Kozyrev continued his research with determination that bordered on obsession. He conducted experiments with gyroscopes, pendulums, and rotating masses, claiming to detect subtle changes in weight that he attributed to time flow. His papers were rejected by mainstream journals. His funding dried up. Yet certain branches of Soviet military intelligence took notice. By the late 1970s, during the height of Cold War paranoia, both the United States and Soviet Union poured resources into parapsychology research. The Americans had their remote viewing programs at Stanford Research Institute. The Soviets had something else. They had Kozyrev's theories about time and consciousness, and they decided to test them. The first Kozyrev mirrors were constructed in the early 1980s at a laboratory outside Moscow. The design was elegantly simple. Large sheets of polished aluminum were curved into precise spirals based on mathematical formulas Kozyrev had developed in his later years. The subject would sit inside this spiral, surrounded by their own reflection multiplied and distorted by the curved surfaces. The theoretical basis was that the spiral shape would focus time energy, similar to how a parabolic mirror focuses light. Inside this focus, Kozyrev believed, human consciousness could be amplified. Subjects might be able to perceive distant locations, access information from the past or future, or even communicate with other minds across vast distances. The initial results were, according to declassified reports, promising but inexplicable. Test subjects reported vivid out-of-body experiences. Some accurately described events occurring in distant locations at that exact moment. Others spoke of perceiving multiple timelines simultaneously, watching alternative versions of their own lives unfold. Temperature measurements inside the chambers showed anomalous cold spots that appeared and disappeared without explanation. Electromagnetic field detectors registered spikes that coincided with subjects reporting intense psychological experiences. The Soviet military became very interested. Between 1982 and 1991, the Kozyrev mirror program expanded dramatically. Multiple facilities were established across the Soviet Union, each conducting their own variations on the basic experiment. The largest and most sophisticated installation was built in Novosibirsk at the Institute of Clinical and Experimental Medicine, where conventional doctors and physicists worked alongside parapsychology researchers. Hundreds of sessions were conducted. Most produced the expected results: mild perceptual alterations, enhanced intuition, occasional remote viewing success. But a small percentage of sessions produced something else, something the researchers hadn't anticipated. Some subjects began reporting encounters with entities. The first documented case occurred in 1986. A military remote viewer named Alexei Petrov entered a mirror chamber for a standard session. 15 minutes in, he began describing a presence in the chamber with him. Not another person, he insisted, but a consciousness. He said it felt ancient and cold, and it was aware of him. It knew he was there. When Petrov emerged from the chamber, he seemed normal at first, but over the following weeks he became increasingly paranoid. He claimed he could still feel the presence, that it had followed him out of the mirror. He said he would see it in reflections, a shadow that moved wrong, a face in glass that wasn't his own. 3 months later, Alexei Petrov walked into traffic on a Moscow highway during rush hour. Witnesses said he was looking behind him when he stepped into the road, as if fleeing from something only he could see. The incident was classified. The research continued. More cases followed. Not many, but enough to create a pattern. Roughly 5% of subjects who spent extended periods in the mirrors reported similar experiences, feelings of being watched, sensations of presences in the chamber that weren't visible but felt overwhelmingly real. And in a handful of cases, visual phenomena, shadows in the reflections that moved independently, shapes that appeared when the subject looked away but vanished under direct observation. The official explanation was psychological stress combined with sensory deprivation effects. The mirrors created unusual conditions, the researchers argued, and human perception was notoriously unreliable under stress. The incidents were noted, filed, and the program pressed forward. But then something changed in the late 1980s. According to leaked memoranda from that period, the Soviet military ordered the most advanced mirror installation moved to a remote location in the Arctic. The official reason given was improved atmospheric conditions for enhanced signal clarity. The facility was established in Yakutia, near the village of Batagai, in one of the most isolated regions of Siberia. The unofficial reason, whispered among researchers who worked on the project, was that too many test subjects were reporting encounters, and some of those subjects were high-ranking military officers whose testimony could not be easily dismissed as delusion or psychological breakdown. The mirrors were no longer just tools for psychic research. They had become something else. Something that seemed to open channels to places human consciousness was never meant to access. And the government wanted those channels as far from populated areas as possible. The journalist who opened the case. Elena Marchek didn't believe in conspiracies. After 15 years as an investigative journalist in St. Petersburg, she had learned that most alleged cover-ups were simply bureaucratic incompetence mixed with human error. Real conspiracies were rare, boring, and motivated by money rather than mystery. So when an unmarked package arrived at her apartment in March of 2007, she almost threw it away without opening it. No return address, no postage marks, just her name written in careful block letters on brown paper. Inside was a VHS tape, nothing else. No note, no explanation. The label read, Kamir 03 Belikov Incident. Eleanor hadn't owned a VHS player in years. She had to borrow one from her elderly neighbour, connecting it to her laptop through a decade-old capture device she found in a drawer. The video quality was poor, the timestamp in the corner barely legible. December 18th, 2003, 23:51 hours. The footage showed a curved aluminum chamber from a fixed camera angle. A man in his 30s sat on the floor, eyes closed, breathing slowly. The video had no audio. For the first 4 minutes, nothing happened. The man simply sat, meditating or concentrating. Elena almost stopped watching. Then, at minute 4 and 37 seconds, the man opened his eyes. He stared at something off camera, his expression shifting from calm to confusion to absolute terror in the span of 3 heartbeats. His mouth opened in what was clearly a scream, though Eleanor could hear nothing. He scrambled backward, pressing against the chamber wall, his hands raised as if warding something off. Eleanor leaned closer to her laptop screen. That's when she noticed it. In the reflection on the polished aluminum wall behind the man, something moved. A shadow, perhaps, or a trick of the lighting. But it moved wrong, independently of the man's movements, and for just a fraction of a second, Elena saw what looked like a silhouette. Tall, too tall, with proportions that didn't match any human she had ever seen. She rewound the tape and watched again. There, in the reflection. A shape that appeared when the man wasn't looking at that section of wall, vanishing the instant his gaze swept across it. And then she saw the eyes. 2 points of darkness in the reflection that blinked. Not in sync with the man's blinking, but independently, slowly, deliberately. Eleanor felt her skin prickle. She told herself it was video compression artifacts, shadows from poor lighting, her own imagination filling in patterns where none existed. But she couldn't shake the feeling that she had just watched something that should not have been recorded. Something that should not exist. She checked the timestamp again. December 2003, Novosibirsk. But when she examined the tape more carefully, she found something strange. In the corner of the frame, barely visible, was a facility designation. Facility 12A, Yakutia. Not Novosibirsk. Yakutia. Over 2,000 miles away. Elena pulled up maps on her laptop. Yakutia was one of the most remote regions in Russia, a vast territory of permafrost and isolation. The designation Facility 12A appeared nowhere in public records. No research institutions, no military bases, nothing. Someone had lied about where this footage was recorded. Or the official story about Anton Belikov being in Novosibirsk was false. Either way, Eleanor now had evidence of something being covered up. She spent the next 2 weeks digging through archives, contacting former Soviet researchers, and following dead ends. Most people she contacted refused to speak about Kozyrev mirrors. Those who did claimed the program had been shut down in the early 90s, dismissed as Cold War-era pseudoscience that produced no useful results. But one name kept appearing in her research, Yevgeny Malikov, a former technician who had worked at multiple mirror research facilities before the Soviet Union collapsed. He had vanished from public life in the mid-90s, but Elena eventually found him living under an assumed name in a small apartment in Vladivostok. She flew east, taking 3 connecting flights to reach the Pacific port city. Malikov agreed to meet her in a cafe near the harbour, but only after she sent him a photograph of the VHS tape as proof she had evidence. He was 63 years old, thin and nervous, constantly glancing at the cafe entrance as if expecting someone to burst through at any moment. His hands shook when he lifted his teacup. Eleanor showed him the tape on her laptop. "Where did you get this?" he asked quietly. "It was sent to me anonymously. Can you tell me what I'm looking at?" Malikov watched the footage in silence. When the man in the video began his silent screaming, Malikov closed his eyes. "That's Belikov," he said. "I knew him. Good man, brilliant physicist. After this session he was never the same. What happened to him? Officially? Transferred? Unofficially? They took him to Section 7. Section 7? Malikov looked around the cafe again before answering. A psychiatric facility that doesn't appear on any maps. It's where they send people who see things in the mirrors, things that break them. Eleanor leaned forward. What things? You saw the video. You noticed the reflection, yes? The shape? Elena nodded slowly. The mirrors weren't just for psychic experiments, Malikov said. His voice dropped to barely above a whisper. After years of sessions, we began to realize something. The mirrors were receiving information, patterns, coordinates, symbols that shouldn't exist, and sometimes voices. Voices? Recordings would show electronic voice phenomena, whispers in languages no one recognised. One researcher claimed to hear his own voice speaking words he hadn't said yet, describing events that hadn't happened but later did. Elena felt a chill despite the warm cafe. Are you saying the mirrors showed the future? No, Malikov said firmly. That's not what I'm saying. The mirrors didn't show the future. They showed something trying to communicate across time, something that exists in the spaces between moments. He pulled out a worn photograph from his wallet and slid it across the table. It showed a massive aluminum chamber, far larger than the one in Yelena's video. The structure spiralled upward in a cathedral-like space, its polished surfaces catching light in hypnotic patterns. The reflective gateway, Malikov said. The largest mirror ever built. It's still at Facility 12A in Yakutia. After Belikov's incident, they sealed it. But the facility is still there, still guarded. Guarded? Why would they guard an abandoned research station? Malikov met her eyes. Because the mirrors don't reflect you, Elena. They reflect something trying to be you. Something that knows when you look in. And the gateway is still active. Before Elena could ask more questions, Malikov suddenly stood up, his face pale. He was looking past her toward the cafe entrance. Elena turned but saw nothing unusual. Just ordinary people entering and leaving. I have to go, Malikov said urgently. Don't try to contact me again. Burn that tape, forget you ever saw it. Wait, I need... But he was already moving toward the back exit, leaving money on the table. Eleanor watched him disappear into the alley behind the cafe. She waited for several minutes, expecting him to return, but he never did. That night she returned to her hotel and found a message on her phone from an unknown number. They know you have the tape. Be careful. Eleanor didn't sleep well. She kept thinking about what Malikov had said. Something trying to be you. She thought about the reflection in the video, the shadow that moved wrong, the eyes that blinked independently. The next morning she learned that Yevgeny Malikov had been reported missing. His landlord said men in suits had come to his apartment the previous evening, claiming to be from a government agency. Malikov had left with them voluntarily, carrying a single bag. The police refused to file a missing persons report, insisting Malikov had simply moved away. Elena knew better. She also knew she was now in danger, but she had spent 15 years chasing stories, and this was the biggest story of her career. A secret Soviet program that might have discovered something impossible. Evidence of cover-ups spanning decades, and somewhere in the Arctic, a facility that still operated in complete secrecy. She made a decision that would change everything. She would find Facility 12A herself. She would document what she found. And she would expose whatever the Russian government was hiding in those spiralling aluminum chambers. What Elena didn't know was that some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. Journey to the Arctic. Getting to Yakutia required careful planning. The region was vast, isolated, and heavily monitored by military installations due to its strategic location. Eleanor couldn't simply fly into the nearest city and start asking questions about secret research facilities. She needed a cover story. She arranged a freelance assignment to write about climate change effects on permafrost communities. It was plausible enough. The Batagai crater, a massive permafrost collapse near where Facility 12A supposedly existed, had been featured in scientific journals worldwide. Her editor approved the assignment, and in late April of 2007, Eleanor flew to Yakutsk, the regional capital. From Yakutsk, she hired a local guide named Dmitry, who owned a truck suitable for the brutal terrain. She told him she wanted to visit Batagai village and document the crater. What she didn't tell him was that she planned to search for a facility that officially didn't exist. The journey took 3 days across roads that barely deserved the name. Endless forests gave way to tundra, rivers frozen even in late spring, and a landscape so vast and empty it seemed to exist outside normal reality. Dmitry spoke little, which suited Elena fine. She spent the drive studying satellite images on her laptop, searching for any sign of unusual structures near Batagai. She found something on the second day of driving. About 15 miles northwest of Batagai village, Barely visible in the satellite imagery was a rectangular clearing in the forest, too regular to be natural, and leading to it, partially obscured by tree cover, was what looked like a maintained road. When they arrived in Batagai village, Eleanor spent 2 days talking to locals supposedly about climate change, but really fishing for information about the facility. Most people were friendly, but curious about her real purpose. But on the 3rd day, an elderly woman named Katya pulled her aside after seeing Elena studying maps. "You're looking for the spiral building," Katya said. It wasn't a question. Elena's pulse quickened. "Do you know it?" "Everyone here knows it. The soldiers used to come through our village for supplies. They said they were doing atmospheric research, but we knew better." "What did you know?" Katya's expression darkened. "Bad things happened at that place. People went in wrong. Some people who worked there, after the building closed, they weren't the same. My cousin worked as a cook there for 2 years in the 90s. When she came back to the village, she wouldn't look in mirrors anymore. She covered every reflective surface in her house, said she didn't like what looked back. Is she still alive? Can I talk to her?" "She died in 2001, walked onto the ice during spring thaw, drowned in the river." Katya paused. She was looking behind her when she went in. Several people saw it, like she was running from something. Eleanor felt the same chill she had experienced watching the Belikov tape. Where is the facility exactly? Katya drew a map on a napkin. A river, a ridge, a clearing. "But I wouldn't go there if I were you. The soldiers still patrol sometimes, and there are reasons they keep it guarded, even though everyone says it's abandoned." "What reasons?" "To keep the cold spirits inside," Katya said simply. "That's what my cousin called them, the cold spirits that live in the mirrors." Eleanor thanked her and returned to where Dmitri was waiting with his truck. She showed him the map Katya had drawn. "I need to go here," she said. Dmitri studied the map and shook his head. "That's not part of our agreement. That area is restricted." Eleanor doubled his fee. He thought about it for a long moment, then nodded reluctantly. They left before dawn the next morning, following logging roads that deteriorated into barely navigable tracks. The forest here felt different, darker somehow, even in daylight. The trees stood silent and dense, their shadows stretching in strange directions. After 4 hours of driving, they found the access road Katya had described. A chain-link fence blocked the entrance, but time and weather had bent it enough to create gaps. A faded sign in Russian red, "Government property, no trespassing, violators will be prosecuted." "This is as far as I go," Dmitri said firmly. Elena nodded. She had expected this. She gathered her camera, digital, recorder and backpack. "Wait here. If I'm not back in 4 hours, leave." "I'll give you 6, Dmitri said, lighting a cigarette, "but not a minute more." Elena squeezed through the gap in the fence and started walking. The road continued for another 2 miles through dense forest. Her GPS showed she was heading in the right direction, though the signal was weak this far north. The silence was absolute. No birds, no wind, just the sound of her footsteps on broken pavement. Then she saw it. The facility emerged from the trees like something from another world. A brutalist concrete structure, 3 stories tall, with small windows and weathered walls. Several outbuildings surrounded it, all showing signs of abandonment. Broken glass, rust, vegetation, reclaiming what humans had built. But the main building looked maintained. The doors were intact. The windows, though dirty, weren't broken, and fresh tyre tracks marked the ground near the entrance. Someone had been here recently. Eleanor approached carefully, her camera recording everything. The front entrance was locked with a modern digital keypad, incongruous against the decades-old architecture. She circled the building and found a ground-level window with a broken lock. It took several minutes of effort, but she managed to pry it open enough to squeeze through. Inside, the facility smelled of cold metal and something else she couldn't identify. A chemical scent, like ozone after lightning. Emergency lighting provided dim illumination, meaning the building still had power. Elena's footsteps echoed as she moved through corridors lined with closed doors. She found the main laboratory on the second floor. It was large, cathedral-like, with high ceilings and exposed pipes, and filling the room, like strange aluminum sculptures, were the mirrors. Dozens of them, all different sizes, some small enough to hold a single person sitting cross-legged, others large enough to walk inside. Each one was a spiral of polished metal, reflecting and refracting light in dizzying patterns. Eleanor felt disoriented just looking at them. She moved through the room slowly, documenting everything with her camera. Old notebooks were scattered on workbenches. She flipped through one and found session logs, dates, names, results. Most entries were clinical and brief. Subject reported enhanced perception. Session concluded normally. But some entries were different. Subject claims presence in chamber. Visual confirmation impossible. Session terminated early due to psychological distress. Another, temperature drop of 12 degrees recorded during contact event. Subject unconscious. Hospitalized. And another, written in a shaky hand, "The reflections are watching. They know we're here. We need to stop." Eleanor felt her skin crawl. She pocketed several notebooks and continued exploring. At the far end of the laboratory, she found a reinforced metal door. The lock was electronic but had been damaged, leaving the door slightly ajar. Eleanor pulled it open and found stairs leading down. The basement level was colder. Much colder. Her breath became visible in the air. The walls here were different, lined with sound-absorbing foam and some kind of metallic mesh. At the end of a long corridor she found another door. This one was massive, like a vault entrance, with multiple locking mechanisms. It was open. Beyond was a circular chamber at least 40 feet in diameter and dominating the space. Rising from floor to ceiling in a perfect spiral of polished aluminum was the largest Kozyrev mirror Elena had ever seen. The reflective gateway. It was beautiful in a way that hurt to look at. The spiral was mathematically perfect, each curve flowing into the next with precision that must have required incredible engineering. The polished surface caught the dim emergency lighting and multiplied it, creating the illusion of infinite depth. Eleanor approached slowly, her camera forgotten. She felt drawn to it, as if the structure itself exerted some kind of pull. When she was close enough to touch the aluminum, she noticed something strange. The surface wasn't entirely reflective. In some areas it seemed translucent, as if the metal had become thin enough to see through to something beyond. She reached out to touch it and stopped. In her reflection, something moved, just a flicker at the edge of her vision. She turned quickly but saw nothing behind her. The chamber was empty except for her. But when she looked back at the reflection, there it was again, a shadow where no shadow should be. Eleanor's rational mind screamed at her to leave. Every instinct told her this place was wrong, dangerous, that she should run back the way she came and never return. But the journalist in her needed to know, needed to understand what this structure was and what it did. She found a control panel near the entrance. Most of the buttons and switches were labelled in Russian technical jargon she could barely understand, but one switch was clearly marked, Gateway Activation. Eleanor stared at it for a long moment. This was insane. She was about to activate Soviet-era equipment in an abandoned facility, equipment that had been sealed for years, equipment that had apparently driven multiple people to psychological breakdown. But she'd come this far. She had to know. She flipped the switch. For several seconds nothing happened. Then a low humming began, so deep she felt it in her bones rather than heard it. The emergency lights flickered. The temperature dropped further, and Elena's breath came out in thick clouds. The aluminum surfaces of the gateway began to glow faintly, as if generating their own light from within. Elena watched, transfixed, as her reflection became sharper, clearer, more defined than any normal reflection should be. And then her reflection moved wrong. It was subtle at first, a delay of a fraction of a second, as if the reflection was lagging behind her actual movements. Elena raised her hand. Her reflection raised its hand a heartbeat later. She turned her head. The reflection followed, but slowly, as if moving through something thicker than air. Eleanor's heart hammered in her chest. She should leave. She should run. But she couldn't look away from the mirror. Couldn't stop watching her own reflection behaving like something that was almost her, but not quite. Then her reflection smiled. Eleanor wasn't smiling. Her face was frozen in an expression of growing horror. But in the gateway's surface, her reflection's lips curved upward in a slow, deliberate smile. "Oh my God," Elena whispered. The reflection's smile widened. Its eyes, her eyes, focused directly on her with an intensity that felt alien, wrong. And then it spoke. Elena heard no sound, but she saw the reflection's lips move, forming words. "You found us." Every rational thought in Eleanor's mind collapsed. She stumbled backward, nearly falling, her camera clattering to the floor. The reflection didn't move with her. It remained in place, standing in the gateway's surface, watching her retreat with that terrible smile. Eleanor felt it then. The sensation that had driven Anton Belikov to tear his fingernails off, clawing at metal. The overwhelming awareness of being watched by something vast and cold and patient. Something that had been waiting for someone to open the gateway again. Something that wanted to step through. The reflection began to walk forward. Not backward as reflection should move, but forward, toward the inner surface of the aluminum. Its hand reached out, pressing against the metal from the inside, creating a visible distortion in the surface. Elena grabbed her camera and ran. She ran through the corridor, up the stairs, through the laboratory filled with smaller mirrors. Behind her she heard a sound like metal groaning, like something trying to force its way through a barrier never meant to hold it back. She reached the window she'd entered through and threw herself outside. Her hands were shaking so badly she could barely hold her camera. She ran through the forest, branches tearing at her clothes, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Behind her, through the trees, she heard the facility's emergency alarms begin to wail. Eleanor ran until she found the road where Dmitri waited. His eyes widened when he saw her state. Dishevelled, terrified, covered in scratches. "We need to leave," she gasped. "Now! Drive! Please! Just drive!" Dmitri didn't ask questions. He started the truck and drove as fast as the terrain allowed. Eleanor looked back through the rear window, half expecting to see something following them, but the forest remained still and empty. They were 10 miles away when they saw the military trucks approaching, 3 of them, moving fast along the access road toward the facility. Someone had triggered an alarm, or maybe the gateway had triggered it automatically when activated. "How did they get here so fast?" Elena asked. "They were probably already nearby," Dmitri said, his voice tight. "They patrol this area. Everyone knows that." Too fast, Elena thought. As if they had been waiting. As if they knew someone would eventually try to access the gateway. They reached Batagai village after dark. Elena paid Dmitri the rest of his fee plus extra for his trouble. He took the money without comment, but before driving away he said, "Whatever you saw in there, forget about it. Some things are meant to stay buried." Eleanor spent that night in a village guest house, unable to sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw her reflection smile. Every shadow seemed to move wrong. She checked her camera footage, but most of it was corrupted, showing only static and distorted images. The few clear frames showed the gateway's spiral surface, but her reflection appeared normal in the recording. Only she knew what she had seen. Only she knew what had tried to reach through. The next morning, Elena fled Yakutia on the first available flight. But escaping the region didn't bring her peace. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched, that something had followed her out of that chamber, that activating the gateway had opened a door that couldn't be closed. Escape and pursuit. Elena reached Moscow 3 days later, travelling through a series of connecting flights designed to make her movements harder to track. She was being paranoid, she told herself. There was no reason to believe anyone was following her, but she couldn't shake the feeling that had settled over her since leaving Facility 12A. a crawling sensation between her shoulder blades, the constant urge to look behind her. She checked into a budget hotel under a false name and spent the first night reviewing what little footage from her camera had survived. Most of the video was corrupted beyond recovery, but she managed to salvage several still images of the gateway and a few pages from the notebooks she had photographed. The handwritten session logs were more disturbing the more she studied them. One entry from October 2002 read, "Subject 7 reported entity claiming to be from outside time. Entity provided specific coordinates and dates. Coordinates verified to match undiscovered archaeological site in Kazakhstan. Discovery confirmed 3 months later. How could subject have known?" Another from January 2003. Multiple subjects now report same entity. Describes itself as observer. Says it has always watched. Says it wants to come through. Recommend immediate suspension of gateway testing. The recommendation had been ignored. Testing continued for another 11 months, until the Belikov incident in December 2003. Elena began writing her article, documenting everything she had discovered. The history of the Kozyrev mirror program, the testimonies from researchers like Malikov, the continued operation of Facility 12A despite official claims of abandonment, and her own experience in the gateway chamber. She knew no mainstream publication would touch it. The story was too strange, too unverifiable. But there were alternative media outlets, online platforms that specialised in investigating government secrets. She began reaching out to contacts in that world. On her 4th night in Moscow, someone knocked on her hotel room door. Elena froze. She hadn't told anyone where she was staying. The knock came again, polite but insistent. Through the peephole she saw 2 men in business suits. Not police uniforms, not military, just nondescript suits that could mean anything. "Elena Marchek," one of them called through the door. "We know you're inside, we just want to talk." Elena's mind raced. There was a window, but she was 6 floors up. The bathroom had no exit. She was trapped. "We're not here to hurt you," the man continued. "We're from a special research division. We know you visited Facility 12A. We know you activated the gateway. We need to ask you some questions." "I have nothing to say," Elena called back. "Then just listen. The gateway is dangerous. You experienced that firsthand, but there are protocols for dealing with exposure, medical evaluations, psychological support. We can help you." It sounded reasonable. Too reasonable. Elena remembered Yevgeny Malikov leaving with men in suits who claimed to be from a government agency. He had never been seen again. "Go away," she said. "I'll scream. I'll call the police." There was a long pause, then, "The police can't help you with this, Elena, and you're going to need help. The effects of gateway exposure don't always manifest immediately. Sometimes they take days, weeks. You'll start noticing things. Small things at first. Reflections that don't quite match. Shadows that fall wrong. The feeling of being watched even when you're alone." Eleanor felt cold despite the warm room. How did they know? How could they describe exactly what she'd been experiencing? "We monitor gateway exposure cases," the man said, as if reading her thoughts. "We know the progression. Right now you're in the early stages. Heightened paranoia, perceptual distortions. But it gets worse, Elena. Much worse. Eventually you'll see them clearly. The things that live in the spaces between moments. And once you see them clearly, they can see you too. They can find you." Elena's hands shook as she grabbed her laptop and camera. She shoved them into her backpack along with the notebook she had stolen from the facility. "Last chance," the man said. "Open the door, let us help you, or we'll be forced to take official action." Eleanor didn't respond. She moved into the bathroom, locking that door as well, and opened the small window. It was barely large enough for her to fit through, leading to a narrow fire escape she had noticed when checking into the hotel. She had chosen this room specifically for this possibility, though she had hoped she wouldn't need it. She heard the hotel room door crash open as she squeezed through the bathroom window. Shouts. Footsteps. Eleanor didn't look back. She climbed down the fire escape as quickly as she dared, her backpack bouncing against her spine. She hit the ground running and disappeared into Moscow's maze of side streets and metro stations. She knew the city well from her years as a journalist. She knew how to disappear. For the next week, Eleanor lived like a fugitive. She moved between different hotels each night, paid in cash, avoided cameras, and trusted no one. She continued working on her article, expanding it into a full report with every piece of the evidence she had gathered. She prepared multiple copies, saving them to cloud, storage services under anonymous accounts. But the men's words haunted her. You'll start noticing things. She was noticing things. Her reflection in mirrors seemed off, as if looking at her from a slightly different angle than it should. Shadows in her peripheral vision moved when nothing was there, and the feeling of being watched had grown into a constant, oppressive presence. Was it psychological trauma from her experience in the gateway, or was something genuinely following her? She couldn't tell the difference anymore. 10 days after fleeing the hotel, Eleanor made contact with an editor at an alternative media website based in Finland. He was interested in her story but wanted verification. Could she provide sources, witnesses? The stolen notebooks weren't enough without context. Eleanor decided to risk one more interview. She tracked down another former researcher from the Mirror program, a woman named Irina Volkov who had worked at the Novosibirsk facility in the 90s. Irina agreed to meet, but only in a public place. They met at a crowded cafe in St. Petersburg, Eleanor's home city. Irina was in her 50s, nervous but willing to talk once Elena showed her the notebook pages. I know these logs, Irina said quietly. I wrote some of them. We all thought we were advancing science, exploring the boundaries of human consciousness. We didn't realise what we were actually doing. What were you doing? Opening doors, creating channels. The mirrors don't just reflect physical light. They create resonances in whatever field consciousness exists in, and something on the other side of that field noticed. Something that had been waiting for a very long time. Waiting for what? For a way through, Irina said. That's what we eventually realised. The entity's subjects reported weren't hallucinations. They were real presences existing in dimensions or states we don't have words for. And the mirrors, especially the gateway, were creating weak points where those presences could push through into our reality. Elena leaned forward. Did anyone ever make it through? Did anything ever cross over completely? Irina's expression darkened. There were incidents, cases where test subjects changed after prolonged exposure, subtle changes at first, different speech patterns, different behaviour, like something was wearing them. We called them contamination cases. They were sent to Section 7 for observation. What happened to them? I don't know. Section 7 cases were classified above my clearance. But I heard rumours. People said the contaminated subjects weren't people anymore. They looked like people, moved like people, but something else was looking out through their eyes. Before Eleanor could ask more questions, Irina suddenly stiffened, staring past Elena's shoulder toward the cafe entrance. Elena turned and saw 3 men in suits entering. They weren't looking around like normal customers. They were scanning the room with purpose. Time to go, Irina whispered. They left through the back exit and separated immediately. Eleanor took a taxi to the train station, then caught a train heading south. She spent the journey looking out the window, watching her reflection in the dark glass. Her reflection was smiling. Eleanor blinked and looked again. Her reflection was normal now, showing her actual expression of fear and exhaustion. But for a moment, she had seen it. That same deliberate smile from the gateway chamber. She pulled out her phone with shaking hands and recorded a video message. Speaking quickly and quietly, she summarised everything she had discovered. The Kozyrev Mirror program, Facility 12A, the gateway, the entities, the contamination cases. She uploaded the video to multiple cloud storage accounts and set them to automatically publish if she didn't check in within 48 hours. If something happened to her, at least her research would survive. The final transmission, the last known communication from Elena Marchek, came in the early morning hours of May 15th, 2007. She called her editor from a disposable phone. Her voice rushed and tight with panic. "They found me," she said. "I don't know how, but they found me. I'm in Pskov, near the Estonian border. I was going to try crossing, but there are men watching the roads. They're dressed like civilians, but I know they're looking for me." Her editor tried to keep her calm, told her to go to the police, to the embassy, anywhere safe. "You don't understand," Eleanor said. "It's not just them. There's something else. I keep seeing it. My reflection. It's following me. Every mirror, every window, every reflective surface. It's always there. Always watching. Always smiling. Sometimes I see it when there shouldn't be any reflection at all." There was a long pause on the recording. "I think I brought something back from the gateway," Eleanor continued, her voice barely above a whisper. "Or maybe it followed me. Maybe activating that machine created a connection, a channel, and now it's using that channel to find me, to get closer." Her editor asked if she was okay, if she needed medical help. "I'm not crazy," Eleanor said firmly. "I know how this sounds, but I saw the reports from Facility 12A. I know what happens to people with prolonged gateway exposure. First the reflections act strange, then you start seeing things that aren't there. Then you realise they are there, and they've always been there, and the gateway just made you able to see them." Another pause. "I sent you everything," Elena said. "All my research, the notebooks, the photographs, the interviews. If something happens to me, you have to publish it. People need to know what the government was doing, what they're still doing, what they found in those mirrors." Her editor promised to publish everything, asked her to stay safe, to stay hidden until they could figure out how to help her. "It's too late for that," Elena said. "I can feel it getting closer. It's not just in reflections anymore. Sometimes I see it standing in corners where there shouldn't be shadows. Sometimes I hear it whispering in voices I recognise. My mother's voice, my own voice, saying things I never said." The line went quiet except for Elena's breathing. Then, "There's someone at my door. Multiple people. They're not knocking, just standing there. I can see their shadows under the door." Her editor told her not to open it, to stay quiet, to wait for them to leave. "I don't think they're going to leave," Eleanor said, "and I don't think they're people, not anymore. I can see their reflection in the window. They're standing at my door, but their reflections are all wrong. Too tall, too thin, moving independently of their bodies." Muffled sounds came through the phone. Footsteps, a door opening, Elena's sharp intake of breath. "They're wearing uniforms," she said. "Government identification, but their eyes are wrong. They're looking at me, but also through me, at something behind me." A man's voice in the background, speaking Russian. "Elena Marchek, you need to come with us." "Where are you taking me?" Eleanor's voice on the recording. "Section 7. For observation and treatment. You've been exposed to harmful energies. We can help you." Eleanor laughed, a sound edged with hysteria. "Section 7. Where the contaminated cases go. That's not a hospital. That's where you put people who've been replaced. People who aren't people anymore. Please don't make this difficult." "What happened to the real people?" Elena asked. "The ones who came back from the gateway changed. Where are they? Are they still in there somewhere, trapped in their own bodies while something else wears them like clothing?" No answer from the men. "That's what happened to Belikov, isn't it?" Elena continued. "That's why he screamed about people watching from behind the reflection. Because there were people trapped on the other side, and things wearing their faces over here." The recording became confused, sounds of struggle, Elena shouting, then sudden silence. When her editor called back, the phone was disconnected. Elena Marchek disappeared that night. The police in Pskov had no record of any incident at the hotel where she had been staying. The hotel itself claimed no one by her name had been registered. Her credit cards went unused. Her phone stayed offline. Her apartment in St. Petersburg was found empty, cleaned out completely. Friends and family were told she had left the country suddenly for a freelance assignment. No one could say where. After several months with no contact, she was officially listed as a missing person. After a year, most people assumed she was dead. But the story doesn't end there. The horror twist. 14 months after Elena Marchek's disappearance, a file appeared on several encrypted forums popular among conspiracy theorists and government whistleblowers. The file was labelled simply, "Mirror Contamination Contained." Inside was a single-page document, heavily redacted from an organisation identifying itself only as Research Division 7. The document read, "Subject EM retrieved successfully on May 15, 2007. gateway exposure confirmed via psychological markers and physiological indicators. Subject displayed advanced contamination effects including autonomous reflection behavior and transtemporal perception bleed. Standard containment protocols implemented. Subject showed resistance during initial processing but cooperation achieved through therapeutic intervention. Replacement integration deemed successful after 32-day observation period. Subject released into population on June 20, 2007. Monitoring continues. Mirror contamination contained. No risk to civilian population. Case closed. Attached to the document was a grainy security camera photograph. The timestamp read June 22, 2007. The location, Leningradsky railway station in Moscow. The photograph showed Elena Marchek walking through the crowded terminal, carrying a small bag dressed in casual clothes. She looked healthy, normal, like any other traveller passing through one of Russia's busiest stations. But something was wrong with the photograph. Something that made anyone who studied it closely feel a crawling sensation in their spine. Eleanor's reflection in the glass wall behind her wasn't quite right. The angle was slightly off. The timing was delayed by a fraction of a second. And most disturbing of all, the reflection was smiling. Not the smile of someone happy to be travelling, not the smile of pleasant anticipation, but a slow, deliberate smile that didn't match Eleanor's neutral expression in the photograph. A smile that suggested something behind her eyes was pleased to be walking free in the world. The leaked document spawned immediate debate. Was it real or fabricated? Was Elena actually alive, or was this disinformation? Several people claimed to have seen her in Moscow, St. Petersburg, even as far away as Berlin. But no one could produce concrete evidence. Her editor tried to verify the sighting, but hit dead ends everywhere. The security footage from that day at Leningradsky station had been erased. The station authorities denied any record of the original image, but the photograph circulated online, analysed and debated by thousands of people. Image analysis experts pointed out the reflection anomaly. Skeptics called it doctored. Believers saw it as proof that something had been done to Elena Marchek, that she'd been taken, processed and sent back as something else, something wearing her face. The debates continue to this day. Some people claim to have encountered Elena in various Russian cities, always noting something off about her behaviour. Too calm, too controlled, speaking in patterns that don't quite sound natural. And always, smiling at odd moments. Others say these sightings are mistaken identity or hoaxes. That Elena Marchek died in 2007, probably killed to silence her investigation. That the leaked document and photograph are elaborate disinformation designed to discredit her research. But those who study the Kozyrev mirror program closely, who have dug through the fragmentary records and talked to surviving researchers, they tell a different story. They say the mirrors weren't just tools for psychic research. They were gateways to something else, something that exists in the spaces between moments, in the gaps between one instant and the next, something that watches from reflections, something that knows when you look, something that has been waiting for a very, very long time to find a way through. And perhaps, after decades of experiments and hundreds of test subjects, it finally succeeded. Not through direct manifestation, which seems to be impossible, but through replacement, through wearing people like clothing, walking around in stolen bodies, learning to move and speak and smile just enough like the original to avoid detection. The Kozyrev mirror program is officially defunct. Facility 12A is officially abandoned. The gateway is officially sealed. But satellite imagery from 2012 showed fresh tyre tracks in the snow outside the facility, and leaked communications from 2015 reference ongoing temporal perception research at undisclosed locations. Some programs never truly end. They just go deeper underground. They continue in places with no names, monitored by organisations with no public existence, studying phenomena that officially don't exist. And somewhere, in some secure facility buried beneath permafrost or hidden in empty steppe, the gateway still stands. Its spiralling aluminum surfaces still gleam. Its mathematical curves still focus something that shouldn't be focused. still creating channels, still opening doors, still letting things through, things that know how to smile at the right moments, things that have learned to wear human faces, things that walk among us, watching from behind stolen eyes, waiting for the next person to activate another gateway, waiting to bring more of their kind across. And every time you look in a mirror, every time you catch your reflection in a window or a screen, remember Elena Marchek. Remember how her reflection smiled before she did. Remember that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. Remember that something might be looking back, something that's learning, something that's waiting for its turn to step through. The Kozyrev mirror program is over, they tell us. The research has been discontinued, they assure us. The facilities are sealed, they promise. But promises are easy to make when the truth is too disturbing to acknowledge. When the truth is that we opened a door to something vast and patient and utterly alien. Something that exists just beyond the moment, just outside perception, waiting in the spaces between heartbeats and thoughts. Something that finally found a way to cross over. And it's learning to be human, one reflection at a time. This has been the story of the reflective gateway, the Kozyrev mirror files, and what Russian researchers may have discovered in those spiralling chambers of aluminum. Whether you believe it or not, whether you think Elena Marchek is alive or dead, replaced, or simply vanished, remember one thing. Pay attention to your reflection. Watch how it moves. Notice if it smiles when you don't. Because once you see it happening, once you see your reflection acting independently, even for a fraction of a second, you'll know what the researchers at Facility 12A discovered in their final experiments. You'll know that something is watching from the other side, and now that you're paying attention, it knows you can see it too. Sleep well. Before we begin tonight's journey into one of the most suppressed mysteries on Earth, if you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It genuinely helps the channel grow in ways you might not realise, and it allows us to keep bringing you these deep dives into the unknown. Also, if you'd like, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from across the globe. No pressure though, only if you feel like sharing. Now let me ask you something. What if everything you've been told about Antarctica was a carefully constructed lie? What if the frozen wasteland at the bottom of our world isn't just ice and penguins, but something far more terrifying? Something that would fundamentally change how we understand human history itself? Think about it. Antarctica is the 5th largest continent on Earth, larger than Europe, nearly twice the size of Australia. It contains 70% of the world's fresh water locked in ice that's been accumulating for millions of years. It holds vast mineral deposits, untapped oil reserves, and resources that could make a country unimaginably wealthy. And yet, for over 60 years, the entire world has agreed to leave it completely alone. During the Cold War, when the United States and Soviet Union were locked in a desperate race for resources, technology, and strategic advantage, when proxy wars were being fought on every continent for the smallest geopolitical gains, these two superpowers came together with their allies and signed a treaty that effectively said, nobody touches Antarctica, nobody claims it, nobody exploits it, nobody even militarizes it. And that treaty has never been broken, not once, not by any nation, no matter how desperate for resources or strategic position. Doesn't that strike you as strange? Doesn't it make you wonder what could possibly be important enough to make enemies cooperate so completely? Tonight, we're going to talk about satellite images that shouldn't exist, government cover-ups spanning 8 decades, and a secret so profound that sworn enemies became allies to keep it buried under 2 miles of ice. We're going to follow the trail of 2 people who got too close to the truth and paid the ultimate price. This is the Icewall dossier. The satellite image that shouldn't exist, January of the year 2013. NASA's MODIS satellite passes over Queen Maud Land, Antarctica, as it does every few days, capturing thermal and visual data of the frozen continent below. The images are routine, processed by automated systems, filed away in massive databases that few people ever examine. But one person did examine them. Emily Vance was a geologist at the University of Colorado, specialising in glacial formations and subsurface imaging. She had spent the better part of a decade analysing satellite data, looking for patterns in ice movement, thermal signatures, anything that might tell us more about the mysterious continent that covers more area than Europe and remains less explored than the surface of Mars. Her office was small, cramped with filing cabinets and computer equipment, the walls covered with maps and printed satellite images marked with her handwritten notes. She'd always been meticulous, the kind of scientist who checked and rechecked her data, who never made claims she couldn't back up with evidence. On a cold January morning, drinking her third coffee of the day, Emily pulled up the latest raw data from Queen Maud Land. She'd requested it specifically because she was working on a paper about ice sheet dynamics in that region. The data came in as usual, transmitted from NASA's archive to her university system. What she saw on her screen made her set down her mug very carefully, coffee sloshing over the rim onto the papers scattered across her desk. She didn't notice. There, in the raw thermal imagery, was a shadow. Not just any shadow, but a perfectly rectilinear one, forming what looked unmistakably like the outline of a massive buried structure. The edges were too straight, too deliberate. The angles were too precise, meeting at exactly 90 degrees in multiple places. Emily's first thought was equipment malfunction. Satellites can produce artifacts, especially in extreme environments like Antarctica, where ice can create unusual reflections and temperature gradients. She'd seen plenty of false positives in her career. But this was different. She pulled up the processed, public-facing version of the same image that had been released on NASA's website. The shadow had been smoothed out, normalised, blended into the surrounding terrain. The metadata attributed it to sensor distortion caused by atmospheric conditions. Emily sat back in her chair, her mind racing. She pulled up the raw data again and began running analysis protocols. She measured the angles, calculated the dimensions, ran thermal gradient comparisons with the surrounding area. The structure, if that's what it was, would be enormous, approximately 1,500 metres on its longest side, roughly rectangular in shape, buried under what her calculation suggested was approximately 3 kilometres of ice. But somehow, impossibly, it was still creating a measurable thermal signature. Not much, just a few degrees warmer than the surrounding ice, but consistent, deliberate. Emily knew glacial formations. She knew ice dynamics. She knew what natural thermal variations looked like in Antarctic ice. This wasn't that. She spent the rest of that day pulling every piece of historical satellite data she could access for Queen Maud Land, going back years, looking for the same signature, tracking whether it had changed or remained constant. What she found made her blood pressure spike and her hands shake as she typed notes. The thermal signature had been there for at least 20 years, as far back as her satellite data went. Consistent, unchanging, the same shape, the same temperature differential, the same precise geometric outline. For 2 weeks, Emily became obsessed. She stopped sleeping normally, catching a few hours on the couch in her office between analysis sessions. She cross-referenced everything she could access: ice thickness measurements, seismic data from Antarctic research stations, historical expedition reports, geological surveys. She reached out to colleagues carefully, asking if anyone else had noticed anomalies in Queen Maud Land data. Most dismissed her questions with friendly but uninterested responses. A few admitted they'd seen strange things in Antarctica data over the years, but had been told not to pursue those lines of inquiry. One colleague, a remote sensing specialist named Thomas Reed at MIT, told her something that made her pulse quicken and confirmed her darkest suspicions. They spoke on the phone late one night. Thomas sounded nervous, speaking quietly as if someone might be listening. "Emily, I'm going to tell you something that could get me in trouble. The image processing algorithms for Antarctic data They're not just correcting for sensor errors, they're programmed to smooth out certain types of anomalies automatically. Geometric patterns, thermal inconsistencies above certain thresholds. They've been doing this since the early 2000s. Why? Emily asked, though she suspected she knew the answer. Because someone doesn't want us seeing what's really down there. I figured this out about 5 years ago when I was working on improving the algorithms. I tried to ask my supervisor about it and was told in very clear terms that the parameters were set by NASA leadership in consultation with the Department of Defense and were not to be questioned or modified. Emily thanked him and hung up. She sat in her dark office, the only light coming from her computer monitors, and realised she was holding information that could change everything. But she also realised she was in danger. 3 weeks after Emily first saw that satellite image, after she'd compiled all her data, after she'd written her analysis and prepared her evidence, she disappeared. Her apartment was found neat and orderly, bed made, dishes washed and put away. Her car was in its assigned parking space in the underground garage. Her phone, when police tried to call it, went straight to voicemail. Her email showed no concerning messages, no signs of distress. The university filed a missing person report. Local police investigated, interviewed her colleagues and friends, searched her apartment and office. They found no evidence of foul play, no indication of where she might have gone or why. The detective assigned to the case told Emily's sister that sometimes people just needed to get away, to start over somewhere new. Maybe she'd been under stress. Maybe she'd met someone. Maybe she'd just decided to leave her old life behind. But Emily's sister knew better. Emily wasn't the type to disappear without telling anyone. She was careful, organised, responsible. If she had planned to leave, she would have said something. The case went cold within 2 months. But before she vanished, Emily Vance had mailed a package to her friend Mark Kelton, a journalist who specialised in the kinds of stories that made governments uncomfortable. She'd addressed it by hand, using an old address she'd memorised years ago, and mailed it from a post office 3 towns away from Boulder. She'd taken precautions, she'd known the risk, and she'd made sure that even if they got to her, the truth would still have a chance. The real history. They tell us Mark Kelton had known Emily since graduate school at Columbia. They'd met in an interdisciplinary seminar on climate science and investigative journalism, one of those experimental courses universities sometimes offer to encourage cooperation between departments. Emily had been the scientist who could explain complex geological concepts in ways that made sense. Mark had been the journalist who could take those concepts and turn them into stories people would actually read. They'd stayed friends over the years, meeting occasionally for coffee when work brought them to the same city, exchanging emails about interesting articles or unusual research findings. Their friendship was built on mutual respect and a shared belief that truth mattered, even when it was inconvenient or uncomfortable. So when her package arrived at his apartment in Brooklyn on a Tuesday afternoon in February, 2 days after she was reported missing, Mark knew immediately that something was very wrong. The package was padded, addressed in Emily's careful handwriting. No return address. Postmarked from a small town in Colorado he'd never heard of, dated 4 days earlier. Mark lived in a 4th-floor walk-up in Park Slope, the kind of place that attracted struggling journalists and artists who didn't mind the lack of an elevator or the temperamental heating. He'd been working from home that day, following up on sources for an article about municipal corruption in Newark. When the package arrived, delivered by a postal worker who had to buzz repeatedly because Mark was wearing headphones, he signed for it without thinking much about it. Packages weren't unusual. Review copies of books, documents from sources, the occasional gift from his mother who still worried he wasn't eating properly. But when he saw Emily's handwriting, his stomach dropped. He set the package on his small kitchen table and just stared at it for several minutes. Emily wouldn't have mailed him something without mentioning it. They'd exchanged emails just 3 weeks ago. A casual conversation about a paper she was working on. She'd seemed fine, excited about her research, no indication that anything was wrong. Mark opened the package carefully. Inside was a USB drive. A handwritten note folded around it, and a photocopy of what looked like an old newspaper article. The text in Spanish, the paper yellowed and aged. The note was brief, written in Emily's neat script. Mark, if you're reading this, I'm either being paranoid or I'm in serious trouble. Either way, you need to see what's on this drive. Look into Operation High Jump. Look into why 12 countries banned everyone from Antarctica right after Bird came back. This is bigger than anything I've ever seen. I've included my encryption key using our old system. You'll remember. Be careful. Destroy this note after you read it. Emily. Mark read the note 3 times, his journalist mind already cataloguing questions. Why was she being cryptic? What had she found? And why did she feel the need to tell him to destroy the note? He looked up Emily's name on his phone, searching for news. That's when he found the missing person report, posted by the Boulder Police Department just 2 days earlier. Emily Vance, geologist, 34 years old, last seen leaving her office at the University of Colorado 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks. She'd mailed this package before disappearing, which meant she'd known something was about to happen. She'd prepared for it. Mark's hands were shaking slightly as he picked up the USB drive. It was a standard thumb drive, unmarked, the kind you could buy at any electronics store. He turned on his laptop and hesitated for just a moment before plugging it in. The drive appeared on his desktop, showing a single encrypted folder. The encryption was serious, military-grade stuff, not something you'd use to protect casual files. Emily's note mentioned their old system, an inside joke from graduate school about how to create memorable passwords. They'd both been fans of an obscure science fiction novel from the 1980s, and they'd developed a method of creating codes based on chapter numbers and character names from that book. It took Mark 15 minutes to work out the password, trying different combinations until the encryption unlocked. When it did, he found himself looking at dozens of files organised in careful folders. Satellite images, declassified documents, research notes, historical records, and one folder simply labelled Evidence. Mark clicked on the research notes folder first. Emily had been methodical, documenting everything she'd found with timestamps, sources, her own analysis. The first document was dated January 19th, 2013, titled simply Queen Maud Land Anomaly, Initial Observations. He started reading, and as he did, the world outside his Brooklyn apartment seemed to fall away. But first, he needed to understand the official story, the history everyone thinks they know. In August of 1946, just 1 year after the end of World War II, the United States Navy launched the largest expedition to Antarctica in history. Called Operation High Jump, it involved over 4,000 personnel, 13 ships including an aircraft carrier and a submarine, and numerous aircraft. The fleet included some of the Navy's most advanced vessels, fresh from victory in the Pacific. The official mission, as stated in Navy documents, was to establish a permanent US presence on the continent, conduct scientific research, and test equipment in extreme cold weather conditions. Personnel training for cold weather operations was listed as a secondary objective, presumably to prepare for potential conflicts in Arctic regions. On paper, it made sense. The world was entering the Cold War. The Arctic and Antarctic regions might become strategically important. Testing equipment and training personnel in polar conditions seemed like reasonable military planning. But the scale of the operation was unprecedented. No country had ever sent such a massive force to Antarctica. For comparison, most Antarctic expeditions of that era consisted of a few dozen people at most, a single ship, maybe a few aircraft for reconnaissance. Operation High Jump looked less like a research expedition and more like a military invasion. The operation was led by Rear Admiral Richard Byrd, already famous for his polar explorations. Byrd had flown over the North Pole in 1926 and over the South Pole in 1929. He was celebrated, trusted, the kind of man whose reports would be taken at face value by both the military and the public. The expedition departed Norfolk, Virginia in early December of 1946. They arrived in Antarctica in January of 1947, during the Antarctic summer when the weather was most favourable. The plan was to spend 6 to 8 months mapping the continent, establishing research stations and conducting their various official objectives. But something went wrong. Operation High Jump was terminated abruptly in late February, after just 8 weeks in Antarctica. The fleet withdrew rapidly, leaving equipment behind, abandoning planned research stations half-built. Official Navy records provide no clear explanation for the early termination. Some documents cite unexpected weather conditions, which makes little sense given that they arrived during summer, the best time for Antarctic operations. Other records simply note that the mission objectives had been sufficiently accomplished, despite the fact that most of the planned work remained unfinished. Personnel who served on Operation High Jump were reportedly debriefed extensively upon their return. Many were required to sign non-disclosure agreements, unusual for what was supposed to be a scientific research mission. And then there was Admiral Byrd's stop in Chile. Before returning to the United States, Byrd's ship docked in Valparaiso, Chile. On March 5th, 1947, he gave an interview to El Mercurio, one of Chile's most prominent newspapers. The reporter was a man named Lee Van Atta, an experienced journalist who specialised in military affairs. According to the published article, Byrd made a statement that would haunt conspiracy researchers for decades. The Admiral stated that he did not want to scare anyone, but the bitter reality was that in the case of a new war, the United States would be attacked by aircraft that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds. Read that again. Aircraft that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds. This was 1947. Jet aircraft were still new technology. The sound barrier hadn't been broken yet. The idea of aircraft that could travel from the South Pole to the North Pole at high speed was far beyond anything in the known capabilities of any military in the world. What kind of bitter reality had Byrd encountered in Antarctica that would make him warn of such a threat? The El Mercurio article was published in Chile and picked up by a few South American papers, but it never appeared in any American newspaper. Not in the New York Times, not in the Washington Post, not in any of the major outlets that normally covered stories involving famous military figures and potential threats to national security. The interview was effectively buried, forgotten by mainstream history, remembered only by those who kept asking uncomfortable questions about what really happened during Operation High Jump. Mark found a scanned copy of the original El Mercurio article in Emily's files. She'd included a translation and notes about how difficult it had been to verify the quote. How many researchers had dismissed it as mistranslation or sensationalism? But Emily had tracked down other sources. A radio interview Byrd gave to a Texas station shortly after returning, in which he spoke vaguely about mysteries at the poles before being cut off. An internal Navy memo, partially declassified, that referenced Operation High Jump encountering unexpected resistance, and recommended further investigation with appropriate military support. Unexpected resistance in Antarctica, where the only inhabitants were penguins and seals. Mark added this to his growing list of questions, and then he moved on to what happened next, because the timeline was crucial. Then came December of 1959, 12 years after Operation High Jump, 12 years after Admiral Byrd's cryptic warnings. Representatives from 12 nations gathered in Washington to sign what would become one of the most unusual international agreements in human history, the Antarctica Treaty. The 12 original signatories were the United States, the Soviet Union, the United Kingdom, France, Norway, Belgium, Japan, South Africa, Argentina, Chile, Australia and New Zealand. These weren't random countries. They were the major powers of the era, including nations that had territorial claims in Antarctica dating back decades. The treaty contained several provisions that seemed, on the surface, admirably progressive. It declared Antarctica a zone of peace. It banned military activity on the continent. It prohibited nuclear testing and the disposal of radioactive waste. It suspended all territorial claims. It banned mineral mining and commercial exploitation. And it established that Antarctica would be used only for peaceful scientific research, with findings shared openly among all nations. It sounds wonderful, doesn't it? A continent dedicated to science and peace, protected from the greed and violence that plague the rest of the world. But consider the context. This was 1959. The Cold War was at its peak. The United States and Soviet Union were locked in an ideological struggle that would dominate global politics for the next 3 decades. They maintained massive military forces aimed at each other. They competed viciously for influence in every corner of the globe. They built nuclear arsenals capable of destroying civilization multiple times over. These were nations that couldn't agree on anything. They fought proxy wars in Korea, in Vietnam, in Africa, in South America. Every resource, every strategic position, every potential advantage was contested. And yet, when it came to Antarctica, they came together with a spirit of cooperation that existed nowhere else on Earth. Think about what they agreed to give up. Antarctica is approximately 14 million square kilometres. For context, that's larger than Europe, nearly twice the size of Australia, bigger than the United States and Mexico combined. It's the 5th largest continent on Earth. It contains roughly 30 million cubic kilometres of ice, representing about 70% of the world's fresh water. In an era when water scarcity was already becoming a global concern, this alone should have made Antarctica incredibly valuable. Geological surveys, even the limited ones conducted before the treaty, indicated vast deposits of coal, iron ore, copper, gold and rare earth elements. The seas around Antarctica are rich with fish and other marine life. Oil deposits in the continental shelf could potentially rival those in the Middle East. By any rational calculation, Antarctica should have been divided up, exploited, fought over. Nations should have been rushing to claim territory, establish bases, extract resources before their rivals could. Instead, they all agreed to leave it alone. The treaty went into effect in June of 1961 and remains in force today. More countries have signed on over the years, bringing the total to over 50 nations. It's been amended and expanded, most notably with the Protocol on Environmental Protection added in 1991, which indefinitely banned mining and oil exploration. But the core principle has never changed. Antarctica belongs to no one and everyone. It is not to be touched except for carefully monitored scientific research. And here's the most remarkable thing. The treaty has never been violated. Not once. Not by any major power. During the Cold War, both superpowers maintained bases in Antarctica, sometimes just a few kilometres apart. Soviet and American personnel were working in close proximity, in one of the most remote and hostile environments on Earth. If either side had wanted to conduct secret military research, to test weapons, to hide nuclear materials, Antarctica would have been the perfect place. Isolated, difficult to monitor, far from prying eyes. But they didn't. Or if they did, both sides tacitly agreed never to call each other out on it. Mark found a declassified CIA memo from 1974 in Emily's files. It was an assessment of Soviet activities in Antarctica, analysing whether they were complying with the treaty. The conclusion was that, as far as intelligence could determine, the Soviets were conducting only legitimate scientific research. The memo noted this as unusual given Soviet behaviour in other international agreements and recommended continued monitoring. Emily had highlighted one line in particular. Soviet compliance with Antarctica treaty provisions exceeds their compliance with any other international agreement, including nuclear test ban treaties and weapons reduction protocols. Reason for this disparity remains unclear. Even the CIA, with all its resources and expertise in Soviet behaviour, couldn't understand why the Russians were so scrupulous about following the Antarctica Treaty, unless there was something in Antarctica that both sides wanted to keep hidden. something more important than strategic advantage or resource exploitation, something that made cooperation not just preferable, but absolutely necessary. Mark leaned back in his chair, rubbing his eyes. He'd been reading for hours, and the implications of what he was discovering were overwhelming. The official history of Antarctica made no sense when you actually examined it. The pieces didn't fit. The motivations were wrong. The behaviour of governments was inexplicable, unless you assumed they knew something they weren't telling anyone. Between 1955 and 1958, something called Operation Deep Freeze established permanent American bases on the continent. McMurdo Station, Byrd Station, Amundsen Scott South Pole Station. These weren't temporary research camps. They were permanent installations, built at enormous expense in some of the most inhospitable conditions on Earth. The official reason was scientific research, to study ice cores, climate patterns, the upper atmosphere. But construction crews who worked on these bases would later tell stories that didn't quite add up. Stories about being restricted from certain areas, about equipment being brought in that had nothing to do with weather stations or research labs, about sections of the bases that they weren't allowed to build that were constructed later by military personnel with high-level security clearance. Mark read through all of this, the official history, and started noting the things that didn't make sense. The questions that should have been asked but never were. Why did Operation High Jump end so abruptly? Why did Admiral Byrd talk about an enemy that could fly from pole to pole? Why did the entire world agree to leave Antarctica alone? And most importantly, why did Emily Vance disappear after seeing something in satellite data from Queen Maud Land? The answers, Mark would discover, were all connected, and they were all buried under the ice. The part, they don't tell us Mark's investigation led him first to the Nazis, not because he wanted to wade into that particular conspiracy theory swamp, but because the evidence kept pointing there, and Emily's files contained information that was difficult to dismiss. Between the late 1930s and 1945, during some of the most desperate years of the war, Nazi Germany sent multiple expeditions to Antarctica, specifically to a region of Queen Maud Land that they claimed and named Neuschwabenland, or New Swabia. This isn't disputed history. The photographs exist in German archives, in Norwegian collections, in museums that document the era. Images of German ships in Antarctic waters, German planes with swastikas on their tails, photographed from the air during survey flights, and most tellingly, photographs of planes dropping metallic rods into the Antarctic ice, each rod marked with a swastika flag. The official explanation, both from Nazi records and from historians who later studied the expeditions, was that these were territorial claim markers. Germany was staking its claim to a portion of Antarctica, establishing sovereignty that could be recognised under international law. But why? Germany in the late 1930s was preparing for war. Resources were being mobilised. The military was expanding. Every ship, every plane, every kilogram of fuel and metal was precious. The Nazi regime was building tanks and submarines and fighter aircraft as fast as their factories could produce them. Yet they diverted significant resources, repeatedly, to send expeditions to one of the most remote and hostile places on Earth. A frozen wasteland thousands of kilometres from Germany, offering no obvious strategic value, no resources that couldn't be more easily obtained elsewhere. The first major German expedition left Hamburg in December of 1938 aboard the ship Schwabenland. The expedition was led by Captain Alfred Richer and included a team of scientists, military personnel and 2 flying boats designed for long-range maritime reconnaissance. They arrived in Antarctica in January of 1939 and spent several weeks surveying an area of roughly 600,000 square kilometres. The flying boats took over 11,000 photographs, creating the most detailed maps of that region that had ever been produced. And they dropped those flagged rods, lots of them, scattered across Queen Maud Land, claiming the territory for the Third Reich. Germany never did anything with that territory, never established bases there, never sent settlers or scientists for extended stays. The claim was noted by other nations and largely ignored. When the Antarctica Treaty was signed in 1959, all territorial claims, including Germany's, were suspended. So why go to all that trouble? Mark found speculation in Emily's files. Articles from conspiracy theory websites, blog posts, forum discussions. Most of it was wild speculation, easily dismissible. Stories about secret Nazi bases, about Hitler escaping to Antarctica after the war, about flying saucers and secret technology. The usual noise that obscures any attempt to find real answers. But Emily had also found something else. Testimony from people who'd been there. In 1978, a man named Hans Meyer gave an interview to a German magazine. Meyer had been a junior officer on the Schwabenland expedition, barely 20 years old at the time, and he'd kept quiet about his experiences for nearly 40 years. According to Meyer, the expedition's true purpose wasn't just to map the coastline, they were looking for something specific. Thermal vents in the ice that might indicate geothermal activity below, areas where the ice was thinner or where there were signs of cavern systems underneath. And they found them. Meyer claimed that the flying boats had detected several areas where the ice showed unusual characteristics. Discoloration that suggested melting and refreezing, temperature variations visible in the snowpack, and in one location, what appeared to be an opening in the ice, a natural shaft descending into darkness. The expedition had neither the time nor the equipment to explore these findings thoroughly. They documented the locations, took photographs and measurements, and returned to Germany with their data. Meyer suggested in the interview that follow-up expeditions had been planned, expeditions that would have brought drilling equipment and cave exploration gear. But then the war started, and whatever the Nazis might have found in Antarctica became secondary to the immediate struggle for survival and conquest. The interview was published in a small circulation magazine and largely forgotten. Emily had tracked down a copy and included a translation in her files. Mark found corroborating evidence in unexpected places. Norwegian archives contained reports from whalers and explorers who had encountered German activity in Antarctica during this period. Some mentioned German ships in areas far from the known expedition routes. Others reported seeing German aircraft over inland regions, far from the coast, where no logical reason existed for their presence. One Norwegian report dated March of 1939 described encountering a German base camp deep in the interior of Queen Maud Land. The Norwegians had been conducting their own survey work and stumbled upon the camp unexpectedly. According to their report, the Germans were hostile, ordering the Norwegians to leave immediately, threatening to confiscate their equipment if they didn't comply. Base camps require substantial resources to establish and maintain. You don't set them up unless you're planning extended operations in an area. What were the Germans doing so far inland, in conditions that would have been brutally difficult even by Antarctic standards? The Norwegian report was filed with their government and apparently shared with the British. No diplomatic protest was lodged. No demands for explanation were made. The incident was simply noted and forgotten. And then there was the question of what happened during the war itself. Mark found fragmentary evidence, nothing conclusive but suggestive. Supply ships leaving German-held ports in Norway during the early years of the war, ostensibly heading for U-boat patrols in the South Atlantic. But some of them took routes and carried supplies that didn't quite match submarine resupply missions. Submarines themselves, toward the end of the war, embarking on long-duration patrols to the South Atlantic and not returning for months. Several U-boats that left German ports in late 1944 and early 1945 were never accounted for, listed as lost to enemy action or scuttled, but no wreckage was ever found. And then, in May of 1945, after Germany surrendered, 2 German submarines surfaced in Argentine ports, U-530 and U-977. They surrendered to Argentine authorities months after the war in Europe had ended. The submarines had been at sea for months, far longer than standard patrol durations. Their crews were tight-lipped about where they'd been. Argentine authorities turned them over to American control, and the submarines were eventually scuttled. Whatever secrets they carried went down with them. This could all be coincidence. Submarines getting lost, captains trying to avoid capture, the chaos of a collapsing regime leading to confusion and poor record-keeping. Or it could mean that Nazi Germany maintained some kind of presence in Antarctica during the war years. Nothing massive, probably nothing that significantly affected the war effort, but something they considered important enough to continue supporting, even as their nation was being destroyed. And if the Nazis had found something in Antarctica, something that made them continue those expensive, dangerous expeditions even during wartime, then it would explain why the Americans sent such a massive force to the same region just 1 year after the war ended. Operation High Jump wasn't just a research expedition. It was a search and clean-up operation, finding and securing whatever the Nazis had discovered. And based on Admiral Byrd's cryptic warnings about aircraft that could fly from pole to pole, what they found wasn't just hidden Nazi bases or abandoned equipment. They found something much worse. Mark dug deeper into the timeline. Operation High Jump ended in February 1947. The Roswell incident occurred in July of that same year. The Air Force became an independent branch of the military in September, and Project Sign, the first official Air Force investigation into unidentified flying objects, began in 1948. The National Security Act was passed in 1947, creating the CIA. A lot of things changed in 1947, right after Byrd came back from Antarctica. But the most interesting thing Mark found was in Project Blue Book, the Air Force's official investigation into UFO sightings from 1952 to 1969. Blue Book collected reports from all over the world. Sightings were documented from every continent, every climate, every type of terrain. Thousands of reports over 17 years, except from Antarctica. Not a single Blue Book entry comes from Antarctica. Not one report from any of the research stations, from any of the pilots flying over the continent, from any of the support personnel stationed there. For a period when UFO sightings were being reported globally with increasing frequency, the complete absence of any reports from Antarctica is statistically impossible, unless those reports existed but were filed somewhere else. Mark found a taped interview from 1978 with a former Blue Book archivist named James Harder. In it, Harder says something that would become crucial to Mark's investigation. We weren't allowed to file polar sightings. They went somewhere else, separate chain of custody. I asked about it once and was told in no uncertain terms to never ask again. Somewhere else. A separate program, more classified than Blue Book, specifically for Antarctic incidents. Mark started to realise that the cover-up wasn't just about one expedition or one discovery. It was systemic, spanning decades, involving multiple countries and multiple levels of government. Whatever was in Antarctica was important enough to change how the entire world operated. Modern discoveries. They can't explain. Emily's USB drive contained something Mark found particularly compelling. A folder titled Modern Anomalies, filled with news articles, scientific papers, and internal documents that she'd somehow acquired. The first file in the Modern Anomalies folder concerned Lake Vostok, and as Mark read through Emily's research, he began to understand why she had become so convinced that something was being hidden. Lake Vostok is one of the largest subglacial lakes on Earth, roughly the size of Lake Ontario. It sits beneath Vostok Station, a Russian research base in East Antarctica, one of the most remote and inhospitable places on the planet. The lake itself is buried under more than 3.5 kilometres of ice. Scientists had known about the lake's existence since the 1970s, when radar surveys first detected the massive body of liquid water hidden beneath the ice. But it wasn't until the 1990s that they began to understand just how remarkable Lake Vostok really was. The lake had been sealed off from the surface for at least 15 million years, possibly much longer. It existed in complete darkness, under immense pressure from the weight of the ice above. The water was kept liquid by a combination of pressure, geothermal heat from below, and the insulating effect of the ice sheet. This meant that Lake Vostok was potentially one of the most isolated and pristine environments on Earth. If life existed there, it would have evolved separately from the rest of the biosphere for millions of years. The potential scientific value was enormous. It could tell us about ancient climate conditions, about the limits of life in extreme environments, about evolution in isolation. International teams began planning how to reach the lake without contaminating it. The Russians had been drilling at Vostok Station since the 1970s, taking ice cores for climate research. By the late 1990s, they were getting close to the lake itself. And then they found something unexpected. In 2001, as the drill approached the lake, instruments detected a magnetic anomaly. Not in the water, but beneath the lake bed. Something metallic, massive, and completely out of place. Geophysicist Michael Studinger, working on the project, was quoted in a scientific journal as saying, "We don't know what it is. It shouldn't be there." The anomaly was huge, roughly the size of Manhattan. The magnetic reading suggested it was composed primarily of metal, but the composition didn't match any known natural formations. It wasn't iron ore, wasn't magnetic minerals concentrated by geological processes. And it was in a pattern, not a random deposit, but structured, organised. Emily's files contained the original magnetic survey data, presumably obtained from a source she never named. Mark looked at the images, the false colour representations of the magnetic readings, and felt a chill despite the warmth of his apartment. The central anomaly showed a roughly circular shape, but with irregular extensions radiating outward in what looked almost like corridors or passages. Surrounding it, at precise intervals, were 6 smaller anomalies. The pattern was too regular, too geometric. Natural geology doesn't work that way. Ore deposits don't arrange themselves in perfect circles with smaller deposits positioned at equal intervals around them. Nature produces chaos, irregularity, organic shapes. This looked designed. The Russian team halted drilling approximately 130 metres above the lake. Officially, this was to avoid contamination, to give time to develop better procedures for breaching the lake without introducing surface microbes. But drilling never resumed. The project was abandoned. The site was closed. Vostok Station continued to operate, but the drilling program, which had been running for over 30 years, simply stopped. Emily had found communications between American and European scientists urging the Russians to continue. The potential discoveries were too important. New sterilization techniques had been developed. The risk of contamination could be managed, but the Russian Academy of Sciences refused, and according to one intercepted communication that Emily had somehow acquired, they did so under direct pressure from the Kremlin, which had itself been pressured by the US State Department. Mark found a memo from the National Science Foundation, partially redacted, discussing the Vostok situation. The visible portions referenced strategic considerations and international security concerns, and recommended that American scientists cease publicly advocating for continued drilling. Strategic considerations for a lake that had been isolated for millions of years. What strategic concerns could possibly apply? Unless someone knew what was down there, and knew that reaching it would be dangerous. Not scientifically dangerous, not environmentally risky, but dangerous in ways that justified high-level government intervention. Emily had included a timeline in her notes. The magnetic anomaly was detected in 2001. By 2003, all discussion of drilling to the lake had ceased in official scientific publications. By 2005, funding for the Vostok drilling project had been officially terminated. And then, in 2012, the Russians announced they had reached the lake after all. A brief media celebration, claims of scientific achievement, promises of discoveries to come, but no discoveries were ever announced. No papers published about what they'd found. The Russian team released a statement saying the water samples had been contaminated during extraction and were useless for analysis. Mark didn't buy it. Neither had Emily. Drilling teams don't work for over 3 decades to reach a unique environment and then contaminate their first samples through careless handling. These were experienced scientists and engineers. They would have taken every precaution. More likely, they found something in those samples, something that made them realise the lake was better left unexplored, or something that confirmed what the magnetic surveys had suggested, that beneath Lake Vostok, buried under ice and water and sediment, was something that shouldn't be there, something that called into question everything we thought we knew about our planet's history. The second file concerned the Pyramid Mountains. In 2012, satellite imagery of the Ellsworth Range in Antarctica went viral on conspiracy theory websites. The images showed 3 mountain peaks arranged in a nearly perfect line, each one pyramid-shaped, with smooth faces and sharp angles. Government geologists quickly released statements calling them natural formations, weathered by wind and ice into coincidentally pyramid-like shapes. But independent researchers ran the numbers. The alignment was too precise, the angles too similar. The probability of 3 mountains weathering into identical pyramid shapes and arranging themselves in a perfect line was astronomically low. Emily had included thermal scans of the area. The Pyramid Mountains showed different heat signatures than the surrounding peaks. Not dramatically different, but measurable. Enough to suggest that they were either composed of different material, or there was something beneath them generating trace amounts of heat. The third file was the one that made Mark's hands shake as he read it. November 8th, 2016. Election Day in the United States. One of the most contentious, watched, and important political days in modern American history. On that day, Secretary of State John Kerry got on a plane and flew to Antarctica. The trip was sudden and unexpected. Kerry's public schedule had shown him in New Zealand, attending conferences on environmental policy. But on November 8th, he diverted to McMurdo Station. The official explanation, given days later, was that Kerry wanted to see the effects of climate change firsthand and meet with scientists studying ice loss on Election Day. During a race that could determine the future of American climate policy, instead of being in Washington or appearing on news programs or making calls to key states, the Secretary of State was at McMurdo Station. Mark found the internal travel logs. Emily had gotten them from a source she never named, someone inside the State Department who apparently trusted her enough to leak classified itineraries. Kerry didn't just visit McMurdo Station. His team travelled to the Dry Valleys, a region of Antarctica so arid that no ice or snow accumulates, and then they travelled to a third location, listed only as Ross Ice Shelf Restricted Zone 7. There was no public information about Restricted Zone 7. No scientific papers mentioned it. No photographs existed. It was a blank spot, administratively existing but practically invisible. What could be important enough to pull a Secretary of State away from his duties on one of the most important days in American politics? Mark added this to the growing list of questions that shouldn't have answers, but clearly did. The journalist who finds the thread for 3 months. Mark Kelton pursued the story carefully. He was a good journalist, and good journalists know when they're chasing something that could get them killed. Emily's disappearance had taught him that. He reached out to sources carefully, never revealing the full scope of what he knew. He filed Freedom of Information Act requests for documents that seemed tangentially related, hoping to find breadcrumbs that might lead somewhere useful. Most of his requests were denied or returned so heavily, redacted as to be useless. But a few came back with information that helped him piece together the larger picture. One document, a declassified internal memo from the United States Antarctic Research Program, dated 1983, mentioned something called ancient thermal cavities and subglacial habitability protocols. The memo was 3 pages long, but 2.5 of those pages were blacked out. What remained was tantalizing and terrifying. The visible text read, "Following survey results from Mount Erebus excavation, recommend implementation of Quarantine Protocol 12 for all future subsurface exploration. Temperature measurements consistent with engineered heat sources. Further investigation suspended per international agreement. Engineered heat sources. Not geothermal, not volcanic, engineered. Mark spent weeks trying to find more information about what happened at Mount Erebus, the active volcano in Antarctica, in the early 1980s. He found scattered references to American and New Zealand teams conducting research there, but nothing about excavations or discoveries or anything being sealed off. Until he found a retired geologist named Patricia Winters, who had worked on the Mount Erebus project in 1982. They met in a coffee shop in Seattle. Patricia was in her 70s now, retired from the University of Washington, and initially reluctant to talk. But Mark had learned how to earn trust, and after their second meeting she started to open up. "We found caves," Patricia told him, her voice quiet. 3 of them, leading down into the rock beneath the volcano. The temperature inside was wrong, too warm, even accounting for geothermal activity, and the walls, they were too smooth in places, not carved, not natural erosion, something else. "What happened?" Mark asked. "Military showed up, said we were done, sealed the caves with explosives and concrete. We were told to sign non-disclosure agreements and never talk about what we'd seen. Most of us complied. What choice did we have?" "But you're telling me now?" Patricia looked out the window at the Seattle rain. "I'm old. I've kept this secret for over 30 years. Emily Vance's disappearance was in the news. I recognised her name from the Antarctic research community. If they're disappearing people, if they're still covering this up, maybe it's time someone knew the truth." She leaned forward. "Those caves weren't natural, Mark, and whatever heated them wasn't from our world." The missing Norwegian expedition. Mark's investigation kept leading him back to 1959, the year the Antarctica Treaty was signed. It was clearly a pivotal year, the moment when the world decided collectively to lock down the continent. What happened that year to prompt such an unprecedented agreement? He found the answer in a nearly forgotten incident that had been reported briefly at the time, and then vanished from public discussion. In June of 1959, a Norwegian research expedition of 8 scientists and support personnel travelled to Queen Maud Land to study ice cores and glacial movement. They were experienced, well-equipped, and supported by the Norwegian Polar Institute. After 3 weeks of radio silence, which wasn't unusual given the remote location and unreliable communications of the era, the Norwegian government requested an international search effort. The Americans, the British and the Soviets all sent search teams. They found the Norwegians' base camp intact. Equipment was in place, supplies were untouched, the radio was functional, but the 8 team members had vanished. No bodies, no signs of struggle, no indication of where they had gone or what had happened to them. The search teams found only one thing: a recording on the base camp's logging tape, a voice note that was part of their daily documentation routine. The recording, made by expedition leader Harold Svensson, said, "We found the opening. It's real." And then nothing. The tape recorder had continued running for several more hours, capturing only ambient wind and the occasional crack of shifting ice. The Norwegian government filed an official inquiry. It went nowhere. The incident was classified as an unexplained disappearance, attributed to the harsh Antarctic conditions, though this explanation made no sense given the state of the camp. Not a single country demanded further investigation. The incident was quietly forgotten. 6 months later, those same countries signed the Antarctica Treaty. Mark found this pattern again and again. Something would happen in Antarctica, something that should have sparked international outrage or at least curiosity, and instead there would be silence. Coordinated, deliberate silence. The Soviet defector. Mark's breakthrough came from an unexpected source, through a connection that took weeks to establish and required careful navigation of international scientific networks. Through a contact at a Russian scientific journal, a researcher who had published some of Emily's work years earlier, he learned about Anatoly Semyonov, a retired geologist who had worked at Vostok Station during the early 1980s, during some of the first deep drilling operations, before the project became heavily restricted and classified. Semyonov had immigrated to Canada in the mid-90s, part of the wave of Russian scientists who left after the Soviet Union collapsed and funding for research dried up. He was living quietly in Vancouver, working part-time as a consultant for mining companies, keeping his head down, staying out of the spotlight. It took Mark a month to track him down. Phone numbers that didn't work, addresses that led to empty apartments, false starts and dead ends. But Mark had learned patience during this investigation, and eventually he found the right connection through a mining company in British Columbia that had employed Semyonov as a geological consultant. The first phone call was brief. Anatoly was suspicious, guarded, unwilling to discuss his time in Antarctica. Mark explained that he was investigating the disappearance of a friend, that he had evidence suggesting Antarctic research was connected to her vanishing. He didn't push. He simply asked if they could meet just to talk. 3 days later, Anatoly called back and agreed to meet. They met at Anatoly's apartment, a small place in East Vancouver with a view of the harbour. The apartment was neat, sparse, the home of someone who had learned to live with very little. Books lined one wall, most in Russian, some in English. Scientific journals, geological surveys, the tools of a man who still loved the work even if he no longer did it professionally. Anatoly was in his 70s, thin and weathered, with the look of someone who had spent years in harsh conditions. His English was heavily accented but clear, precise in the way of scientists who had learned the language for their work. When Mark arrived, Anatoly made tea using an old samovar, a piece of Russia he'd brought with him across the world. They sat at a small table by the window, and for the first few minutes they talked about nothing important. The weather, Vancouver, the differences between Canadian and Russian winter. Then Anatoly studied Mark for a long time, his eyes sharp despite his age, evaluating. "You look like someone who has seen the documents but doesn't yet believe them," Anatoly said finally. "This is good. Skepticism keeps you alive. But you're here, which means part of you already knows the truth. You just need someone to confirm it." "What can you tell me about the Vostok anomaly?" Mark asked. Anatoly smiled without humour, an expression that suggested both sadness and relief, as if he'd been waiting decades for someone to ask the right questions. "Which one? There are 7. This stopped Mark cold. Everything he'd read, everything in Emily's files had only mentioned the single large anomaly detected in 2001. The Manhattan-sized magnetic signature that had made headlines in scientific circles before being quietly forgotten. "Tell me about all of them." Anatoly got up slowly, moved to a bookshelf and pulled out a worn notebook. He brought it back to the table and opened it to pages filled with hand-drawn diagrams, notes in Russian, calculations and measurements from decades ago. "We found the first anomaly in 1982, Anatoly said. "I was young then, 34 years old, part of the deep drilling team. We had instruments that could detect magnetic variations in the ice, crude by today's standards, but adequate. We found something metallic deep below us, beneath the lake bed. The instruments couldn't tell us much, just that it was there, and it was large." He pointed to a diagram in his notebook, a rough sketch showing depths and measurements. "We reported it to Moscow. They sent more scientists, better equipment. We mapped the anomaly more precisely, and then we found the others, 6 more anomalies, arranged in a perfect circle around the first one, each approximately half a kilometre across. The central one, the first one we detected, approximately 2 kilometres. Anatoly looked at Mark. "Do you understand what I'm telling you? Perfect circle, perfectly spaced, 7 objects arranged in a geometric pattern. Nature does not do this." "What did Moscow tell you to do?" "Nothing at first. We waited for instructions. We kept drilling, kept taking measurements, kept documenting everything. I thought we were on the edge of the greatest discovery in the history of geology, proof of something beneath the ice that would rewrite our understanding of the planet." Anatoly paused, sipped his tea, looked out at the harbour. "Then the Americans arrived, in the middle of Antarctic winter. You have to understand, nobody travels to Antarctica in winter. It's insane. The temperatures drop to 70 or 80 degrees below zero. Storms that can kill you in minutes. Aircraft can't fly safely. Ships can't navigate through the ice. But they came anyway. A US Air Force transport specially equipped for extreme cold. They landed at Vostok in June of 1982, in total darkness, in conditions that should have made landing impossible. They brought 3 scientists and 2 military officers. What did they want? They met with our team leader privately. I wasn't allowed in the meeting. None of us junior researchers were. But afterward, everything changed. We were told to stop drilling immediately, told to pack up the magnetic sensing equipment, told never to speak about what we'd found, not to each other, not in our reports, not to anyone. The Americans ordered you to stop. Anatoly shook his head. No, Moscow ordered us to stop, but they ordered us because the Americans asked them to. This was 1982, height of the Cold War. We were not friends. We were enemies, pointing nuclear weapons at each other, fighting proxy wars around the world. American and Soviet scientists sometimes cooperated on research, but having the US military show up at a Soviet base and make demands, that should have caused a diplomatic incident. Maybe worse. But it didn't. No, Moscow complied immediately, and over the next few weeks I understood why. Other researchers from America, from Britain, from France, they started arriving, all of them asking about our findings, all of them with the same message: stop investigating, the project was shut down, our team was split up, sent to different stations. We were all made to sign papers promising never to discuss what we'd found. Mark leaned forward. What do you think is down there? Anatoly opened his notebook to another page, showed Mark a more detailed diagram of the 7 anomalies. The pattern was unmistakable, a central object surrounded by 6 others in a perfect hexagonal arrangement. The anomalies are metal. We analysed the magnetic signatures as precisely as our equipment allowed. The composition doesn't match anything in our databases of earth minerals. Not iron, not nickel, not any combination of elements we know. And the pattern, the geometry, it's deliberate. This is not a natural formation. This is not ore deposits. This is a structure. How old? We took ice cores from directly above the central anomaly. The ice at that depth is ancient, over 1 million years old. Whatever is down there has been buried for at least that long, possibly much longer. The lake bed itself shows sediment layers suggesting the objects have been there for millions of years. Anatoly closed his notebook, held it for a moment as if weighing whether to continue. In 1985, I was reassigned to a different station, but before I left Vostok I spoke with the team leader who had met with the Americans. He was drunk, which was not unusual at Vostok. The isolation, the darkness, it made men drink. He told me something I have never forgotten. What did he say? He said the Americans brought photographs, satellite images from other parts of Antarctica, images showing similar magnetic anomalies, more circles, more geometric patterns. He said there are dozens of these sites across the continent, maybe more, all buried under ice, all carefully hidden, and he said the Americans told him that world governments had agreed in 1959, when they signed the Antarctica Treaty, that these sites would never be disturbed, never investigated, never revealed to the public. Anatoly looked at Mark with eyes that held decades of kept secrets, of knowledge that had eaten away at him all these years. "Why are you telling me this now?" Mark asked. "Because I'm dying. Cancer. Doctors say 6 months, maybe less. I've carried this secret my whole life. Kept quiet because I was afraid, because I had a family, because I wanted to live out my years in peace. But your friend, this woman who disappeared, if they killed her for getting too close to the truth, then the time for silence is over. What do you think is down there? Really?" Anatoly was quiet for a long moment, choosing his words carefully. "I think we are children playing in a house built by someone else. We've convinced ourselves that we built this house, that we're the first to live here. But the real architects left evidence of their work buried in the foundation. And that evidence terrifies those in power. Because it means everything we've been told about human history, about being the first civilization on Earth, about our place in the cosmos, all of it might be a lie. He tapped the notebook. The pattern under Vostok, those 7 objects in perfect geometric arrangement, they're not alone. According to what the Americans told my team leader, the entire continent is dotted with similar sites. Some small, some massive, all buried, all ancient, all suggesting that something built structures on Antarctica before the ice came, something that wasn't human. Mark felt the familiar chill, the vertigo of standing at the edge of something vast and unknowable. "Will you let me copy your notes?" he asked. Anatoly smiled sadly. "I was hoping you would ask. I made copies for you already." He reached under the table and pulled out a folder, handed it to Mark. Inside were photocopies of his notebook pages, decades of observations and measurements, preserved in the meticulous handwriting of a scientist who knew he was documenting something world-changing. "Be careful," Anatoly said. "Whatever is buried under Antarctica, governments have spent decades keeping it secret. They have killed to protect this secret. Your friend learned that. Don't let her death be meaningless." Mark left Vancouver with Anatoly's notes, understanding that he now held evidence that could change everything. But evidence was useless if no one would listen. Evidence could be dismissed, debunked, hidden again. He needed to find the actual sites. He needed proof that couldn't be denied, and that meant going to Antarctica himself. The Queen moored land architecture. Armed with Anatoly's information and Emily's files, Mark spent months analysing everything he could find about Queen moored land. The region was roughly the size of Spain, claimed by Norway but never developed, never exploited despite its potential resources. Why? He found his answer in ground-penetrating radar data from a Norwegian survey conducted in 2007. The data was public, part of the International Polar Year research initiatives, but it had been processed and simplified for publication. Emily had obtained the raw data. Mark didn't ask how. When he overlaid the raw radar scans with thermal satellite imagery and historical photographs going back to the 1940s, a pattern emerged that made his stomach drop. The mountain range in Queen moored land wasn't entirely natural. Beneath the peaks, the radar showed straight lines, perfect angles, corridors that connected for kilometres underground. And beneath it all, approximately 3 kilometres under the ice, was a massive hexagonal structure. Each side of the hexagon measured roughly 5 kilometres. Perfect geometry, too precise to be natural formation. Natural geological processes don't create hexagons. Wind erosion, water flow, tectonic pressure, all of these create organic, irregular shapes. Nature abhors straight lines and loves chaos. But here, buried under millions of tons of ice, preserved in the frozen darkness for potentially thousands or millions of years, was architecture. Mark created a 3-dimensional model using the data, plotting the structure in relation to the surface features above it. The hexagon sat at the centre of the mountain range, perfectly positioned. The caves and thermal anomalies that various teams had discovered over the decades all connected to it, forming a network that radiated outward like spokes on a wheel. This wasn't a random discovery. This was a complex, planned structure, and someone had known about it, or at least suspected it, since at least the 1940s, since Admiral Byrd, since the Nazis. Emily's final note. Mark had been through Emily's files dozens of times, but he decided to do a forensic analysis of her laptop's hard drive, searching for anything she might have written and deleted, any fragments of information that might have been automatically saved. In the temporary files folder, he found an email draft that had never been sent. It had been auto-saved by her email program the day before she disappeared. The recipient field was blank. She'd been writing it, but hadn't decided who to send it to yet. Or maybe she realised before finishing that sending it would be dangerous. The email read, "I don't know who I can trust with this information, but I can't keep it to myself anymore. The satellite data is conclusive. There's something under the ice in Queen Maud Land. Something massive. And it's not natural. I've cross-referenced everything I can find. The thermal signatures, the geometric patterns, the historical expeditions. They all point to the same conclusion. It's not human. Whatever built this came long before us. Long before any civilization we have records of. And the world governments have known about it since at least the 1940s. That's what Operation High Jump was really about. That's why the Antarctica Treaty exists. That's why no one is allowed to explore freely. They're not protecting resources. They're protecting a secret. The secret that we weren't first. I'm going to release this. I have to. This is too important to keep hidden. But I need to be careful. I need to make sure the data gets to enough people that they can't suppress it all. If you're reading this and I'm not around to explain it further, please follow the evidence. It's all there. You just have to be willing to see it. The email ended there, incomplete, unsent. Mark saved a copy and encrypted it, along with everything else he'd gathered. He created multiple backups and distributed them to people he trusted, with instructions to release everything if anything happened to him. He was getting close to something. He could feel it. And he suspected that feeling was exactly what Emily had felt in those last days before she vanished. The greatest secret treaty never declared. The final piece of Mark's investigation came from an unlikely source, a retired State Department official named Margaret Chen, who had worked in the Bureau of Oceans and International Environmental and Scientific Affairs during the Reagan administration. Margaret reached out to Mark after reading one of his carefully worded articles about Antarctic anomalies in an online investigative journalism platform. She said she had information that might interest him. They met in Washington, in a public place. Busy. Restaurant, midday crowd. Margaret was in her 80s, sharp-minded and direct. "You're asking the right questions," she told Mark, "but you're not going to find official documentation of what you're looking for. It doesn't exist in any archive or filing system." "What am I looking for?" "Protocol 12. Though it's never been called that officially. There's no treaty text, no signed document, no memorandum of understanding. It's an arrangement between the major powers, an understanding that gets passed down from one administration to the next, one government to the next." "What does Protocol 12 say?" Margaret leaned back in her chair. "I only know what I was told when I was read into certain Antarctic oversight responsibilities. The protocol has one purpose: prevent disturbance of subsurface structures, full suppression of all anomalies, absolute denial of anything that doesn't fit the official narrative. Why? I was never told why, just that it was essential to global stability. That knowledge of what's under the ice could destabilize governments, religions, our entire understanding of human history, that it was better to keep it buried. What is under the ice? I don't know the details. I only handled diplomatic coordination, making sure all parties stayed committed to the arrangement. But I can tell you this, every major government knows something is there. They've all agreed to keep it secret, and they've all agreed that anyone who threatens to reveal the secret becomes a problem that needs to be solved." Margaret looked at Mark with something like pity. "You should stop. Whatever you think you're going to accomplish by exposing this, it's not worth your life." But Mark had gone too far to stop now. Emily deserved justice, or at least the truth. And if what he suspected was real, humanity deserved to know. The final revelation. In June of 2021, Mark Kelton flew to Chile. He had arranged, through carefully cultivated contacts, to join a private expedition to Antarctica launching from Punta Arenas. Not a government operation, not affiliated with any official research program. A wealthy entrepreneur who wanted to see the continent and had the money to make it happen. Mark planned to use the cover of this expedition to reach Queen Maud Land. He had GPS coordinates from Emily's files, locations where the thermal signatures were strongest, where the structure beneath the ice came closest to the surface. He didn't tell anyone exactly what he was planning, but he had prepared. He had distributed his files. He had written detailed instructions for publication if he didn't return. Mark checked into a hotel in Punta Arenas on June 15th. He met with his expedition contact on June 16th. On June 17th, he disappeared. His room was empty. His belongings were gone. Hotel staff said he had checked out normally, but there was no record of him boarding any flight or ship. His credit cards stopped being used. His phone went dead. Mark Kelton vanished as completely as Emily Vance had, but Mark had taken precautions. A week after his disappearance, his younger brother Alex received a package. It had been mailed from Punta Arenas on June 16th, the day before Mark vanished. Inside was a notebook filled with Mark's handwriting, observations, theories, names and dates, and on the last pages, something else. GPS coordinates, precise locations in Queen Maud Land, a warning written in Mark's neat script. They didn't hide Antarctica because of resources, they hid it because the first civilization wasn't ours. And on the final page, a hand-drawn sketch. Mark had copied it from some source, probably Emily's files or something he'd discovered in his investigation. The sketch showed a massive hexagonal structure, drawn in cross-section, as if viewed from the side. The hexagon was buried under layers representing ice, depth markers indicating approximately 3 kilometres down. Inside the hexagon, Mark had drawn what looked like a cityscape. Towers, corridors, geometric shapes that could be buildings or could be something else entirely. And at the bottom of the sketch he had drawn symbols. The symbols looked like writing, but not in any language Alex recognised. Not human language. The characters were too angular, too precise, mathematical almost. And beneath them, Mark had written 3 words in English. Older than us. Alex Kelton sat in his apartment in Brooklyn holding his brother's notebook, looking at that final sketch, and realised that Mark had found something that humanity wasn't supposed to know. Something buried under the ice. Something waiting. The notebook is still in Alex's possession. He's shown it to a few people over the years. Most dismiss it as conspiracy theory nonsense. A few take it seriously. None have succeeded in mounting an expedition to verify the coordinates, and in Antarctica, beneath 2 miles of ice, in the frozen darkness of Queen Maud Land, the hexagonal structure remains, untouched, unexplored, hidden, waiting for the day when the ice finally melts, or when humanity finally develops the courage to confront what lies beneath. The Icewall dossier remains open. Emily Vance and Mark Kelton remain missing. And the greatest secret on Earth remains buried under the coldest, most isolated place on the planet. But secrets don't stay buried forever. Eventually, the truth finds a way out. The question is, when it does, will we be ready for what it means? Good evening, and welcome to Sleep Theories. Before we dive into tonight's story, I'm curious about you, our listeners. How has your day been treating you? Are you winding down after a long day? Or perhaps you're on the other side of the world, just beginning your morning routine. What time is it where you are right now? And what corner of our vast planet are you calling home tonight? Whether you're listening from a bustling city apartment, a quiet countryside home, or somewhere in between, you're part of our global community of truth seekers and story lovers. If you're new to Sleep Theories, welcome aboard. And if you're a returning listener, thank you for coming back. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. We have so many more mysteries to uncover together, and your subscription helps us bring these stories to light. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and prepare yourself for a tale that will make you question everything you thought you knew about one of history's most famous disasters. Tonight, we're going beneath the surface of the North Atlantic, not just to explore the wreckage of a legendary ship, but to uncover a conspiracy so massive, so carefully orchestrated, that it may have shaped the course of world history. This is the story of the Titanic switch, the theory that suggests the ship that sank on that fateful April night in 1912 was never the Titanic at all. April 14th, 1912. Picture this night in your mind. The North Atlantic stretches endlessly in every direction, a black mirror reflecting nothing but stars. There is no moon to illuminate the waters, leaving the ocean in an almost supernatural darkness. The temperature has dropped to just below freezing, and the sea is unusually calm, so still that veterans of these waters would later describe it as eerily unnatural. Cutting through this obsidian expanse is the largest moving object ever created by human hands. The RMS Titanic, all 882 feet of her, pushes through the water at nearly 23 knots. Her 4 massive smokestacks pierce the star-filled sky, sending columns of smoke and sparks into the night. From her decks, the warm glow of electric light spills out onto the water, creating the only source of illumination for miles in any direction. Inside this floating palace, over 2,000 souls are living what many believe to be their final hours, though they don't know it yet. In the first-class dining saloon, passengers in evening wear are finishing their 10-course dinner, completely unaware that they are dining aboard what will become history's most famous maritime disaster. The ship's orchestra plays ragtime melodies that drift through the corridors, mixing with the sound of laughter, conversation, and the ever-present thrumming of the engines deep below. Captain Edward Smith stands on the bridge, a veteran of the seas with 40 years of experience behind him. This is meant to be his final voyage before retirement, a triumphant capstone to a distinguished career. He has commanded ships for the White Star Line for decades, earning the nickname Millionaire's Captain for his skill in handling the luxury vessels that carry the world's elite across the Atlantic. Tonight he commands not just any ship, but the crown jewel of the White Star Line fleet, the unsinkable Titanic. But at 11:39 p.m. ship's time, everything changes in an instant. Frederick Fleet, the lookout stationed in the crow's nest, spots something emerging from the darkness ahead. Without the aid of binoculars, which, mysteriously, are locked away and unavailable to the lookouts that night, he strains his eyes against the blackness. What he sees sends ice through his veins. A massive iceberg, dark and silent, looms directly in the ship's path. "Iceberg right ahead," Fleet shouts into the telephone that connects him to the bridge. First Officer William Murdoch receives the warning and immediately orders hard a starboard and full astern. The helmsman spins the wheel, and the engine room receives the telegraph signal to reverse engines. For 37 seconds, the fate of over 2,000 people hangs in the balance as the massive ship begins to turn. But it's too late. The Titanic's starboard side scrapes along the iceberg with what survivors would later describe as a sound like thunder, though to many passengers it felt like nothing more than a slight shudder. Some passengers on the lower decks report chunks of ice falling onto the deck, and a few even gather pieces as souvenirs, joking about their close call with the ice. They have no idea that their ship is already doomed. Below the waterline, the iceberg has opened up the first 5 compartments of the ship's hull. The Titanic was designed to survive flooding in up to 4 compartments, but 5 is too many. Thomas Andrews, the ship's designer who is aboard for this maiden voyage, quickly calculates the mathematics of disaster. With 5 compartments flooding, the ship will inevitably sink by the bow, pulling the rest of the vessel down with her. "How long do we have?" Captain Smith asks Andrews. "An hour, 2 at most." And so begins one of the most studied, documented and debated disasters in human history. Over the next 2 hours and 40 minutes, the unsinkable ship will break apart and slip beneath the waves, taking with her over 1,500 souls. The survivors will tell stories of heroism and cowardice, of the band playing hymns as the ship tilted toward her grave, of the insufficient lifeboats and the icy water that killed most victims within minutes. This is the story we all know. This is the official narrative that has been told and retold for over a century. But what if everything we think we know about that night is wrong? What if the ship that struck the iceberg and sank in the North Atlantic was never the Titanic at all? What if the real conspiracy began not in the aftermath of the disaster, but months before, in the shipyards of Belfast, where 2 sister ships sat side by side, and where a desperate plan was hatched to save a failing company from financial ruin? What if the disaster that shocked the world was not an accident, but the culmination of the most audacious insurance fraud ever attempted? Tonight, we're going to explore a theory that suggests the Titanic disaster was not just a tragedy, but a carefully orchestrated conspiracy involving some of the most powerful men in the world. We're going to examine evidence that points to a massive cover-up, one that may have claimed the lives of over 1,500 innocent people in service of greed, power, and political manipulation. This is the story of the Titanic switch, and by the end of our journey together, you may never look at this famous disaster the same way again. To understand the theory of the Titanic switch, we must first travel back to the shipyards of Belfast, Ireland, where two virtually identical ships were taking shape side by side. The story begins not with disaster, but with dreams of maritime supremacy and the fierce competition between the great shipping lines of the early 20th century. Harland and Wolff Shipyard in Belfast was, at the time, one of the premier shipbuilding facilities in the world. The massive facility sprawled along the banks of the River Lagan, its enormous gantry cranes towering over the landscape like steel monuments to industrial ambition. It was here, in this cathedral of steel and rivets, that the White Star Line had commissioned 3 ships that would change ocean travel forever. The Olympic-class ships, as they would be known, were conceived as the ultimate expression of luxury and engineering prowess. These were to be the largest, most opulent vessels ever built, designed to dominate the lucrative North Atlantic passenger route and crush the competition from rival shipping companies like Cunard Line. The first of these sister ships was the RMS Olympic, launched on October the 20th, 1910. She was a marvel of engineering, stretching 882 feet from bow to stern and weighing over 46,000 tons. Her 9 decks could accommodate over 2,000 passengers in unprecedented luxury, with amenities that included a swimming pool, a gymnasium, a Turkish bath, and dining rooms that rivaled the finest restaurants in London or New York. The Olympic was not just a ship. She was a floating city, a testament to British engineering and a symbol of the White Star Line's dominance of the seas. When she departed Southampton on her maiden voyage in June 1911, she carried with her the hopes and reputation of her builders. But less than 4 months after her maiden voyage, disaster struck. On September the 20th, 1911, the Olympic was departing Southampton when she collided with HMS Hawke, a Royal Navy cruiser. The impact was devastating. The Hawke's reinforced bow, designed to ram enemy vessels, punched a massive hole in the Olympic's starboard side, flooding 2 of her compartments and severely damaging her propeller shaft. The Olympic limped back to port, her maiden voyage season cut dramatically short. But the damage was far more extensive than initially apparent. When she was dry docked for inspection, the full extent of the catastrophe became clear. The collision had not only opened up her hull and damaged her propeller, but it had also twisted her keel, the backbone of the ship, potentially compromising her structural integrity for the remainder of her operational life. For the White Star Line, this was nothing short of a financial disaster. The Olympic had cost over $7.5 million to build, an astronomical sum in 1911. Now she faced months of expensive repairs, and even after those repairs, questions would remain about her seaworthiness and insurability. But the problems went deeper than just the cost of repairs. The collision with HMS Hawke had occurred under circumstances that placed the Olympic at fault. Captain Edward Smith, yes, the same Captain Smith who would later command the Titanic on her fatal voyage, had been in charge of the Olympic when the accident occurred. The subsequent Admiralty Court inquiry found the Olympic to blame for the collision, meaning that the White Star Line would receive no insurance compensation for the damage. This left the company facing a nightmare scenario. They had an expensive ship that needed costly repairs, no insurance money to pay for those repairs, and serious questions about whether insurance companies would be willing to fully cover the vessel in the future. The Olympic had gone from being the crown jewel of the White Star Line fleet to a massive financial liability virtually overnight. Meanwhile, in the same Belfast shipyard where the Olympic was undergoing her repairs, work was proceeding on her sister ship, the RMS Titanic. The Titanic was planned to be virtually identical to her older sister, with only minor modifications and improvements. From a distance, even expert ship observers would have difficulty telling the 2 vessels apart. They shared the same basic dimensions, the same general layout, the same distinctive four-funnel silhouette that had become the signature of the White Star Line's premium vessels. This similarity, according to the switch theory, was not coincidental. It was the key to a plan that would solve the White Star Line's financial crisis, while simultaneously eliminating a massive liability. The theory suggests that sometime in late 1911 or early 1912, a decision was made at the highest levels of the White Star Line's ownership. Rather than spend millions repairing the Olympic and then operating her under a cloud of doubt about her structural integrity and insurability, they would swap the identities of the two ships. The damaged Olympic would be given the identity of the Titanic and sent out on what was ostensibly the new ship's maiden voyage. But this voyage would not be intended to reach New York. Instead, the disguised Olympic would be deliberately sunk, allowing the White Star Line to collect the full insurance value of a new undamaged vessel while simultaneously eliminating the financial burden of the real Titanic's damaged sister. Meanwhile, the real Titanic, now disguised as the Olympic, would quietly slip into service, her true identity hidden from the world. To understand why such a plan might have been attractive, we must consider the financial pressures facing the White Star Line in 1912. The company was owned by the International Mercantile Marine Company, a shipping trust controlled by American financier J.P. Morgan. Morgan had invested enormous sums in his shipping empire, but the business was facing increasing competition and declining profitability. The White Star Line needed the Titanic to be a success. They needed her to capture public imagination, dominate the headlines, and establish the company's supremacy on the North Atlantic route. But they also needed to resolve the Olympic problem before it bankrupted the entire operation. According to the switch theory, the solution was as elegant as it was terrible. Switch the ships, sink the damaged one while pretending it was the new one, collect the insurance money, and use the real new ship to rebuild the company's reputation and finances. The theory suggests that the work done on both ships during the winter of 1911 and 1912 was not routine maintenance and completion, but rather an elaborate process of swapping their identities. Features that differed between the ships would need to be altered. Documentation would need to be changed or destroyed. Most importantly, the workers involved would need to be either brought into the conspiracy or kept unaware of what they were truly doing. Harland and Wolff employed thousands of workers, and the shipyard was a maze of activity with multiple vessels under construction and repair simultaneously. In such an environment, it would be possible to make alterations to both ships without arousing suspicion, especially if the changes were explained as routine modifications or improvements. The workers who might notice discrepancies could be told they were simply upgrading the Olympic to match improvements made to the Titanic design, or vice versa. Only a handful of people at the very top of the hierarchy would need to know the true purpose of the work being done. But for such a plan to succeed, it would require more than just physical alterations to the ships. It would require careful planning of the disaster itself, ensuring that the right people were aboard and the right people were not, and that the sinking would occur in circumstances that would prevent too close an examination of the evidence. The switch theory suggests that every detail of the Titanic's maiden voyage was planned not to showcase a magnificent new ship, but to destroy an old damaged one while making it appear to be an accident. The passenger list, the route, the timing, even the crew assignments, all of these, according to the theory, were carefully orchestrated to serve the conspiracy. As we'll see, the evidence for this incredible claim goes far beyond simple speculation. There are photographs that seem to show differences between the ship that left Belfast and the ship that left Southampton. There are testimony from shipyard workers who noticed unusual modifications being made. There are suspicious cancellations by wealthy passengers who had every reason to want to be aboard the maiden voyage of the most famous ship ever built. Most tellingly, there are the financial motivations of the men who controlled the White Star Line. Men who stood to lose millions if the Olympic problem was not resolved, and who stood to gain millions if a carefully planned disaster could eliminate their problems while simultaneously collecting insurance payments. But before we examine that evidence, we need to understand exactly who these men were and just how much money was at stake in 1912. we need to understand the insurance motive that may have driven over 1,500 people to their deaths in the icy waters of the North Atlantic. Money. In the end, according to the switch theory, that's what the Titanic disaster was really about. Not the romance of the sea, not the hubris of calling a ship unsinkable, not even the class divisions that the disaster seemed to highlight. It was about money. Enormous amounts of money that stood to be lost or gained depending on the fate of two ships and the decisions of a few powerful men. To understand the financial pressures that may have driven the conspiracy, we need to understand the business empire of one man, John Pierpont Morgan, the American financier who controlled more wealth and power than perhaps any individual in the history of capitalism. J.P. Morgan was not just wealthy, he was a force of nature in the world of early 20th century finance. His banking house, J.P. Morgan and Company, had financed railroads, steel companies, and industrial empires. He had personally intervened to prevent financial panics, earning him the nickname America's Bank. When the federal government needed money, they came to J.P. Morgan. When major corporations needed capital, they came to J.P. Morgan. By 1912, he controlled assets worth billions in today's currency. But Morgan's empire was not limited to American shores. In 1902, he had founded the International Mercantile Marine Company, a shipping trust designed to dominate transatlantic passenger and cargo traffic. The IM acquired control of numerous shipping lines, including the prestigious White Star Line, Morgan's crown jewel in maritime transportation. The White Star Line was the perfect fit for Morgan's vision. Founded in 1845, it had built its reputation on providing luxury service to affluent passengers crossing between Europe and America. The company's ships were known for their elegance, comfort, and safety record. When Morgan acquired control, he saw an opportunity to create the ultimate expression of luxury travel while generating enormous profits. This vision led directly to the commissioning of the Olympic-class ships. Morgan intended these vessels to be more than just transportation. They would be floating advertisements for the supremacy of his shipping empire. The Olympic, Titanic, and the planned third sister ship Britannic would capture the public imagination and establish IMM as the unquestioned leader in North Atlantic travel. The financial investment was staggering. Each ship cost approximately $7.5 million to build, roughly $200 million in today's currency. The Olympic alone represented an investment larger than the annual budget of many small nations. For the three ships combined, Morgan was risking an amount of money that could have funded a small war. But the potential profits were equally enormous. The North Atlantic passenger route was one of the most lucrative transportation businesses in the world. Wealthy Americans travelling to Europe for business or pleasure were willing to pay premium prices for luxury accommodations. European aristocrats and businessmen crossing to America represented another steady stream of high-paying customers. Immigrants seeking new lives in America provided volume traffic that, while individually less profitable, generated substantial revenue in aggregate. Morgan calculated that the Olympic-class ships would not only dominate this market but expand it. By offering unprecedented luxury and reliability, he could charge premium prices while attracting new customers who had never before considered ocean travel. The ships would pay for themselves within a few years, and then generate enormous profits for decades to come. This was the dream. The reality, as we've seen, was somewhat different. When the Olympic collided with HMS Hawke in September 1911, Morgan's carefully calculated investment began to unravel. The ship that was supposed to be generating revenue was instead sitting in dry dock, requiring expensive repairs. Worse, the legal finding that the Olympic was at fault for the collision meant that insurance would not cover the costs of those repairs. But the problems went beyond just the immediate cost of fixing the damage. The Olympic's accident raised serious questions about the ship's design and safety. If one of these supposedly superior vessels could be so easily damaged in a collision with a smaller ship, what did that say about their construction? More importantly for Morgan's business model, what did it say about their insurability? Insurance was critical to the economics of ship operation. No shipping company could afford to operate vessels worth millions of dollars without comprehensive insurance coverage. But insurance companies were in the business of managing risk. and a ship that had already demonstrated vulnerability might be difficult to insure at reasonable rates. The switch theory suggests that by late 1911, Morgan and his associates realised they faced a potential disaster that went far beyond the cost of repairing one ship. If insurance companies began to question the safety and reliability of the Olympic-class design, it could affect the insurability and profitability of the entire fleet. The Titanic, still under construction, might face higher insurance premiums or coverage limitations based on her sister ship's problems. Even worse, if the Olympic's structural damage was more extensive than initially apparent, the ship might prove to be uneconomical to operate even after repairs. A ship with a damaged keel might suffer from ongoing problems with stability, fuel efficiency, or structural integrity. She might require more frequent and expensive maintenance, reducing her profitability and potentially shortening her operational life. In this context, the switch theory proposes the idea of swapping the ship's identities became attractive, not just as a way to collect insurance money, but as a way to solve multiple problems simultaneously. By sinking the damaged Olympic while disguised as the Titanic, the conspiracy would eliminate the problematic vessel while collecting insurance payments based on the value of a new, undamaged ship. The insurance money would not only compensate for the Olympic's construction costs, but would also provide capital to complete the real Titanic and put her into profitable service. Meanwhile, the real Titanic, now operating under the Olympic's identity, would begin generating revenue immediately. Any questions about the Olympic's performance could be explained away as improvements made during her repair period. The beauty of the plan, from a financial standpoint, was that it transformed a major liability into a substantial asset. Instead of losing money on repairs and operating a damaged ship of questionable profitability, the conspiracy would collect full insurance value for a total loss, while simultaneously putting an undamaged vessel into service. But for such a plan to work, the insurance aspects would need to be carefully managed. The Titanic was insured for £650,000, approximately $75 million in today's currency. This was a substantial amount, but it was less than the ship's actual construction cost, partly because insurance values were typically set below replacement cost to discourage fraudulent claims. However, the insurance money would still represent a significant recovery of Morgan's investment. Combined with the revenues that the real Titanic could generate while operating as the Olympic, the financial benefits of the switch could potentially exceed the total cost of both ships. The theory also suggests that the conspiracy would have additional financial benefits beyond the immediate insurance recovery. By eliminating the Olympic's problems, Morgan could proceed with his plans for the third sister ship, Britannic, without the cloud of questions about the class's design and safety. The successful maiden voyage of the Titanic would generate publicity and confidence that would benefit the entire White Star Line fleet. But perhaps most intriguingly, the switch theory proposes that the financial motive may have extended beyond simple insurance fraud. Some versions of the theory suggest that the disaster was timed to coincide with other events that would benefit Morgan's broader financial interests. In 1913, just 1 year after the Titanic disaster, the United States Federal Reserve System was established. This new central banking system fundamentally changed how American finance operated, and J.P. Morgan was one of its strongest supporters. The Federal Reserve centralized control of American monetary policy and created new opportunities for the kind of large-scale financial manipulation that Morgan specialized in. However, Morgan faced opposition to the Federal Reserve from some quarters, including wealthy Americans who preferred the existing decentralized system. Some of these opponents happened to be aboard the Titanic when she sank. Benjamin Guggenheim, heir to a mining fortune and a vocal critic of centralized banking, went down with the ship. Isidor Straus, co-owner of Macy's department store and another Federal Reserve opponent, died along with his wife. John Jacob Astor IV, one of the wealthiest Americans and a skeptic of Morgan's financial schemes, also perished in the disaster. Meanwhile, J.P. Morgan himself, who had booked passage on the Titanic's maiden voyage, cancelled his trip at the last minute citing illness. Several of Morgan's business associates and political allies also cancelled their bookings while his opponents sailed to their deaths. This aspect of the theory suggests that the Titanic disaster may have served multiple purposes for Morgan. Not only did it solve his immediate problem with the Olympic and provide insurance money, but it also eliminated some of his most powerful opponents in the debate over American financial policy. Whether or not this political dimension was part of the original plan, the financial motive alone would have been sufficient to drive such a conspiracy. Morgan stood to lose millions if the Olympic problem was not resolved, and he stood to gain millions if a carefully orchestrated disaster could eliminate his problems while collecting insurance payments. The amounts of money involved were so large that they could influence the decisions of governments and the fate of thousands of people. In the world of early 20th century finance, where a handful of men controlled wealth comparable to entire national budgets, the lives of 1,500 passengers might have seemed like acceptable collateral damage in service of a larger financial strategy. But money and motive alone do not prove a conspiracy. For the switch theory to be credible, there must be physical evidence that the ships were actually swapped. There must be documentation, photographs, and testimony that support the claim that the vessel that sank was not the Titanic but her damaged sister. As we'll see in the next chapter, proponents of the switch theory claim that such evidence exists, hidden in plain sight in photographs, construction records, and the testimony of those who were present when the conspiracy was allegedly carried out. The human eye, they say, can be deceived. Photographs, however, do not lie. They capture reality with mechanical precision, preserving details that witnesses might forget or misremember. For proponents of the switch theory, photographic evidence forms the backbone of their case that the ship which sank on April 15, 1912, was not the Titanic, but her sister ship, the Olympic. To understand this evidence, we must first appreciate just how similar the Olympic and Titanic actually were. Both ships were built from virtually identical blueprints, with the same overall dimensions, the same basic layout, and the same distinctive four-funnel profile. From a distance, even maritime experts would have difficulty distinguishing between them. However, they were not absolutely identical. The Titanic incorporated several design improvements based on experience gained from the Olympic's early service. More importantly, she included modifications specifically requested by passengers and crew who had sailed on the Olympic and identified areas for improvement. These differences, while minor, were distinctive enough that they could be identified by careful observers. And according to switch theory proponents, photographs of the ship that left Southampton on April 10, 1912, show features that match the Olympic rather than the Titanic. The most frequently cited difference involves the porthole arrangements on a deck, the ship's uppermost passenger deck. The original Titanic plans showed 16 portholes along the forward section of this deck. The Olympic, however, had been built with only 15 portholes in the same area. When the Olympic was being repaired after her collision with HMS Hawke, the damaged area included part of this porthole arrangement. Photographs taken of the Olympic during her repair period show workmen modifying the porthole configuration in this section. Switch theory proponents claim that these modifications were made to match the Titanic's 16 porthole design, as part of the process of disguising the Olympic as her sister ship. However, photographs of the ship that departed Southampton on the Titanic's supposed maiden voyage show only 15 portholes in the critical area, matching the Olympic's original configuration, rather than the Titanic's planned design. This discrepancy might seem minor, but it's precisely the kind of detail that would be difficult to alter quickly and completely. Changing porthole arrangements required cutting through the ship's steel hull and then reinforcing and refinishing the area. It was exactly the sort of modification that might be overlooked in a hasty effort to swap the ship's identities. Another frequently cited difference involves the arrangement of the ship's lifeboats. The Olympic and Titanic were built with slightly different davit systems, mechanical devices used to lower lifeboats into the water. The Titanic was designed with a newer, more efficient davit arrangement that allowed for quicker deployment of the boats. Photographs of the ship at Southampton show what appear to be the older style davits consistent with the Olympic's original configuration. Switch theory proponents argue that the newer davits planned for the Titanic were never installed because the ship that sailed was actually the disguised Olympic. This detail takes on additional significance when considered alongside survivor testimony about the difficulty experienced in launching lifeboats during the disaster. Several witnesses reported problems with the davit mechanisms, delays in getting boats into the water, and confusion about the operation of the launching equipment. If the ship was actually the Olympic with her old davit systems, such problems might explain some of the difficulties experienced during the evacuation. More controversial is evidence related to the ship's propeller systems. The Olympic suffered significant damage to her centre propeller shaft during the collision with HMS Hawke. Repairs to this system were complex and expensive, requiring removal and replacement of major components. Some switch theory proponents claim that rather than properly repairing the Olympic's propeller system, the damaged components were simply patched or temporarily fixed. They argue that the ship that sailed from Southampton had a compromised propulsion system that would have affected her handling and manoeuvrability. This claim is supported, they suggest, by testimony from passengers who noted that the ship seemed to vibrate unusually during the voyage, and by reports that the ship was not achieving her expected speed. If the Titanic was actually the Olympic with a damaged propeller system, these performance issues would be explained. Perhaps more significant than these technical details are the human testimonies from those who worked on the ships. Several workers at Harland and Wolff reported unusual activity during the winter months when both ships were in the shipyard together. James Fenton, a painter who worked on both vessels, later claimed that he noticed significant work being done to modify the Olympic during what was supposedly a routine repair period. According to Fenton, workers were making changes that seemed to go far beyond fixing collision damage. They were altering features of the ship that had nothing to do with the areas damaged in the Hawke incident. Fenton specifically mentioned work being done on the Olympic's passenger accommodations, including modifications to cabin layouts and public room configurations. He claimed that these changes seemed designed to make the Olympic more closely resemble the Titanic's interior arrangements. Even more intriguingly, Fenton reported that workers were instructed to swap various brass fittings and fixtures between the two ships. Nameplates, cabin numbers, and other identifying features were removed from both vessels and apparently switched. When Fenton asked supervisors about this work, he was told it was part of standardising equipment between the sister ships. Another shipyard worker, Robert Hitchens, reported seeing unusual activity in the area where the ships' names were painted on their hulls. According to Hitchens, the name plates and hull markings on both ships were removed and replaced during the repair period. He assumed this was routine maintenance, but later wondered whether something more significant was happening. Perhaps most compelling is testimony from John Halpin, a shipfitter who worked on both vessels. Halpin claimed that he was specifically assigned to work on swapping interior fittings between the Olympic and the ship under construction that was supposedly the Titanic. He was told that this was being done to upgrade the Olympic with improvements developed for her sister ship. However, Halpin noticed that the work seemed to go both ways. Features from the Olympic were also being installed on the other ship. When he questioned this, supervisors told him that they were standardising the designs to make maintenance and operation more efficient. Only years later, after the disaster, did Halpin begin to suspect that the work he'd been assigned might have been part of a larger deception. He realised that the extensive swapping of components between the ships could have been part of a process of switching their identities entirely. These worker testimonies are supported by documentary evidence from the shipyard. Harland and Wolff's work records from the winter of 1911 to 1912 show extensive modifications being made to both ships. While much of this work was clearly related to repairing the Olympic's collision damage, some entries describe tasks that seem unrelated to the repairs. For example, records show work being done on both ships' passenger cabin configurations, dining room layouts, and recreational facilities. This work is described in vague terms that make it difficult to determine exactly what was being done, but the volume of interior modification seems excessive for routine maintenance or repair work. More suspicious are gaps in the documentation. Several weeks' worth of work records are missing from the shipyard files, apparently lost or destroyed. The missing records cover precisely the period when the most extensive work was being done on both ships. Additionally, some surviving records contain unusual notations and corrections that suggest original entries were altered or replaced. Work orders that originally specified tasks for the Olympic appear to have been changed to specify the same work for the Titanic and vice versa. Switch theory proponents also point to photographic evidence from inside the ships. Comparison of interior photographs taken during construction with photographs taken aboard the ship that sailed from Southampton reveals several discrepancies. The most notable differences involve the first-class dining room and the grand staircase. The Olympics dining room was originally designed with a specific pattern of decorative panels and light fixtures. The Titanic was planned to have an improved version of the same space, with subtle but distinctive differences in the decorative scheme. Photographs taken aboard the ship at Southampton showed decorative features that matched the Olympics' original design, rather than the improvements planned for the Titanic. Similarly, details of the grand staircase appear to match the Olympics configuration, rather than the Titanic's planned modifications. These interior discrepancies are particularly significant because they would be difficult to fake or alter after the disaster. Unlike exterior features that might be changed by salvage operations or natural deterioration, interior photographs taken before the voyage provide a permanent record of the ship's actual configuration. However, the most dramatic physical evidence cited by switch theory proponents involves the ship's construction numbers. Every vessel built by Harland and Wolff was assigned a unique yard number that was stamped or engraved on various components throughout the ship. These numbers served as permanent identification that could not be easily altered or forged. The Olympic was assigned yard number 301. The Titanic was assigned yard number 3909. According to the theory, components with the Olympic's number should have been found on the wreck if it was actually the Titanic that sank. When the Titanic wreck was discovered in 1985, some of the recovered artifacts did indeed show construction numbers. However, examining these numbers has proven difficult due to the condition of the wreck and the limited access to recovered materials. Some switch theory proponents claim that construction numbers found on wreck components match the Olympic rather than the Titanic, but this claim is disputed by maritime historians and wreck researchers. The numbers are often partially obscured or damaged, making definitive identification difficult. More recently, some researchers have used advanced imaging techniques to examine construction details on the wreck itself. These studies have identified several features that appear to match the Olympic's configuration rather than the Titanic's planned design. For example, the propeller arrangement on the wreck appears to show evidence of the repair work done to the Olympic's damaged propulsion system. The centre propeller, which should have been a 3-blade design on the Titanic, appears to be a 4-blade configuration that matches repairs made to the Olympic. Similarly, hull plates in areas that should have been newly constructed for the Titanic show evidence of previous damage and repair that would be consistent with the Olympic's collision damage. However, these findings are highly technical and disputed by many experts. The condition of the wreck after more than a century on the ocean floor makes definitive identification of small details extremely difficult. Corrosion, collapse, and damage from the sinking itself have obscured many of the features that might provide conclusive evidence. The physical evidence for the switch theory remains controversial and disputed. While proponents point to numerous discrepancies between the ship that sailed and the ship that was supposed to sail, skeptics argue that these differences can be explained by changes made during construction, errors in documentation, or misinterpretation of photographic evidence. What is not disputed is that significant work was done on both ships during the winter of 1911 to 1912, that modifications were made that went beyond simple repair work, and that there are photographic and documentary discrepancies that have never been fully explained. Whether these discrepancies prove a conspiracy or simply reflect the normal complexities of building and modifying massive ships remains a matter of debate. But for switch theory proponents, the physical evidence forms a compelling case that something was not right about the ship that sailed from Southampton on that April morning in 1912. However, physical evidence is only part of the story. To truly understand the scope of the alleged conspiracy, we must examine not just what was done to the ships, but who was aboard them. The passenger list of the Titanic's final voyage contains names that would reshape the world of finance and politics, and according to the theory, this was no coincidence. Sometimes the most revealing evidence is not what happened, but who was present when it happened. In the case of the Titanic disaster, the passenger manifest reads like a who's who of early 20th century power and influence. But according to the switch theory, this prestigious passenger list was not assembled by chance. Instead, It was carefully curated to serve the purposes of a conspiracy that extended far beyond simple insurance fraud. To understand the significance of the Titanic's passengers, we must first understand the broader context of American politics and finance in 1912. The United States was on the verge of fundamental changes in how its financial system operated. The country had experienced several financial panics in recent decades, and there was growing pressure to create a more stable and centralised banking system. J.P. Morgan and his allies favoured the creation of a central bank that would be controlled by major financial institutions. This system, which would eventually become the Federal Reserve, would give unprecedented power to a small group of bankers and financiers. They would control the nation's money supply, interest rates, and credit availability. However, this plan faced significant opposition from wealthy Americans who preferred the existing decentralized system. These opponents feared that a central bank controlled by Morgan and his associates would concentrate too much financial power in too few hands. They argued for maintaining a system where multiple independent banks could compete and where no single institution could dominate the nation's finances. The debate over banking reform was not merely academic. Billions of dollars in wealth and decades of political power hung in the balance. If Morgan's vision prevailed, he and his allies would control the financial destiny of the United States. If his opponents succeeded in blocking the plan, Morgan's influence would be significantly diminished. Into this high-stakes political battle sailed the Titanic, carrying some of the most influential participants in the banking debate. And remarkably, almost all of the Federal Reserve's most powerful opponents happened to be aboard, while Morgan and his supporters were conspicuously absent. The most prominent opponent aboard was Benjamin Guggenheim, heir to one of America's great mining fortunes. The Guggenheim family controlled vast mineral resources and had accumulated enormous wealth through copper, silver and gold mining operations around the world. Benjamin was not just wealthy but politically influential, serving on the boards of multiple corporations and maintaining extensive connections in Washington. Guggenheim had been a vocal critic of Morgan's banking proposals. He argued that a centralized system would stifle competition and innovation in American finance. He favored maintaining the existing system of independent banks and opposed giving any single institution the power to control the nation's money supply. On the night of April 14th, as the Titanic began to sink, Benjamin Guggenheim reportedly dressed in his finest evening clothes and told fellow passengers, "We are prepared to go down like gentlemen." His body was never recovered. Also aboard was Isidor Straus, co-owner of Macy's department store and another influential voice in American business. Straus had built his retail empire through careful management and conservative financial practices. He distrusted the kind of financial manipulation that Morgan specialized in and opposed the creation of a central bank that would facilitate such practices. Straus was particularly concerned about the impact of centralized banking on smaller businesses. He argued that a Morgan-controlled central bank would favor large corporations at the expense of independent merchants and entrepreneurs. His opposition to the Federal Reserve plan was well known in political circles. When the Titanic began to sink, Isidore and his wife Ida were offered places in a lifeboat. According to witnesses, Ida refused to leave her husband, saying, "We have lived together for 40 years. Where you go, I go." They were last seen sitting together on deck chairs as the ship tilted toward her final plunge. Neither body was ever found. Perhaps most significant was the presence of John Jacob Astor IV, one of the wealthiest Americans and a man whose financial influence rivaled Morgan's own. Astor had inherited a vast real estate empire and had expanded it into hotels, railroads, and other investments. His personal fortune was estimated at over $87 million, roughly $2 billion in today's currency. Astor was not merely wealthy, but politically sophisticated. He understood the implications of Morgan's banking proposals and opposed them on both economic and political grounds. He argued that giving Morgan's group control over the nation's banking system would create a financial oligarchy that would undermine American democratic institutions. More than any other individual, Astor had the wealth and influence to effectively oppose Morgan's plans. His opposition carried weight in Congress and in the financial community. If anyone could have blocked the creation of the Federal Reserve, it was John Jacob Astor IV. Astor was travelling on the Titanic with his pregnant young wife, Madeline. When the ship began to sink, he helped her into a lifeboat but was refused passage himself under the Women and Children First protocol. His body was recovered days later, reportedly with his gold watch still in his pocket and over $2,000 in cash. His death eliminated one of the most powerful obstacles to Morgan's banking ambitions. These three men, Guggenheim, Strauss and Astor, represented the core of wealthy American opposition to the Federal Reserve Plan. Their combined influence, both financial and political, posed a serious threat to Morgan's vision of centralized banking control. Their deaths removed major obstacles to the passage of Federal Reserve legislation. But the passenger list's significance extends beyond these three prominent figures. Several other Titanic passengers had connections to the banking debate or to Morgan's business interests. Some were allies who might have provided testimony or support that could have been problematic for the conspiracy. Others were neutral parties whose presence might have been seen as providing legitimacy to the voyage. The theory suggests that the passenger list was carefully managed to ensure that the right people were aboard and the wrong people were not. Key figures in the banking debate who opposed Morgan were encouraged or induced to sail, while those who might have interfered with the plan were kept away. This management allegedly extended to the crew assignments as well. Captain Edward Smith, who commanded the ship, was nearing retirement, and may have been chosen partly because his career was ending anyway. If he survived the disaster, he would soon be out of the shipping business and less likely to cause problems. If he didn't survive, his death would be seen as a heroic sacrifice, rather than evidence of conspiracy. Other key crew members were reportedly chosen for their loyalty to the White Star Line or their lack of detailed knowledge about the ship's construction. Engineers and officers who might have been able to identify discrepancies between the Olympic and Titanic were either not assigned to the voyage or were placed in positions where they would be unlikely to survive if something went wrong. Perhaps most tellingly, J.P. Morgan himself had originally booked passage on the Titanic's maiden voyage. As the owner of the shipping line and the man whose vision the voyage was meant to showcase, Morgan's presence would have been expected and appropriate. His cabin had been reserved, his passage confirmed, and his attendance at various social events planned. But at the last minute, Morgan cancelled his trip, citing illness. He claimed to be suffering from a minor ailment that prevented him from travelling, and he remained in France where he had been vacationing. Remarkably, several of Morgan's close business associates also cancelled their bookings at the last minute, citing various personal and business reasons. The pattern of cancellations was so notable that it attracted attention even at the time. Several newspapers commented on the unusual number of prominent businessmen who had changed their travel plans. Some observers wondered whether there might have been advance warning of problems with the ship or the voyage. Morgan's cancellation is particularly suspicious because he was photographed in apparently good health at a French resort just days after the disaster. He showed no signs of the illness that had supposedly prevented him from travelling, and he resumed his normal activities immediately after learning of the Titanic's fate. Even more suspicious were the cancellations by Morgan's business partners. Henry Clay Frick, the steel magnate and longtime Morgan ally, had booked passage but cancelled, citing his wife's health. George Washington Vanderbilt II, another Morgan associate, also cancelled his booking at the last minute. Milton Hershey, the chocolate manufacturer who had business relationships with Morgan's interests, similarly changed his travel plans. The pattern suggests that Morgan and his inner circle knew something that the general passengers did not. Whether they had advanced knowledge of the planned disaster or simply knew that the ship was not safe due to the identity switch, they took steps to avoid being aboard when the conspiracy was carried out. Meanwhile, Morgan's opponents in the banking debate sailed to their deaths, apparently unaware of the danger they faced. The convenient elimination of the Federal Reserve's most powerful critics cleared the way for the legislation that Morgan had been promoting. Indeed, the Federal Reserve Act was passed by Congress in December 1913, less than 2 years after the Titanic disaster. The legislation created the central banking system that Morgan had long advocated, giving him and his associates unprecedented control over American finance. The deaths of Astor, Guggenheim and Strauss had removed the most influential voices that might have prevented this outcome. Some versions of the switch theory go even further, suggesting that the passenger list was managed not just to eliminate political opponents, but also to provide witnesses who would support the official story of the disaster. Certain passengers and crew members who survived the sinking provided testimony that reinforced the narrative of an accidental collision with an iceberg. These survivors described the impact, the flooding, and the sinking in ways that supported the insurance claims and deflected suspicion from the possibility of sabotage or deliberate destruction. Their accounts helped establish the official version of events that has persisted for over a century. However, other survivors provided testimony that was less helpful to the official narrative. Some reported hearing explosions before the ship began to sink, suggesting possible sabotage. Others described unusual behaviour by crew members or problems with the ship's equipment that might have indicated advanced planning of the disaster. These problematic testimonies were reportedly suppressed or discredited during the official investigations. Survivors who told inconvenient stories found their credibility questioned, or their testimony excluded from the final reports. The investigation focused on technical questions about ship design and safety procedures rather than examining the possibility of deliberate destruction. The passenger list evidence is compelling but circumstantial. The coincidence of having so many Federal Reserve opponents aboard while Morgan and his allies stayed away is remarkable, but it could be explained by factors other than conspiracy. The timing of the banking legislation might have been influenced by the victims' deaths, but correlation does not necessarily prove causation. However, when combined with the physical evidence and the financial motives, the passenger list adds another layer to the case for the switch theory. The pattern of who was aboard and who wasn't suggests a level of planning and coordination that goes beyond simple insurance fraud. If the theory is correct, the Titanic disaster was not just about swapping damaged ships or collecting insurance money. It was about reshaping the American financial system and eliminating opposition to a plan that would concentrate enormous power in the hands of a few men. But such an ambitious conspiracy would require more than just manipulating passenger lists and switching ships. It would require control over the disaster itself, ensuring that the sinking occurred under circumstances that would support the official story while achieving the conspiracy's goals. As we'll see in the next chapter, proponents of the switch theory believe that every aspect of the sinking was carefully planned and executed. The final act of any great conspiracy must be the most carefully orchestrated. If the switch theory is correct, then the night of April 14th to 15th, 1912, represented not a tragic accident, but the culmination of months of planning designed to create the appearance of disaster while achieving very specific goals. Every detail of how the ship encountered the iceberg, how she sank, and how the rescue efforts unfolded would need to serve the larger purpose of the conspiracy. To understand how the sinking might have been deliberately orchestrated, we must first examine the unusual circumstances that made the disaster possible. The night of April 14th was characterised by conditions that maritime experts describe as extraordinarily rare and dangerous. The sea was unusually calm, so still that there were no waves breaking against icebergs to make them visible from a distance. The night was moonless, creating darkness so complete that lookouts had virtually no natural illumination to aid their watch. Most unusually, the atmosphere was clear and cold, creating temperature inversion conditions that could cause unusual optical effects, making distant objects appear closer or farther than they actually were. These conditions, while natural, were so unusual that many experienced sailors reported they had never encountered anything like them. Captain Smith himself, with 4 decades of experience on the North Atlantic, had never commanded a ship through such treacherous natural circumstances. But according to the switch theory, these conditions were not just unfortunate coincidences. They were anticipated and exploited by conspirators who had carefully planned the ship's route and timing to take advantage of known dangerous conditions. The theory suggests that the ship's course was deliberately set to take her through areas where icebergs were known to be present. Radio warnings about ice had been received throughout the day, but many of these warnings were reportedly not passed to the bridge crew, or were ignored by officers who should have taken precautionary measures. The ship Californian, which belonged to the same parent company as the Titanic, had stopped for the night in the icefield, her captain declaring conditions too dangerous for navigation. Yet the Titanic continued at nearly full speed through the same waters, despite multiple warnings about the presence of ice. Switch theory proponents argue that this dangerous navigation was not the result of overconfidence or poor judgment, but rather deliberate policy designed to ensure that an accident would occur. The ship needed to encounter an iceberg in order to provide a plausible explanation for her sinking, and her officers were instructed to maintain course and speed despite the obvious dangers. The collision itself occurred under circumstances that some witnesses found suspicious. Frederick Fleet, the lookout who first spotted the iceberg, reported that the berg appeared suddenly out of the darkness, giving him only seconds to sound the alarm. However, other witnesses reported seeing the iceberg minutes before the collision, suggesting that it should have been visible to trained lookouts much earlier. Some survivors reported that the ship seemed to turn toward the iceberg rather than away from it in the final moments before impact. While this could be explained by the physics of large ship manoeuvring, it raises questions about whether the collision was truly accidental or was deliberately engineered to ensure maximum damage. More suspicious were reports of explosions aboard the ship shortly after the collision. Multiple witnesses, including passengers and crew members, reported hearing loud bangs and feeling vibrations that seemed separate from the impact with the iceberg. These explosions were officially attributed to boilers bursting as cold water flooded the engine rooms, but some witnesses believed they occurred too soon after the collision to be explained by flooding alone. The switch theory suggests that these explosions may have been caused by deliberately placed charges designed to ensure that the ship would sink quickly and completely. If the collision with the iceberg was not sufficient to guarantee the ship's destruction, additional sabotage might have been necessary to achieve the conspiracy's goals. The pattern of flooding also struck some observers as unusual. While the official investigation concluded that the iceberg had opened 5 compartments to the sea, causing fatal flooding, some witnesses reported that water seemed to be entering the ship from multiple locations, not just the area of the supposed iceberg damage. Crew members working in areas far from the collision reported rapid flooding that seemed inconsistent with damage caused by scraping along an iceberg. Some suggested that the ship's hull might have been weakened in advance, either through the supposed identity switch or through deliberate sabotage, making her more vulnerable to catastrophic damage. The behaviour of some crew members during the disaster also raised questions. While many officers and crew performed heroically, trying to save as many passengers as possible, others seemed strangely unprepared for the emergency or reluctant to take action that might have saved more lives. The ship's wireless operators continued sending routine commercial messages even after the collision, delaying distress calls that might have brought rescue ships more quickly. Some officers seemed confused about the severity of the damage or uncertain about proper emergency procedures, suggesting that they might not have been fully briefed on the ship's actual condition or capabilities. Most suspiciously, the ship's lifeboats were launched with far fewer passengers than their capacity allowed. While this was officially attributed to panic and poor training, some witnesses reported that crew members actively prevented passengers from entering boats that had space available. The switch theory suggests that this was not incompetence but deliberate policy designed to ensure that specific passengers would not survive. If the conspiracy's goal was to eliminate certain individuals while allowing others to live, controlling access to lifeboats would be an effective method of determining who lived and who died. The nearby ship Californian adds another layer of suspicion to the night's events. This vessel, owned by the same International Mercantile Marine Company that controlled the White Star Line, had stopped for the night approximately 20 miles from the Titanic's position. Her captain, Stanley Lord, claimed that conditions were too dangerous for navigation and that his ship would remain stationary until dawn. However, the Californian's crew reported seeing rockets and distress signals from the direction of the Titanic throughout the night. Despite these obvious signs of a ship in distress, Captain Lord chose not to investigate or offer assistance. He claimed that he believed the signals were routine communications or celebrations, not emergency distress calls. This explanation seems implausible given that the Californian's crew were experienced sailors who should have recognized distress rockets when they saw them. The switch theory suggests that the Californian was positioned deliberately to provide rescue services for the conspiracy's chosen survivors while maintaining plausible deniability about why she didn't help the others. According to this theory, the Californian was meant to arrive at the scene early enough to rescue specific passengers, but late enough to allow the ship to sink and eliminate the unwanted victims. However, a miscommunication or timing error prevented this plan from working properly, leaving the Californian too far away to effectively participate in the rescue. Instead, the rescue was carried out by the Carpathia, a ship belonging to a different company that responded to the Titanic's distress calls and arrived at the scene several hours after the sinking. The Carpathia's captain and crew were not part of the conspiracy and performed genuine rescue work, saving over 700 survivors. But the delay in rescue efforts, whether planned or accidental, ensured that the ship sank completely and that most of her passengers and crew died in the frigid waters. This served the conspiracy's purposes by eliminating witnesses who might have been able to identify discrepancies between the Olympic and Titanic, while also removing the political opponents whose deaths were part of the larger plan. The sinking itself was remarkably complete and thorough. Unlike many shipwrecks, which settle on the ocean floor largely intact, the Titanic broke apart as she sank, scattering debris over a wide area and making subsequent examination of the wreck extremely difficult. This destruction could have been the result of natural forces acting on a ship not designed to sink at such an angle, but it also served to obscure evidence that might have revealed the ship's true identity. The complete loss of the ship meant that investigators had to rely on survivor testimony and limited physical evidence to reconstruct what had happened. Since many of the most knowledgeable witnesses had died in the disaster, and since the survivors had been through a traumatic experience that might have affected their memories, establishing definitive facts about the sinking proved difficult. This uncertainty served the conspiracy's purposes by preventing too close an examination of the evidence. Questions about the ship's identity, the cause of the sinking, or the behaviour of the crew could be deflected by pointing to the lack of conclusive evidence and the confusion inherent in any major disaster. The official investigations that followed the disaster focused primarily on technical questions about ship design and safety procedures. While these investigations identified important problems with lifeboat capacity, crew training and emergency procedures, they did not seriously examine the possibility that the sinking had been deliberately caused. The British Board of Trade Inquiry and the US Senate investigation both concluded that the disaster was the result of excessive speed in dangerous conditions, combined with design flaws that made the ship vulnerable to the type of damage caused by the iceberg collision. These findings supported the official narrative of an accidental tragedy, while deflecting attention from possible evidence of conspiracy. However, some evidence presented to these investigations was inconsistent with the official conclusions. Witnesses testified about explosions, unusual flooding patterns, and crew behaviour that suggested advanced knowledge of the disaster. This testimony was generally dismissed or explained away, but it remained part of the official record for those who knew where to look for it. The investigations also revealed suspicious gaps in the documentary evidence. Ship logs, construction records, and other documents that might have provided definitive information about the vessel's identity or condition were missing or had been destroyed. While this was officially attributed to the chaos of the disaster, it prevented investigators from definitively establishing key facts about the ship and her voyage. Perhaps most tellingly, the investigations made no serious attempt to examine the financial aspects of the disaster. The insurance arrangements, the ownership structure of the shipping companies, and the business relationships between key figures were not considered relevant to understanding why the ship sank. This focus on technical rather than financial questions served the conspiracy's purposes by avoiding examination of the motives that might have driven such an elaborate deception. The investigations treated the disaster as a tragic accident rather than a possible crime, and their conclusions reinforced the official narrative that has persisted for over a century. But if the switch theory is correct, the sinking of the Titanic was not just a crime, but a nearly perfect crime. The destruction of evidence, the elimination of witnesses, and the misdirection of official investigations created a cover-up so complete that the truth has remained hidden for more than 100 years. As we'll see in the next chapter, maintaining this cover-up required ongoing efforts by powerful interests to suppress evidence, discredit investigators, and control the historical narrative of the disaster. In the aftermath of any major conspiracy, the cover-up often proves more challenging than the original crime. Evidence must be suppressed, witnesses must be silenced or discredited, and investigators must be misdirected away from uncomfortable truths. If the switch theory is correct, the years following the Titanic disaster saw one of the most comprehensive and successful cover-ups in modern history. The cover-up began almost immediately after news of the disaster reached shore. Within hours of the Carpathia's arrival in New York with the Titanic survivors, powerful interests were already working to control the narrative of what had happened and to prevent inconvenient questions from being asked. J.P. Morgan's representatives were among the first to arrive at the dock, not to provide comfort to survivors, but to begin the process of managing information. Survivors were reportedly approached by company officials and lawyers who offered assistance with travel arrangements, medical care and financial support. However, this assistance came with subtle but clear expectations about what survivors should and should not say about their experiences. Some survivors later reported being advised to focus their testimony on the heroism of the crew and the tragedy of insufficient lifeboats, while avoiding speculation about the cause of the disaster or unusual circumstances they might have observed. Those who had noticed discrepancies between the ship they boarded and the ship they expected to board were encouraged to attribute these differences to their own confusion or lack of technical knowledge. More direct pressure was reportedly applied to survivors whose testimony might have been particularly damaging to the official narrative. Crew members who had worked on both the Olympic and Titanic and might have been able to identify which ship actually sank were offered generous severance packages and assistance finding new employment, with the understanding that their maritime careers would be over if they spoke publicly about their experiences. The most dangerous witnesses were those who had observed the supposed identity switch taking place in the Belfast shipyard. These workers faced more serious consequences if they chose to speak out. Some reported being visited by company representatives who made it clear that their employment, their safety, and the welfare of their families depended on their discretion. James Fenton, the painter who had noticed unusual modifications being made to the Olympic, later claimed that he was approached by men who warned him that discussing his observations would be considered a breach of his employment contract and potentially a criminal violation of trade secrets laws. He was told that speaking to journalists or investigators could result in prosecution and imprisonment. Other shipyard workers reported similar intimidation. Some were offered money to relocate to distant cities where they would be less likely to encounter investigators or journalists. Others were simply fired from their jobs and found that their names had been blacklisted throughout the shipbuilding industry, making it impossible for them to find similar work. The most comprehensive aspect of the cover-up involved the systematic destruction or alteration of documentary evidence. Harland and Wolff shipyard records that might have revealed the true extent of work done on both ships were reportedly destroyed in a series of accidental fires and floods that occurred in the months following the disaster. Work orders, progress reports, and material requisitions that could have definitively established which ship was which were among the documents lost in these convenient accidents. The missing records covered precisely the time period when the alleged identity switch would have taken place, eliminating the most direct evidence of the conspiracy. More subtly, surviving documents were reportedly altered to remove inconvenient details or to create confusion about the timeline of work done on both ships. Serial numbers were changed, dates were altered, and work descriptions were modified to obscure the true nature of the modifications that had been made. The British Board of Trade investigation, which was the primary official inquiry into the disaster, showed unusual patterns in how it gathered and evaluated evidence. The investigation focused almost exclusively on technical questions about ship design and safety procedures, while avoiding examination of financial motives or business relationships that might have suggested conspiracy. Key witnesses who might have provided inconvenient testimony were not called to testify, or their testimony was limited to narrow technical questions that avoided broader issues about the ship's identity or the circumstances of the voyage. The investigation's final report contained numerous conclusions that were not fully supported by the evidence presented, suggesting that the outcomes had been predetermined. Even more suspicious was the speed with which the investigation was concluded and its findings accepted by government authorities. For a disaster of such magnitude and complexity, the investigation was remarkably brief and superficial. Important questions were left unanswered, and significant discrepancies in witness testimony were ignored or explained away without adequate investigation. The US Senate investigation, led by Senator William Alden Smith, initially appeared more thorough and independent. Senator Smith was known for his skepticism of large corporations and his willingness to challenge powerful interests. His investigation called numerous witnesses and examined many aspects of the disaster that the British inquiry had ignored. However, as the investigation proceeded, it became apparent that Senator Smith was facing pressure from influential sources to limit the scope of his inquiry. Key witnesses were suddenly unavailable or changed their testimony between preliminary interviews and formal hearings. Documentary evidence that had been promised to the investigation failed to materialize or was found to be incomplete. Most tellingly, the investigation avoided examining the financial aspects of the disaster. Despite the enormous insurance claims involved and the clear financial benefits that accrued to certain parties, the investigation treated these as irrelevant side issues rather than potential motives for conspiracy. The final report of the Senate investigation contained strong criticisms of White Star Line safety procedures and British maritime regulations, but it concluded that the disaster was fundamentally accidental. Like the British inquiry, it avoided any suggestion that the sinking might have been deliberately caused, or that there might have been financial motives behind the tragedy. In the years following the official investigations, efforts to independently examine the disaster faced systematic obstruction. Journalists who attempted to investigate discrepancies in the official story found their sources drying up and their access to information restricted. Maritime historians who raised questions about the disaster's circumstances found their work discredited or their employment threatened. Perhaps most remarkably, several independent investigators who had begun to uncover evidence supporting the switch theory died under suspicious circumstances. Some died in apparent accidents, others from sudden illnesses, and still others simply disappeared while pursuing their research. Robert Hitchens, the shipyard worker who had observed unusual activity around the ship's nameplates, died in a fall from scaffolding while working on another project less than a year after the disaster. The accident occurred despite Hitchens' reputation as an experienced and safety-conscious worker who had never before been injured on the job. John Halpern, the ship fitter who had worked on swapping components between the Olympic and Titanic, died of a sudden heart attack despite being relatively young and having no history of heart problems. His death occurred just days before he was scheduled to be interviewed by an American journalist who was investigating discrepancies in the official story. Several other shipyard workers who had knowledge of the construction process died in various accidents or from sudden illnesses in the years immediately following the disaster. While these deaths could be coincidental, the pattern suggests a systematic effort to eliminate witnesses who might have provided inconvenient testimony. The cover-up also extended to controlling the physical evidence from the disaster. When bodies were recovered from the ocean, they were processed through facilities controlled by White Star Line representatives. Personal effects were catalogued and returned to families, but items that might have provided clues about the ship's true identity were reportedly lost or misdirected. More significantly, efforts were made to prevent independent examination of the wreck site. In the early decades after the disaster, technology did not exist to reach the wreck on the ocean floor, but White Star Line and its successors took steps to ensure that when such technology became available, access to the wreck would be controlled. Legal claims were filed asserting ownership rights over the wreck and its contents. These claims were designed to prevent independent researchers from examining the evidence without permission from the companies that had controlled the ships. By controlling access to the wreck, these interests could ensure that any examination would be conducted under their supervision and that inconvenient findings could be suppressed. The most sophisticated aspect of the cover-up involved shaping the cultural memory of the disaster. Rather than simply suppressing evidence, the conspiracy's beneficiaries actively promoted a specific narrative about the Titanic that emphasized heroism, tragedy, and the lessons learned about maritime safety. Books, articles, and eventually films about the disaster focused on human interest stories, rather than technical questions about the ship's identity or the circumstances of the sinking. The narrative of the brave band playing hymns as the ship sank, of the noble sacrifice of men who gave their lives so that women and children could survive, and of the hubris of calling any ship unsinkable, became the dominant cultural memory of the disaster. The glow of 17 monitors bathed Elias Corrin's face in an ethereal blue light as his fingers danced across 3 keyboards simultaneously. In the depths of his converted basement apartment, time moved differently. Days blurred into nights, and nights stretched endlessly as he navigated the labyrinthine pathways of the dark web like a digital archaeologist, uncovering humanity's buried secrets. At 32, Elias had already earned and lost 2 fortunes through his hacking prowess. First fortune came easily, a teenage prodigy exploiting security vulnerabilities for corporate clients who paid millions to keep their weaknesses secret. He'd lived like a digital king, penthouses overlooking Silicon Valley, exotic cars that remained untouched in climate-controlled garages, while he preferred the glow of his monitors to sunlight. That first fortune vanished when he exposed Meridian Pharmaceuticals' cover-up of deadly side effects in their breakthrough arthritis medication. The leaked documents showed they'd known their drug caused cardiac episodes in 12% of patients over 60, but had buried the studies to protect their $10 billion investment. Elias had expected whistleblower protection. Instead, he found himself blacklisted from every major tech company, his reputation destroyed by a coordinated character assassination campaign that painted him as an unstable idealist who couldn't be trusted with sensitive information. The second fortune came from smaller clients, criminal organizations, corporate espionage rings, government contractors who needed deniability. The work paid well but corroded his soul, each job pulling him deeper into the shadows of the digital underworld. That money disappeared into legal fees after a wrongful arrest for hacking the Federal Reserve, a crime he hadn't committed but couldn't prove he hadn't, given his reputation and the circumstantial evidence that seemed perfectly crafted to implicate him. 2 years in minimum security prison had shown him the true cost of challenging powerful systems. The other inmates respected his technical skills, but the guards treated him like a dangerous terrorist. Solitary confinement stretched for months whenever he complained about conditions or tried to organise better treatment for his fellow prisoners. By the time he was released on a technicality, evidence had mysteriously gone missing. He'd learned that the system didn't just punish dissent, it transformed dissidents into cautionary tales. Now, money meant nothing to him, only truth mattered. His obsession with secret societies began innocently enough, a childhood fascination sparked by his grandfather's stories about World War II intelligence operations. The old man had worked as a codebreaker for the OSS, predecessor to the CIA, and had filled young Elias's imagination with tales of hidden messages and shadow wars. After his grandfather's death when Elias was 12, he'd found boxes of declassified documents in the attic, revealing just how much of recent history had been shaped by invisible hands. That childhood fascination evolved into a methodical hunt for evidence as he grew older and acquired the technical skills to dig deeper than amateur conspiracy theorists ever could. While other hackers chased Bitcoin fortunes and corporate espionage contracts, Elias pursued shadows and whispers, digital phantoms that most people dismissed as paranoid delusions. He'd spent years infiltrating closed forums where former intelligence operatives shared war stories, decrypting abandoned hard drives from defunct government contractors, and following digital breadcrumbs through the dark web's most obscure corners. His apartment had become a digital monastery dedicated to the pursuit of hidden truth, every surface covered with the tools and detritus of obsessive investigation. The apartment reflected his singular focus. Pizza boxes stacked like ancient monuments between towers of computer equipment, energy drink cans forming metallic armies across every surface, and cables snaking through the darkness like digital veins feeding his electronic ecosystem. His only companions were the hum of cooling fans working overtime to prevent his overclocked processors from melting down, and the occasional, satisfied grunt when another firewall fell to his expertise. The basement location was perfect for his needs. Thick concrete walls that muffled sound and blocked electromagnetic interference, a dedicated power line that could handle his massive electrical requirements, and most importantly, no windows for curious neighbours to peer through. He'd been living there for 18 months, ever since his release from prison, paying cash to a landlord who asked no questions as long as the rent arrived on time. His setup was a temple to digital paranoia. 17 monitors arranged in a semicircle around his custom-built chair, each screen dedicated to different aspects of his ongoing investigations. 3 keyboards allowed him to manage multiple intrusion attempts simultaneously, while a collection of smartphones, each running different operating systems and connected to various networks through proxy chains, kept him connected to his sources around the globe. The walls were lined with hard drives, each containing terabytes of encrypted data collected from years of systematic investigation. Backup systems ensured that even if authorities raided the apartment, copies of everything would remain safely hidden in data centers across 3 continents. He'd learned from his previous arrests that physical evidence was only as secure as your ability to keep it out of enemy hands. Tonight felt different. As rain drummed against the boarded windows, he'd covered them himself for security reasons. Elias's automated scanners detected something unusual. The software he'd written monitored thousands of government servers simultaneously, looking for anomalous data signatures that might indicate classified information stored in supposedly routine systems. Most alerts were false positives, but after years of refinement, his algorithms had learned to distinguish between genuine anomalies and random digital noise. This particular signal was trying too hard to look ordinary, which was exactly what made it suspicious. A government proxy server deep within the Department of Homeland Security's network infrastructure was handling traffic patterns that didn't match any known legitimate use. The data packets were the right size and frequency to appear routine, but they carried encryption signatures that suggested military-grade security protecting something far more sensitive than typical administrative communications. Most hackers would have dismissed it as a honeypot, a trap designed to lure in digital intruders, but Elias had learned to read between the digital lines over years of careful observation. This signal felt different, older, like it had been running for decades without anyone paying attention to what it was actually protecting. He leaned back in his chair, cracking his knuckles with the deliberate ritual of a surgeon preparing for a complex operation. The proxy was 3 layers deep in government infrastructure, protected by military-grade encryption that would take months to crack through conventional means. But Elias had developed unconventional means over the years. His fingers resumed their dance, this time with the measured precision of a master pianist performing a familiar concerto. Code flowed across his screens like poetry written in 1s and 0s, each line bringing him closer to whatever lay hidden in the digital vault. As the final encryption layer crumbled at 3:47 a.m, Elias held his breath. The archive that materialized before him contained terabytes of data, but it was the file structure that made his pulse quicken. Everything was organized with the kind of meticulous care reserved for the most sensitive operations. Categorical folders with cryptic names like cultural implementation, behavioral modification, and asset management. He opened the first file and the world as he understood it began to unravel. The contracts appeared first, hundreds of them, stretching back decades like a paper trail through the shadow history of American culture. Entertainment companies, advertising agencies, record labels, movie studios, television networks, and news corporations all bound by identical non-disclosure agreements that ran to thousands of pages each. The legal language was deliberately obscure, buried in terminology that would confuse even experienced corporate lawyers who specialized in media contracts. But Elias had taught himself to decode legal doublespeak during his prison sentence, spending countless hours in the law library learning how power structures protected themselves through linguistic camouflage. Each contract referenced cultural programming initiatives and synchronized messaging protocols, with payment structures that dwarfed typical entertainment industry deals. millions of dollars flowing to seemingly random projects, indie films that barely recouped production costs, music albums that never charted, advertising campaigns for products that didn't seem to exist. All payments were approved by a shell company called Apex Cultural Dynamics, whose corporate registration traced through a labyrinthine network of offshore entities. Elias followed the money trail through banks in Switzerland, shell corporations in the Cayman Islands, trust funds in Luxembourg, and holding companies in jurisdictions he'd never heard of. Every lead ultimately vanished into legal structures so complex they seemed designed more for obfuscation than profit. The internal memos were more revealing, written in the casual tone of executives who felt completely secure in their communications. Corporate leaders from supposedly competing companies discussed narrative adjustments and public sentiment cultivation, like weather forecasters predicting next week's conditions. One memo from a major news network's CEO, dated just 6 months ago, read, "Per our discussion with ACD representatives, the upcoming election cycle requires a 15% increase in anxiety-inducing content during primetime hours. Latest psychological impact studies suggest optimal effectiveness when paired with consumer advertising for comfort products and security solutions." Another memo from a streaming entertainment company outlined specific quotas. Q3 targets include 40% increase in dystopian future programming, 25% increase in surveillance state normalization themes, an introduction of transhumanist concepts through minimum of 12 original series. Demographic targeting should focus on the 18 to 34 age range for maximum long-term conditioning effectiveness. The coordination between supposedly independent media companies was breathtaking in scope. Competing networks shared detailed viewer psychological profiles, coordinated their news coverage to maximize specific emotional responses, and even synchronized their entertainment programming to reinforce particular worldviews. The memos discussed marketing research into subliminal messaging techniques, optimal timing for narrative reinforcement, and methods for making propaganda indistinguishable from organic cultural trends. Video stills scattered throughout the files showed meetings in nondescript conference rooms. Faces were often obscured, but the visible details painted a chilling picture. Executives from competing companies sitting side by side, reviewing presentations with titles like Mass Behavioral Prediction Models and Subliminal Integration Techniques. But it was the symbols that made Elias's blood run cold. They appeared everywhere, in corporate logos embedded in document headers, even watermarked into video files. The all-seeing eye perched atop pyramids, numerical sequences that corresponded to occult traditions, and geometric patterns that seemed random until viewed through the lens of esoteric knowledge. As dawn broke unnoticed outside his boarded windows, Elias began constructing his theory. The Illuminati weren't just folklore, they were real, organised, and operating in plain sight. Rather than ruling through force or political manipulation, they had evolved into something far more sophisticated. Cultural engineers who shaped reality through the careful manipulation of information and entertainment. The fragments suggested a coordinated effort spanning decades. Movies that promoted specific worldviews, music that carried subliminal messages, news coverage that guided public opinion toward predetermined conclusions. Every major cultural event seemed to serve a purpose beyond mere profit or entertainment. Elias created a new encrypted partition on his most secure drive and began organising the evidence. Each piece of the puzzle revealed new connections, new layers of coordination that defied conventional understanding of how media and culture operated. The scope was breathtaking and terrifying, but this was just the first door. As he prepared to dive deeper into the archive, a notification appeared on his screen. New files were uploading automatically to the server, added in real time from sources around the globe. The conspiracy wasn't just historical, it was happening now, every day, with machine-like precision. Elias smiled grimly and opened another energy drink. He had work to do. 3 days of continuous analysis revealed patterns so pervasive they defied coincidence. Elias's custom data mining algorithms had processed thousands of hours of Super Bowl halftime shows, major film releases, top charting music, and primetime television programming. cross-referencing them with the archived documents he'd discovered. His software compared visual elements, audio frequencies, narrative structures, and symbolic content with mathematical precision that human observation alone could never achieve. The results were undeniable and terrifying. Every major halftime show since 2005 contained specific visual elements that served purposes beyond entertainment. Choreographed movements formed geometric patterns when viewed from aerial cameras, patterns that matched sacred geometry principles known to influence human consciousness. Lighting sequences pulsed at precisely calibrated frequencies, 10 Hz to induce alpha brain states associated with relaxation and suggestibility, 40 Hz bursts to trigger gamma waves linked to heightened emotional responses, and infrasound frequencies below human hearing that created subliminal anxiety responses. The costume designs weren't random fashion choices. They incorporated symbols from the archived files with mathematical precision. Ancient Egyptian imagery, Masonic symbols, occult numerology, but presented in ways that bypassed conscious recognition. The performers themselves were likely unaware of the deeper significance, but the production companies certainly understood every detail. Internal emails discussed symbolic integration quotas and archetypal reinforcement targets with the clinical precision of pharmaceutical dosing guidelines. Hollywood's role was even more sophisticated, operating as a vast conditioning apparatus disguised as entertainment. Elias discovered that blockbuster films weren't just profitable products. They were psychological programming exercises designed to shift public consciousness over decades. Action movies systematically normalized surveillance states, extrajudicial violence, and the acceptability of authoritarian responses to perceived threats. Romantic comedies promoted specific relationship models that prioritize consumption, instant gratification, and emotional instability over lasting partnership and family formation. Science fiction films served as perhaps the most insidious tool of all. They introduced technological and social concepts years before their real-world implementation, ensuring public acceptance when they finally emerged. Movies about neural implants preceded actual brain-computer interface development by exactly the time needed for audience conditioning. Films depicting cashless societies appeared precisely when digital currency infrastructure was being developed. Dystopian scenarios were presented as cautionary tales, while simultaneously making the depicted future seem inevitable and acceptable. The music industry operated as the most direct delivery system for repetitive psychological messaging. Elias's analysis revealed that hit songs across all genres shared common structural elements designed to trigger specific neurological responses. Repetitive hooks created obsessive thought patterns, bass frequencies induced physical arousal responses, and lyrical themes consistently promoted materialism, emotional chaos, instant gratification, and distrust of traditional social bonds. Chart success wasn't organic. It was engineered through coordinated promotion campaigns that used psychological manipulation techniques, refined through decades of marketing research. Record companies employed neuroscience consultants who designed songs to be literally addictive, triggering dopamine responses that created compulsive listening behaviors. The most successful artists weren't necessarily the most talented. They were the most effective delivery vehicles for predetermined psychological content. But the most chilling discovery came when Elias cross-referenced celebrity deaths with financial markets and policy implementations, using algorithms that could detect correlations across vast datasets that human analysis would miss. The patterns were subtle but statistically undeniable. Whenever a particularly influential public figure died under questionable circumstances, the news cycle would shift dramatically within hours. Public attention would focus intensely on mourning and memorial coverage, while significant legislation passed through Congress, with minimal scrutiny or public debate. Michael Jackson's death had coincided with the most controversial aspects of healthcare reform debates, providing a massive distraction precisely when public opposition was reaching critical mass. Whitney Houston's demise dominated headlines during crucial banking regulation discussions that would have reshaped Wall Street oversight. Prince's passing created a week-long media obsession, that completely buried coverage of surveillance law expansions that civil liberties groups had been fighting for months. Each event generated exactly the right emotional state to facilitate predetermined political outcomes. The deaths created collective grief that made the public more passive and receptive to authority, while the intensive media coverage consumed the attention bandwidth that might otherwise have focused on policy changes. The timing wasn't coincidental, it was orchestrated with mathematical precision. Elias found evidence suggesting that some celebrity deaths might have been actively induced rather than simply exploited. Medical records showed unusual patterns of prescription drug interactions. Security camera footage from crucial moments was consistently corrupted or missing, and autopsy results often contained anomalies that suggested external intervention. The pattern was consistent across dozens of cases spanning 3 decades. But even more disturbing was the systematic cultivation of celebrity instability. Internal documents from talent agencies and record companies outlined deliberate strategies for creating psychological dependence, drug addiction, and emotional instability in their most valuable assets. The goal wasn't profit maximization, it was creating performers who could be easily manipulated and, when necessary, destroyed at moments that served larger political purposes. The conspiracy had weaponized celebrity worship itself, turning the public's emotional investment in famous figures into a tool for mass psychological manipulation. Every death became a ritual that renewed the collective trauma bonding between citizens and their media-created gods, making the population more dependent on external authority figures and less capable of independent critical thinking. Elias created a digital conspiracy board on his largest monitor, a sprawling network of connections that would have impressed investigative agencies worldwide if they hadn't been complicit in the system he was mapping. Red lines linked entertainment companies to intelligence agencies through shared personnel, financial investments, and operational coordination. Blue lines traced money flows through the labyrinthine network of shell corporations, revealing how massive sums moved between seemingly unrelated organizations. Green lines mapped the precise timing of cultural events to policy implementations, showing correlation patterns that achieved statistical significance far beyond chance. The board revealed the Illuminati's true genius. They had weaponized human attention itself, transforming consciousness into a battlefield where wars were fought through carefully orchestrated information campaigns. In an age of information overload, controlling what people focused on had become more valuable than controlling what they thought. Distraction had evolved into the ultimate form of mind control, more effective than physical force because victims participated willingly in their own manipulation. The scope was breathtaking and terrifying. Every major cultural trend of the past 30 years could be traced back to deliberate manipulation, orchestrated through the entertainment media complex. Fashion cycles that promoted specific body images and consumption behaviours. Social media trends that encouraged narcissistic self-documentation and reduced attention spans. Political movements that channeled genuine grievances into harmless symbolic protests that changed nothing. Even conspiracy theories themselves appeared to be guided phenomena, designed to discredit legitimate questioning by associating it with obviously false claims. As Elias studied his creation through bloodshot eyes that hadn't seen natural light in days, a pattern emerged that made him question everything he thought he knew about free will and human autonomy. The manipulation wasn't just cultural, it was neurological. The constant stream of engineered content was literally rewiring human brains on a species level, creating generations of people whose thoughts and desires had been shaped by external forces since birth. The evidence suggested that the traditional concept of individual choice had become largely illusory. In a world where every piece of information was filtered through manipulated channels, where every cultural touchstone carried hidden programming, where every social trend was artificially generated, what did it mean to make an independent decision? The conspiracy had achieved something more insidious than totalitarianism. They had created voluntary slavery disguised as freedom of choice. As Elias studied his creation, a pattern emerged that made him question everything he thought he knew about free will. Every major cultural trend of the past 30 years could be traced back to deliberate manipulation. Fashion cycles, social media behaviours, political movements, even conspiracy theories, all potentially guided by the same hidden hand. The realisation struck him like a physical blow. If they could control culture so completely, how could he be certain his own obsession with finding them wasn't part of their plan? The media conglomerate's server proved surprisingly easy to penetrate, which should have been Elias's first warning. Titan Communications owned 17 major news networks, 43 radio stations, controlling interests in 12 social media platforms, and content distribution deals with virtually every major streaming service. Their annual revenue exceeded the GDP of most small nations, and their influence over global information flow was effectively unparalleled in human history. Their security should have been impenetrable. Military contractors protected their networks. They employed former NSA specialists as cybersecurity consultants, and their server farms were housed in facilities that rivaled government installations. Yet Elias's intrusion tools sliced through their defences like a hot knife through butter, encountering minimal resistance and no countermeasures. It was almost as if they wanted him inside their systems. The internal documents were even more damning than the government archive, revealing coordination that made wartime propaganda efforts look amateur by comparison. Daily emails outlined narrative priorities for each news cycle, complete with psychological impact assessments, demographic targeting strategies, and measurable public sentiment targets. The language was coldly clinical, reducing human emotion and belief to data points on quarterly performance spreadsheets. Editorial meetings were recorded and transcribed with military precision. News directors from supposedly competing networks participated in weekly coordination calls, where they discussed upcoming stories, agreed on messaging frameworks, and divided coverage responsibilities to ensure comprehensive narrative saturation. The goal wasn't profit, it was behavioural modification on a civilizational scale. One particularly chilling document was titled MK Ultra Evolution, Modern Behavioural Modification Through Repetitive Exposure. It outlined techniques that made the CIA's infamous mind control experiments look primitive and inefficient by comparison. Rather than targeting individuals through drugs and trauma, the new methods focused on mass psychological conditioning through carefully orchestrated media campaigns that operated below the threshold of conscious awareness. The manual explained in disturbing detail how repetitive exposure to specific imagery, sound frequencies, narrative structures, and emotional triggers could alter brain chemistry over extended periods. Citizens weren't being brainwashed in the traditional sense. They were being neurologically rewired through their daily media consumption, with changes that accumulated gradually over years and decades. The process was so subtle and pervasive that victims never realised their thoughts weren't entirely their own. Predictive programming emerged as a central technique in their arsenal. By introducing concepts, technologies and social changes through fictional entertainment, before implementing them in reality, the manipulators could bypass critical thinking entirely. Audiences would unconsciously accept new surveillance technologies, social norms and political systems, because they had been psychologically prepared through years of entertainment conditioning that made the changes feel familiar and inevitable. The technique was devastatingly effective because it exploited fundamental aspects of human psychology. People naturally accepted ideas they had encountered multiple times, even if the initial exposure came through obviously fictional sources. The brain treated repeated fictional scenarios as potential realities, creating neural pathways that made actual implementation feel like a natural progression rather than a radical change. The financial section revealed the true scope of the operation. Trillions of dollars flowed through the network annually, dwarfing the budgets of most nations. The money came from unexpected sources: pension funds, insurance companies, even charitable foundations unknowingly contributed to the conspiracy through complex investment structures. But the most disturbing discovery was the coordination between intelligence agencies, banking institutions, entertainment corporations and technology companies, operating as a unified organism despite their apparent competition and conflicting interests. Weekly video conferences brought together representatives from the CIA, Federal Reserve, major studios, social media platforms, and multinational technology corporations. They discussed sentiment management and narrative synchronization with the casual professionalism of corporate executives planning quarterly sales targets. The recordings revealed a shadow government that operated through corporate proxies rather than official political channels. Traditional governmental power had been largely superseded by a network of private organizations that could implement policy through market manipulation and cultural conditioning without the messy inconvenience of democratic oversight. Elections still occurred, but they had become elaborate theatre productions designed to maintain the illusion of popular sovereignty, while real decisions were made in boardrooms that the public never saw. News cycles weren't random or market-driven. They were orchestrated months in advance by committees that included intelligence operatives, banking executives, media moguls, and technology leaders. Wars provided distraction from economic manipulation, while generating massive profits for defense contractors. Celebrity scandals offered convenient cover for political corruption investigations. Natural disasters created opportunities to implement emergency powers that somehow always became permanent fixtures of the expanded surveillance state. Every major event served multiple purposes in a grand design that stretched across decades. The 2008 financial crisis had been engineered to consolidate banking power while conditioning the public to accept bailouts as normal economic policy. The COVID-19 pandemic had accelerated digital transformation initiatives while normalizing remote monitoring and social isolation. Climate change narratives were being used to justify energy sector reorganization and carbon credit markets that would generate enormous profits for the same financial institutions that had caused previous economic crises. Elias found recorded conversations between news anchors and their handlers that destroyed any remaining illusion about journalistic integrity. Popular television personalities who projected authority and trustworthiness were revealed as knowing participants in psychological manipulation campaigns, carefully crafting emotional triggers with the precision of weapons designers. They discussed techniques for inducing specific brain states in viewers, optimal timing for fear-based messaging, and methods for making propaganda indistinguishable from legitimate news reporting. The most chilling recordings involved discussions of population control strategies disguised as public health initiatives. Representatives from pharmaceutical companies, government health agencies, and media corporations coordinated messaging campaigns designed to promote dependency on medical interventions while discouraging natural immunity and traditional healing practices. The goal wasn't public health. It was creating a population that required constant pharmaceutical management to function normally. Mental health treatment had been weaponized through carefully designed chemical interventions that didn't cure underlying problems but created permanent pharmaceutical dependencies. Educational systems were being restructured to produce workers who could follow complex instructions but lacked the critical thinking skills to question authority. Even exercise and nutrition guidelines were manipulated to ensure that optimal physical and mental health remained just out of reach for the general population. The evidence was overwhelming, but as Elias prepared to copy the files to his secure drives, an error message appeared. Access denied. User privileges revoked. The server was locking him out in real time, which meant someone was actively monitoring his intrusion. He worked frantically to extract what data he could, but the digital walls were closing in. As the connection terminated, one final document appeared briefly on his screen. A personnel file with his photograph and the header Asset Management, Elias Korin. Status, Active Monitoring. The file vanished before he could read it completely, but the implications were clear. They knew he was coming. Desperation drove Elias deeper into the network than he had ever dared venture. Using techniques that bordered on digital necromancy, he resurrected connection pathways that should have been impossible to access. The risk was enormous. Each probe left digital fingerprints that could lead authorities directly to his door. But the glimpse of his own file had transformed his quest from curiosity to survival. The recordings he discovered in the deeper server vaults were audio files from meetings that shouldn't have existed, according to any official record. High-definition audio captured conversations between intelligence officials, Federal Reserve Board members, entertainment executives, technology billionaires, pharmaceutical industry leaders, and representatives from organizations he'd never heard of but whose influence seemed to span continents. They discussed the future of human consciousness like generals planning military campaigns against an enemy population. The meetings followed a rigid schedule. Every third Wednesday of each month, participants would gather in a location identified only as the facility to review progress on what they called the Integration Project. The audio quality suggested advanced surveillance equipment, possibly indicating that someone within their organization was documenting everything for purposes that remained unclear. One recording from a meeting dated 6 months ago made his blood freeze in his veins. Phase 7, implementation has exceeded all projections, reported a woman's voice that analysis software identified as belonging to a major pharmaceutical company executive. Antidepressant dependency rates have reached 23% of the adult population in target demographics. Cognitive function degradation is proceeding on schedule, with marked decreases in long-term planning abilities and resistance to authority structures. Another voice, male with a distinctive southern accent. The cryptocurrency infrastructure is approaching full readiness for behavioral tracking integration. Once we achieve real-time monitoring of every financial transaction, thought control becomes mathematically precise. Every purchase will inform our psychological profiles. Every payment will be subject to conditional approval based on compliance metrics. Money itself becomes the ultimate surveillance and control mechanism. A third voice, older and carrying unmistakable authority. Excellent progress. The entertainment division reports successful integration of transhumanist themes across all major platforms. Public acceptance of neural interface technology has increased 23% since the campaign began, with particularly strong adoption rates among the 18 to 34 demographic. We're ready for beta testing in select metropolitan markets next quarter. The conversations continued for hours, revealing a surveillance state that made Orwell's 1984 look like a children's story. They weren't just watching citizens, they were psychologically profiling entire populations in real time, predicting dissent before it emerged, and neutralizing threats through targeted manipulation rather than direct confrontation. The system was so sophisticated that most people would never realize they were living under complete psychological control. The Integration Project appeared to be the culmination of decades of research into human behavior modification. Rather than controlling people through force or obvious propaganda, they had created a system that guided human decision-making through carefully crafted environmental pressures. Every choice citizens made was influenced by factors they never recognized as external manipulation, creating the illusion of free will while ensuring predetermined outcomes. Food additives that affected brain chemistry, architectural designs that induced specific emotional states, lighting frequencies that influence circadian rhythms, sound pollution calibrated to create chronic stress. Every aspect of modern life had been optimized to create psychological conditions that made populations easier to manage. The genius was that victims participated willingly in their own subjugation, often defending the very systems that enslaved them. The Watcher Protocol emerged as their most sophisticated tool. Rather than silencing conspiracy theorists and dissidents, they monitored them continuously, studying their methods and psychology. The dial was used to identify others with similar thinking patterns, creating detailed maps of potential resistance before it could organize effectively. But the most chilling revelation was their approach to handling discovered threats. They didn't assassinate or imprison troublesome individuals, they drove them insane. Subtle psychological pressure, engineered coincidences, and carefully orchestrated personal tragedies would destroy a person's credibility and mental stability. Victims became their own worst enemies, discrediting themselves more effectively than any external force could. Elias found case studies documenting the destruction of dozens of individuals who had gotten too close to the truth. Journalists who suffered sudden career implosions, researchers who developed inexplicable mental health problems, hackers who became paranoid and unstable. The pattern was consistent. initial discovery, followed by escalating pressure until the subject either retreated into obscurity or self-destructed publicly. As he absorbed this information, strange coincidences began occurring in his own life. His internet connection inexplicably slowed at crucial moments. Phone calls developed electronic interference. His food delivery orders were mysteriously cancelled or delayed. Each incident was minor and easily dismissed as random bad luck, but the cumulative effect was unmistakable. Someone was watching. Elias tried to dismiss his growing paranoia as a natural reaction to the disturbing information he was processing. But late at night, when the city was quiet and his monitors provided the only light, he sometimes heard footsteps in the hallway outside his apartment. They would pause at his door for exactly 30 seconds before continuing down the corridor. The recordings had mentioned something else, something that made his hands shake as he worked. Subject 347 shows exceptional pattern recognition abilities. Psychological profile suggests high probability of success in reaching final verification stage. Recommend maintaining current stimuli until extraction protocols can be implemented. He had no way of knowing for certain, but the timing suggested a horrible possibility. He might be Subject 347. The decision to leak his findings publicly felt like stepping off a cliff. Elias had accumulated enough evidence to expose a conspiracy that dwarfed anything in human history, but he knew that releasing it would likely cost him his life, or worse, his sanity. Yet the alternative was remaining silent while humanity sleepwalked toward a digital totalitarianism that would make physical oppression obsolete. He began by seeding information across the dark web's most secure forums, using identity masking techniques that should have made him untraceable. The posts were carefully crafted to appear as random discoveries by different users, avoiding the pattern recognition algorithms that monitored conspiracy communities. Each fragment of evidence was real but incomplete, requiring readers to connect the dots themselves. The response was immediate and disturbing. His posts gained traction quickly, too quickly. Within hours, they were being shared across platforms, analysed by citizen journalists, and discussed in mainstream media as examples of dangerous misinformation. The speed of the reaction suggested a coordinated response, as if the revelation had been anticipated and prepared for in advance. More troubling was the nature of the responses. While some users took the evidence seriously, others immediately began discrediting it with arguments that seemed too sophisticated to be spontaneous. They pointed to technical inconsistencies that Elias was certain didn't exist, questioned source authenticity with forensic expertise that suggested professional training, and redirected discussions toward harmless tangents that neutered the information's impact. Within days, his revelations were being treated as another internet conspiracy theory, filed alongside flat earth theories and lizard people claims. The evidence was dismissed not through logical refutation, but through association with obviously false ideas, a technique the archived documents had called cognitive contamination. As the online discussions evolved, Elias realized he was watching a masterpiece of psychological manipulation in real time. The truth was being buried not through censorship, but through calculated flooding with disinformation. His genuine evidence was drowning in a sea of deliberate nonsense, making it impossible for reasonable people to distinguish fact from fantasy. But the digital warfare was only the beginning. Physical reality began shifting around him in subtle but unmistakable ways. His internet speed slowed to a crawl whenever he tried to upload new evidence. Delivery services could no longer find his address. His phone developed a mysterious static that made conversations nearly impossible. Even his electricity began fluctuating at random intervals, causing his equipment to crash at the most inconvenient moments. The psychological pressure was more sophisticated than anything he had imagined from the case studies. Rather than obvious intimidation, he faced a constant series of minor inconveniences and technical failures that could be dismissed as coincidence by anyone who wasn't experiencing them directly. The effect was maddening, literally. He began questioning his own perceptions, wondering if paranoia was making him see patterns that didn't exist. Sleep became elusive as his apartment filled with unexplained sounds. Electronics hummed at frequencies that seemed designed to prevent rest. The heating system cycled erratically, creating temperature fluctuations that made comfort impossible. Water pressure dropped whenever he tried to shower, and his refrigerator developed a whine that stopped only when he was away from his computer. Friends and family members began expressing concern about his mental state, though he couldn't remember telling them about his research. They called with surprising frequency, all using similar language about the importance of seeking help and taking breaks from the computer. The conversations felt scripted, as if his loved ones were reading from prepared statements. As days blended into a haze of technical failures and social pressure, Elias realized he was living inside one of the case studies he'd discovered. They weren't just monitoring him, they were actively dismantling his life with surgical precision. But unlike the previous victims, he knew what was happening. That knowledge might be his only chance of survival. He had to reach the final layer of the archive before they completed their psychological destruction. If his theory was correct, the deepest files would contain the ultimate revelation, and possibly his salvation. The final server required every technique Elias had learned over 2 decades of hacking, protected by quantum encryption and guarded by AI systems that adapted to his intrusion attempts in real time. It represented the pinnacle of digital security. Yet as he worked through the night, fueled by desperation and the last of his energy drinks, the barriers fell with almost suspicious ease. The locked folder contained exactly what he had expected and feared: complete dossiers on hundreds of individuals, including himself. His file was massive, containing information that should have been impossible to collect. Screenshots of every computer session going back years, audio recordings from devices that shouldn't have had microphones, even biometric data tracking his health and emotional states in real time. But it was the analysis that truly horrified him. Psychological profiles predicted his behavior with uncanny accuracy, mapping his personality down to neurological quirks that he had never shared with anyone. The files detailed his childhood trauma, relationship patterns, cognitive biases, and emotional triggers with clinical precision. They knew him better than he knew himself. The surveillance had begun long before his current investigation. Webcam captures showed him staring at monitors in his apartment, taken from angles that suggested multiple hidden cameras. Phone conversations with friends and family had been recorded and analysed for stress patterns and emotional manipulation opportunities. Even his online shopping habits, medical records, and financial transactions had been fed into behavioural prediction algorithms. Most disturbing was the timeline. The earliest entries in his file dated back 15 years, to when he had first begun investigating conspiracy theories as a college student. They hadn't just discovered his activities, they had been watching and shaping them from the beginning. Every major breakthrough in his hacking skills, every connection he had made in underground communities, every piece of evidence he'd uncovered, all had been carefully orchestrated. The documents revealed the true scope of his manipulation. The pharmaceutical company he had exposed years earlier, the leaked documents had been strategically placed for him to find. The wrongful arrest that had cost him his fortune, engineered to isolate him and fuel his paranoia. Even his current apartment had been selected for him, the basement location perfect for the psychological pressure techniques they planned to employ, but the most shattering revelation was still to come. As he scrolled through terabytes of personal data, a video file caught his attention. The timestamp showed it was recorded 3 days ago, the night he had first accessed the government server. The video showed him working at his computer, but the angle was impossible. The camera had to be inside his monitor, watching him as he discovered the conspiracy. He was staring at footage of himself reading about his own surveillance. The video continued, showing him creating his digital conspiracy board, making connections between entertainment companies and intelligence agencies, even the moment when he had first seen his own photograph in the corporate files. But there was something else, a timestamp in the corner that made no sense. According to the file properties, the video had been created 6 months before it was allegedly recorded. His hand shaking, Elias cross-referenced the timestamp with other files in his dossier. The pattern that emerged destroyed everything he thought he knew about his investigation. Every revelation, every breakthrough, every piece of evidence he had discovered, All had been prepared in advance. The conspiracy he had uncovered was real, but his discovery of it had been choreographed down to the minute. They hadn't just been watching him, they had been directing him, feeding him information at precisely calculated intervals, allowing him to feel the satisfaction of discovery while ensuring he found only what they wanted him to find. His entire investigation was a performance, and he had been playing his role perfectly. The sound of footsteps in the hallway outside his apartment was no longer mysterious. It was his cue that the final act was about to begin. The timestamp that shattered Elias's world appeared in a routine system log, buried among thousands of other entries he might have overlooked in his haste to process the overwhelming data. But his pattern recognition skills, honed by decades of digital archaeology, caught the anomaly immediately. His surveillance file had been created 3 years before he had even begun his serious investigation into secret societies. Not updated, not modified, created. The implications spread through his mind like digital wildfire. Every forum post that had sparked his interest, every breadcrumb of evidence he had followed, every contact who had guided him toward new information sources, all had been carefully planted elements in an elaborate psychological experiment. He wasn't hunting the Illuminati. He was their laboratory rat, navigating a maze they had constructed specifically for him. The files reveal the true scope of the operation. Project Cassandra aimed to study how individuals with specific psychological profiles could be guided toward predetermined conclusions while believing they were conducting independent research. Elias was test subject 347 in a series that had already processed thousands of potential dissidents, conspiracy theorists, and amateur investigators. The methodology was diabolical in its sophistication. Rather than suppressing information, they had created controlled leaks that satisfied the subject's desire for hidden truth, while ensuring that any revelations served their ultimate purposes. Every conspiracy theorist who believed they had uncovered secret plots was actually participating in a massive behavioural study that helped refine mass manipulation techniques. But Project Cassandra served another purpose, creating the perfect patsies. When subjects like Elias inevitably attempted to share their discoveries, the public would dismiss them as delusional paranoids. The conspiracy theorists discredited themselves more effectively than any government censorship could, providing cover for the real operations happening in plain sight. The genius was circular. They used genuine conspiracies to hide their conspiracy, to create conspiracy theories. The Ouroboros of manipulation consumed its own tail while strengthening the head. Elias found video recordings of planning meetings where researchers discussed his psychological profile like entomologists studying an insect. His obsessive personality, his need for validation through intellectual superiority, his isolation and distrust of mainstream society, all were noted as advantageous traits for the experiment. They had identified him as an ideal subject before he had even begun his journey into the digital underground. The recordings were clinical in their detachment. Subject 347 shows exceptional persistence and pattern recognition abilities. Recommend accelerating the revelation timeline to achieve maximum psychological impact. His technical skills allow for more sophisticated evidence plants than previous subjects. Agreed. The deep web forums are seeded and ready. Will allow him to discover the entertainment industry connections next week, followed by the financial networks the following month. Estimated timeline to complete breakdown, 6 to 8 months. What about extraction? Standard protocol. Once he achieves full paranoid state, we'll activate the final revelation. The cognitive dissonance should ensure complete psychological collapse within 72 hours. Subject will either retreat into catatonic withdrawal or self-eliminate. Either outcome serves project goals. The footsteps outside his door had stopped. In the silence that followed, Elias could hear his own heartbeat thundering in his ears like a countdown timer. Every shadow in his peripheral vision might be a hidden observer. Every electronic device could be a surveillance tool. Even his own thoughts felt compromised, infected by the knowledge that his mind had been invaded and mapped by researchers who understood his psychology better than he did. But as despair threatened to overwhelm him completely, a final realization emerged from the chaos of his collapsing worldview. If they had created all of this as an experiment, if his investigation was a carefully orchestrated performance, then the evidence he had found might be real after all. They couldn't manipulate him with fake conspiracies. They had to use genuine ones to make the manipulation believable. The entertainment industry coordination, the financial manipulation, the psychological conditioning of entire populations, it was all real. His discovery of it might have been staged, but the conspiracy itself existed exactly as he had uncovered it. They had made one critical error in their psychological experiment. They had given him access to the truth. The question was whether that knowledge could serve any purpose now that he understood his role as an unwitting puppet. As the footsteps resumed outside his door, moving with deliberate slowness toward his apartment, Elias realized he had perhaps minutes to decide how this story would end. He could retreat into madness as they expected, becoming another cautionary tale about the dangers of conspiracy thinking. He could attempt to fight back, though they had mapped every aspect of his psychology and would anticipate any strategy he might devise. Or he could find a third option, something they hadn't planned for because it lay outside their understanding of his character. The gentle knock on his door interrupted his thoughts. A voice, polite and professional, spoke through the thin wood. "Mr. Corrin, we need to talk." Elias looked at his screens one final time, at the conspiracy board that had consumed his life, at the evidence that proved humanity was being manipulated on a scale beyond historical precedent. Then he looked at his reflection in the dark monitor, the face of a man who had discovered that his greatest fear and greatest hope were the same thing. He had found the truth. The truth had been carefully crafted to find him. But perhaps, in that circular dance of manipulation and discovery, lay an opportunity that neither he nor his watchers had anticipated. After all, even the most sophisticated psychological experiment could produce unexpected results. As he reached for the door handle, Elias Corrin smiled for the first time in months. If they had taught him anything, it was that reality was far more malleable than most people believed. And if reality could be shaped, then perhaps it was time for the subject to become the experimenter. The door opened to reveal figures in dark suits, their faces professional masks hiding whatever emotions they might have felt. But as they looked into Elias's eyes, something shifted in their expressions, a flicker of uncertainty that suggested their psychological profiles might have missed something crucial about their carefully studied subject. "Gentlemen," Elias said, his voice steady despite the chaos in his mind, "I've been expecting you. Shall we discuss what happens next?" The game was far from over. In fact, it was just beginning. Snow-cold silence. The Karen Red case. Thanks to Kristin for this incredible story idea. Now let's begin tonight's breakdown. The night was ending, but for some, it would never truly be over. Picture a quiet Massachusetts suburb blanketed in fresh snow. The kind of snow that muffles sound, that makes the world feel suspended in time. In those early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, a Lexus SUV backed out of a residential driveway at 7 minutes past 5 in the morning. The camera captured it all in grainy detail. Inside that vehicle sat Karen Reed, a financial analyst whose life was about to become a national obsession. What she didn't know as those tyres crunched over ice was that her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, lay dying in the snow just miles away. And what none of them knew was that this death would unravel into one of the most controversial criminal cases in modern Massachusetts history, splitting a community down the middle and raising questions that still echo through courtrooms and living rooms across America. This is not just a story about a death in the snow. This is a story about what happens when the people sworn to find the truth might be the ones hiding it. The night, everything changed. January 28th, 2022 started like many winter weekends in the Boston area. Karen Red and John O'Keefe had been dating for over 2 years. He was a 16-year veteran of the Boston Police Department, a father figure to his niece and nephew after his sister's death, a man known for his dedication to family and his work. Karen was successful in her own right, established in her career, respected by colleagues. They were the kind of couple that seemed solid, the kind neighbours would describe as nice people, without a second thought. Around 9 that evening, they arrived at the Waterfall Bar and Grill in Canton, Massachusetts. It was a typical night out, drinks with friends, laughter cutting through the winter chill that had settled over the region. Security cameras captured them entering together. Witnesses later recalled seeing them at the bar, nothing unusual, nothing that suggested the tragedy waiting in the hours ahead. The evening wore on, drinks were poured, conversations flowed, and eventually, as it always does, the night began winding down. After midnight, they left the bar. This is where the story everyone thought they knew begins to fracture into competing narratives, each one claiming truth, each one pointing fingers in different directions. According to the prosecution's version of events, Karen and John drove to 34 Fairview Road, the home of Brian Albert, a former Boston police officer who had retired from the force. It was supposed to be an after-party, a chance to continue the night's festivities in a more private setting. But somewhere in the confusion of that snowy night, something went terribly wrong. At 5:07 on the morning of January 29th, surveillance footage captured Karen's Lexus SUV backing out of the garage at John's residence in Canton. The timestamp would become crucial, dissected frame by frame in the investigation to come. Shortly after that footage was recorded, John O'Keefe was found lying in the snow outside 34 Fairview Road. He was unresponsive, his body already succumbing to the brutal Massachusetts winter. Emergency responders arrived to find a man face down in the snow, his clothing soaked through, his body temperature dangerously low. They rushed him to the hospital, but the damage was done. At 7:59 that morning, John O'Keefe was pronounced dead. The cause, according to the initial medical examination, was blunt force trauma to the head combined with hypothermia. A police officer, a father figure, a boyfriend, gone in the span of a few frozen hours. The question everyone immediately asked was simple. What happened? The answer, it turned out, was anything but simple. The investigation begins. When a police officer dies under mysterious circumstances, the investigation typically moves with precision and urgency. Fellow officers rally to find answers, to bring closure to the family, to ensure that justice is served. This case would follow that pattern, but with twists that no one could have predicted. Within days, investigators had begun piecing together what they believed was a clear narrative. They focused on Karen Reed. Her vehicle had a cracked tail light. Fragments of red and clear plastic, consistent with automotive taillight material, were found at the scene where John's body was discovered. Karen had been drinking that night, and her blood alcohol level, recorded later that morning, was elevated. To the initial investigators, it seemed straightforward. A tragic accident caused by impaired driving. Karen had struck John with her vehicle, either while dropping him off or during some kind of altercation, and then fled the scene in panic or confusion. On February 2nd, just 4 days after John's death, Karen Reed was arrested. The charges were severe: manslaughter, motor vehicle homicide, and leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. Each charge carried significant prison time. The district attorney's office presented their case to the public with confidence. They had physical evidence, they had motive in the form of relationship troubles, and they had witnesses who would testify to seeing the aftermath. But even as the prosecution built their case, cracks were beginning to show. Questions emerged that didn't have easy answers. Witnesses offered contradictory statements. Evidence that should have been clear-cut became murky under scrutiny. And Karen Reed, through her attorneys, began to tell a very different story. The defence didn't just argue that Karen was innocent of accidentally striking John with her vehicle. They argued something far more explosive, that John O'Keefe never died, outside 34 Fairview Road. They claimed he died inside the house, the victim of an assault by people who were supposed to be his friends, his colleagues in law enforcement. And they argued that those same people, desperate to cover up their involvement, had framed Karen Reed for a crime she didn't commit. It was a conspiracy theory in the truest sense. And like all conspiracy theories that gain traction, it was built on a foundation of suspicious coincidences, unanswered questions, and a deep distrust of the official narrative. The theory that changed everything. In April 2023, more than a year after John's death, Karen Redd's defence team went public with their alternative theory in a dramatic fashion. They released affidavits, held press conferences, and launched what they called the Canton Cover-Up campaign. The name itself was designed to provoke, to suggest that this wasn't just a case of mistaken identity or faulty investigation, but an active conspiracy involving multiple law enforcement officers working together to frame an innocent woman. The defence's theory was elaborate but internally consistent. They argued that on that night in January 2022, John O'Keefe did go to 34 Fairview Road, but he went inside the house. Once there, according to this theory, he was involved in some kind of altercation. Perhaps it was an argument that escalated. Perhaps it was a physical confrontation that went too far. The specifics were unclear, but the result, the defence claimed, was that John was severely injured inside that home. Faced with a dying or dead police officer in their house, the occupants panicked. These weren't random civilians. They were current and former law enforcement, people who understood exactly how serious the situation was, people who knew how investigations worked, people who had the connections and knowledge to potentially manipulate the system. So instead of calling for help, instead of telling the truth, they made a different choice. They carried John's body outside, placed him in the snow, and began constructing an alternative narrative that would shift blame onto Karen Reed. It sounds almost too calculated to be believable, but the defence had evidence to support their claims, and some of it was genuinely disturbing. The most striking piece of evidence was a Google search conducted on a phone associated with the Albert household. At 27 minutes past 2 in the morning on January 29th, hours before John's body was officially discovered, someone searched for the phrase, "How long to die in cold." The timestamp was crucial. If John was already outside at that time, dying in the snow, why would someone inside the house be searching for information about how long hypothermia takes to kill? The defence argued this search was made by someone who knew John was outside, someone who was watching the clock, someone who needed to know how long to wait before discovering the body. Then there was the taillight. The prosecution's case relied heavily on the cracked taillight of Karen's Lexus as proof that she had struck John with her vehicle. But the defence brought in experts who examined photographs of the taillight taken at different times during the investigation. These experts testified that the damage pattern didn't match what would be expected from striking a person. More concerning, they claimed the photographs showed the tail light had been damaged further between initial evidence photos and later examination, suggesting someone had tampered with the evidence to make it appear more consistent with the prosecution's theory. Witness statements also began to unravel under scrutiny. Multiple people who were at 34 Fairview Road that night gave statements to police. But their accounts didn't align. Some said they never saw John arrive. Others said they were asleep and didn't know he'd been there at all. But phone records and other evidence suggested more activity in the house during the crucial hours than these witnesses were admitting. Why would people lie about whether they saw John unless they had something to hide? The investigation of the investigators. As the defence's theory gained public attention, scrutiny fell on the people conducting the investigation. And what emerged from that scrutiny was deeply troubling, regardless of which version of events you believed. The lead investigator on the case was Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor. On the surface, he seemed like a competent officer with years of experience. But as the case progressed, text messages from Proctor's phone were uncovered and released to the defence as part of discovery. What those texts revealed was shocking. Proctor had sent numerous messages to friends and fellow officers about Karen Reed, and they were vicious. He mocked her appearance, made crude sexual comments, and expressed frustration with the case. In one particularly damaging exchange, he wrote about the difficulties in proving the prosecution's theory. We won't be able to prove she hit him with her car. All the powers that be want answers ASEEP. 0 chance she skates. Read that again. The lead investigator, early in the investigation, was already expressing doubt about whether they could prove their own theory, while simultaneously stating that pressure from superiors meant Karen couldn't be allowed to avoid charges. That's not how justice is supposed to work. Investigations are meant to follow the evidence wherever it leads, not to start with a conclusion and work backward to justify it. The texts got worse. Proctor discussed wanting to use his badge to gain access to Karen's private medical records. He joked about inappropriate searches of her personal information. The pattern was clear. This wasn't an objective investigation. This was a personal crusade. On March 19, 2025, Michael Proctor was fired from the Massachusetts State Police. The official reason was the derogatory texts about Karen Red and alleged mishandling of evidence. By that point, the damage to the prosecution's case was irreversible in the court of public opinion, even if the legal proceedings continued. But Proctor wasn't the only investigator whose conduct raised questions. The defence pointed out numerous unusual aspects of the evidence collection and preservation. Karen's vehicle was towed to a police facility, but instead of being secured in a locked bay as would be standard for such crucial evidence, it was left in an area accessible to multiple officers. Her cell phone from the night of the incident was taken by investigators, but then mysteriously went missing for a period of time before being found again. Chain of custody documentation, which should meticulously track evidence from collection to courtroom, had gaps and inconsistencies. Perhaps most troubling were the connections between the investigators and the potential suspects in the defence's alternative theory. Brian Albert, the owner of 34 Fairview Road, was a former Boston police officer. His brother was an active officer. His wife's sister, Jennifer McCabe, was also at the house that night, and her phone was the one associated with the How Long to Die in Cold search. Another guest at the house was Brian Higgins, an agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives. These weren't random civilians. These were people embedded in the law enforcement community, people with relationships and connections to the very officers investigating the case. In a normal investigation, those connections would be disclosed and managed to prevent conflicts of interest. Officers with personal relationships to potential witnesses or suspects would recuse themselves. Independent oversight would be brought in. None of that happened here, at least not initially. Instead, the investigation proceeded with investigators who had professional and personal ties to the very people the defence was accusing of murder and conspiracy. The federal investigation. As the case gained national attention and the allegations of misconduct piled up, federal authorities took notice. In early 2025, the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division launched an investigation into the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and the handling of the Karen Reed case. For those who believed in the Canton cover-up theory, this federal investigation was vindication. Finally, they thought, an outside agency with no local connections would uncover the truth. The corruption would be exposed, the real killers would be brought to justice, and Karen Red would be exonerated. But in March 2025, the federal investigation closed without bringing any charges. No indictments were issued against Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Higgins, or anyone else accused in the defence's theory. No charges were brought against Michael Proctor or other investigators for evidence tampering or conspiracy. The investigation simply ended, with federal authorities offering little public explanation for their decision. For the prosecution, this was proof that the conspiracy theory was exactly that. A theory unsupported by evidence robust enough to bring charges. They argued that federal investigators had reviewed all the same evidence the defense pointed to and concluded it didn't support criminal charges against anyone except Karen Red herself. For the defense and their supporters, the closure of the federal investigation without charges only deepened their conviction that the cover-up extended further than they had imagined. They argued that law enforcement agencies protect their own. that the blue wall of silence extended from local police departments to federal agencies. The lack of charges, in their view, wasn't evidence of innocence, but evidence of how deep the corruption ran. The truth, as is often the case, likely lies somewhere more complicated than either narrative suggests. Federal investigations close without charges for many reasons. Sometimes it's because no crimes occurred. Sometimes it's because proving a crime beyond a reasonable doubt is impossible, even if investigators suspect wrongdoing. Sometimes it's because the crimes, if they occurred, fall outside federal jurisdiction or don't meet the specific criteria for federal charges. We may never know exactly why the federal investigation closed without action, but its closure didn't end the debate. If anything, it intensified it. The trials. The legal process in the Karen Red case was as dramatic and contentious as the investigation that preceded it. The first trial began on April 16th, 2024, more than 2 years after John O'Keefe's death. The prosecution presented their case: the cracked taillight, the plastic fragments, Karen's elevated blood alcohol level, and testimony from witnesses who described her as distraught and making incriminating statements in the hours after John's body was found. The defence countered with their conspiracy theory, now refined and supported by expert testimony. They brought in accident reconstruction specialists who testified that the injuries to John's body were inconsistent with being struck by a vehicle. They presented the Google search evidence, the text messages from Michael Proctor, and testimony about the connections between investigators and the Albert household. They argued that reasonable doubt wasn't just present in this case, it was overwhelming. For weeks, the jury heard testimony. They saw photographs of John's body, of the crime scene, of Karen's vehicle. They listened to expert witnesses from both sides contradict each other on crucial points. They heard Karen's own voice in recordings from that morning, heard her distress, heard her confusion. On July 1st, 2024, after days of deliberation, the jury announced they were hopelessly deadlocked. They couldn't reach a unanimous verdict on any of the charges. The judge declared a mistrial. Karen Read would not be convicted, but she would not be exonerated either. Instead, she would face a second trial. The retrial began on April 1st, 2025. By this point, the case had become a media sensation. Supporters of Karen Read gathered outside the courthouse daily, holding signs proclaiming her innocence and demanding justice for what they saw as a law enforcement conspiracy. The trial was live-streamed, with thousands watching the proceedings in real time and dissecting every moment on social media. This time, the jury reached a verdict. On the most serious charges, second-degree murder and manslaughter, they found Karen Read not guilty. They also acquitted her of leaving the scene of an accident. But on one charge, operating a vehicle under the influence of alcohol, they found her guilty. The judge sentenced her to 1 year of probation. The split verdict satisfied no one completely. The prosecution argued it proved Karen was impaired and operating her vehicle recklessly that night, even if the jury couldn't conclude she had deliberately or accidentally killed John O'Keefe. The defence and Karen's supporters argued the not guilty verdicts on the most serious charges vindicated their theory that she had been framed, and the single guilty verdict was a compromise by jurors who felt pressure to convict on something after such a lengthy and expensive trial. Karen Red walked out of the courthouse on probation, legally neither fully guilty nor fully innocent in the death of the man she loved. The unanswered questions. Even after 2 trials, after thousands of hours of investigation, after millions of words written and spoken about this case, fundamental questions remain unanswered. Did John O'Keefe ever go inside 34 Fairview Road that night? There is no surveillance footage from inside the house showing his arrival. Every person who was in that house that night claims they did not personally see him enter. Yet the defence argues he must have been inside based on his injuries and the circumstances of his death. Without video evidence or a witness willing to break ranks and tell a different story, this question remains open. What caused John's injuries? The medical examiner who performed the autopsy concluded his injuries were consistent with being struck by a vehicle and exposure to the cold. But defence experts examined the same body, the same photographs, the same medical data, and concluded his injuries were consistent with a beating, including wounds they argued came from a dog attack based on the pattern of marks on his arm. Two sets of experts, two completely different conclusions. Both can't be right, but how is a jury, or the public, supposed to determine which experts to believe? When exactly did John die? The timeline is crucial to both theories. The prosecution needs him to have been struck by Karen's vehicle and left outside to die in the early morning hours. The defence needs him to have been alive inside the house long enough for the conspiracy to unfold and for that Google search about hypothermia timing to make sense. Phone records show John's phone locked and stopped recording activity at a specific time, but does that mean he died then? Or just that his phone died or was damaged? Who made that Google search? The search for how long to die in cold came from a phone associated with Jennifer McCabe, who was at the Albert House that night. When questioned about it, she denied making the search and suggested it must have been a mistake or an artifact of some technical glitch. Forensic analysts confirmed the search was real and occurred at the timestamp indicated. So who made it and why? Was evidence tampered with? The defence presented testimony suggesting Karen's taillight was damaged further during the investigation to make it more consistent with the prosecution's theory. They pointed to inconsistencies in photographs taken at different times. The prosecution argued any apparent differences were due to lighting, camera angles, or the natural process of collecting and examining fragile evidence. Without a video recording of every moment the vehicle was in custody, proving tampering definitively is nearly impossible, but the suggestion alone casts doubt on the evidence's reliability. Why did Michael Proctor send those texts? Even people who believe in Karen's guilt struggle to defend Proctor's conduct. His messages were inappropriate by any standard, and his admission that they struggled to prove their own theory, while feeling pressure to secure a conviction, is deeply troubling. Was he just a crude, unprofessional investigator who nonetheless pursued a legitimate case, or were his texts evidence of a predetermined conclusion he was trying to justify after the fact? The broader context. The Karen Red case didn't happen in a vacuum. As the case gained national attention, investigative journalists began examining the broader context of law enforcement in Norfolk County and the Canton area. What they found added fuel to the fire of conspiracy theories. In 2021, a woman named Sandra Birchmore died in Canton. The official ruling was suicide, but her family and advocates raised questions about that conclusion. Sandra had been involved with police officers from the Stoughton Police Department, and there were allegations of inappropriate relationships and potential abuse. When her death was initially investigated, some of the same networks of law enforcement officers that would later be connected to the Karen Read case were involved in that investigation as well. The parallels were impossible to ignore for those inclined to see a pattern. Here was another suspicious death in the same county, another investigation involving interconnected law enforcement, personnel, another family left with unanswered questions and suspicions of a cover-up. The Birchmore case eventually led to federal charges against one of the officers involved, Matthew Farwell, but only after years of advocacy by Sandra's family and outside journalists. The fact that it took so long for action to be taken, and that local investigators had initially closed the case, seemed to validate concerns about how law enforcement handled investigations of their own. These connections matter because they shape how people view the Karen Read case. If this were an isolated incident, if there were no other examples of questionable investigations or suspicious deaths in the area, it would be easier to dismiss the conspiracy theory as paranoid fantasy. But when you can point to other cases, other examples of investigations that seem flawed or compromised, the conspiracy theory becomes more plausible. Pattern recognition is a powerful cognitive tool, even when the patterns might be coincidental. The public divide. Perhaps no aspect of the Karen Red case is more striking than how it has split public opinion. This isn't a case where most people believe one narrative with a small minority dissenting. Instead, it's a case where large numbers of passionate, informed people have reached completely opposite conclusions about what happened. On one side are those who believe Karen Read is a victim of a massive law enforcement conspiracy. They attend her court hearings, they organise rallies and fundraisers, they maintain social media accounts dedicated to exposing what they call the Canton cover-up. They see the suspicious Google search, the biased investigator, the connections between officers and witnesses, and they conclude that the only logical explanation is that John O'Keefe was killed inside 34 Fairview Road, and Karen was framed. For them, her conviction on the impaired driving charge is a miscarriage of justice, a compromise verdict by a jury that couldn't bring itself to fully acquit her, despite the overwhelming evidence of reasonable doubt. On the other side are those who believe the prosecution's core theory. They see a tragic case of drunk driving, a woman who made a terrible mistake and then compounded it by refusing to take responsibility. They look at the physical evidence, the cracked tail light, the plastic fragments at the scene, and they see a straightforward explanation. For them, the conspiracy theory is a desperate defense strategy, a Hail Mary attempt to create reasonable doubt by throwing out wild accusations. They point to the federal investigation's closure without charges as proof that outside investigators found no merit to the cover-up claims. They argue that Karen's acquittal on murder charges doesn't prove she's innocent, just that the prosecution couldn't prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, which is a high bar in any case. Between these two camps are people who genuinely aren't sure what to believe. They see troubling elements on both sides. They think Karen might have been involved in John's death, while also believing the investigation was compromised and potentially corrupt. They can imagine scenarios where John went inside the house, but then came back outside where Karen accidentally struck him. They wonder if the truth is some combination of both narratives that neither side is willing to acknowledge. This divide isn't just about the facts of the case, it's about deeper questions of trust. Do you trust law enforcement to investigate itself? Do you believe officers will tell the truth even when it implicates their colleagues and friends? Do you think the justice system works? Or do you think it's rigged in favour of those with power and connections? For many people, the Karen Red case became a referendum on those questions, rather than just a determination of what happened on one snowy night in January. If you already distrusted police, if you already believed the system was corrupt, then the Canton cover-up theory made perfect sense. If you believed in the integrity of law enforcement and the justice system, then Karen's conviction, even the limited one, seemed appropriate. The aftermath. As of now, the legal proceedings continue in different forms. A civil wrongful death lawsuit was filed on August 23, 2024, by John O'Keefe's family against Karen Read and 2 Canton bars that served alcohol that night. The lawsuit is currently stayed pending appeals, but it represents another legal front in a case that seems to have no end point. Karen Red herself remains a controversial figure. To her supporters, she's a folk hero, a whistleblower who exposed corruption at the highest levels of Massachusetts law enforcement. They've raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for her defense, attended every court hearing, and vowed to continue fighting for what they call justice. To her critics, she's a killer who got away with murder through a clever legal strategy and public manipulation. They see her supporters as gullible, taken in by conspiracy theories and anti-police sentiment. The people at 34 Fairview Road that night have largely retreated from public view. Brian Albert sold the house and moved away. Jennifer McCabe has faced harassment and death threats from Karen Red's supporters who believe she's part of the conspiracy. Brian Higgins has maintained his silence throughout. These are people who, regardless of what happened that night, have had their lives completely upended by their connection to this case. John O'Keefe's family remains caught in the middle. They lost a beloved son, brother and uncle in a tragic death. They want answers, they want justice, but the competing narratives have made it nearly impossible to get either. Some family members have publicly supported the prosecution's case, and expressed anger at what they see as Karen's efforts to defame John and deflect blame. Others have remained quiet, perhaps unsure what to believe or simply exhausted by the years of legal battles. The truth in the snow, so what really happened on that night in January 2022? After all the trials, all the evidence, all the testimony, can we say with certainty? The honest answer is no, not with complete certainty. That's the frustrating reality of many criminal cases. The truth exists somewhere in the past, but our ability to reconstruct it is imperfect. We have fragments, security footage, phone records, text messages, physical evidence, witness statements. We try to assemble those fragments into a coherent picture, but the fragments don't always fit together neatly, and different people can arrange them into very different pictures. What we can say is this: John O'Keefe died in the snow outside 34 Fairview Road in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. His death was tragic and preventable. Whether Karen Red caused his death through impaired driving, whether people inside that house caused his death through violence, or whether the truth involves some combination of factors we haven't fully understood, John deserved better than to die alone in the cold. We can also say that the investigation into his death was deeply flawed. Even if you believe the prosecution's theory, even if you think Karen Red is guilty, the conduct of lead investigator Michael Proctor was inexcusable. His biased texts, his expression of doubt about the case combined with determination to secure a conviction, his admitted mishandling of evidence, all of that compromised the investigation. A case this serious deserved better. John's family deserved better. Karen Reed, whether guilty or innocent, deserved an investigation conducted with integrity. We can say that the connections between investigators and potential witnesses raised legitimate questions about conflicts of interest and whether the investigation was truly independent. In any case, but especially one involving law enforcement officers and their families, extra care should be taken to ensure investigators have no personal stakes in the outcome. That didn't happen here, and the failure to maintain proper boundaries opened the door for conspiracy theories that might have been easily dismissed if the investigation had been handled properly from the start. We can say that the justice system, for all its flaws, worked to some degree. Karen Reed had her day in court, actually multiple days across 2 trials. She had competent legal representation, evidence was examined, witnesses were cross-examined, and juries made their determinations. The fact that the verdicts didn't fully satisfy anyone doesn't mean the system failed. Sometimes justice is messy and incomplete, because the truth itself is messy and incomplete. What we can't say is exactly what happened in those crucial hours. We can't say with certainty whether Karen struck John with her vehicle, or whether he was assaulted inside the house. We can't prove who made that Google search or why. We can't definitively state whether evidence was tampered with, or whether apparent inconsistencies have innocent explanations. These uncertainties will likely never be fully resolved, and people will continue to debate them for years to come. The Watchman. Question. The closing question posed in the outline is perhaps the most important one. When law enforcement investigates itself, who watches the Watchman? This is not a new question. It's been asked throughout history whenever those in power are accused of misconduct. The answer has always been complicated and unsatisfying. We want to believe in oversight mechanisms, in internal affairs divisions, in civilian review boards, in federal investigations. We want to believe that bad actors will be caught and punished, that the system will self-correct. But the Karen Reed case exposes the weaknesses in those mechanisms. Michael Proctor conducted a biased investigation for more than a year before his texts were discovered. The connections between investigators and the Albert household weren't flagged early and addressed. The federal investigation closed without charges despite what many saw as clear evidence of at least misconduct, if not criminal conspiracy. At every level, the oversight that should have caught problems either failed or never materialized. This doesn't necessarily mean there was a massive conspiracy. Oversight mechanisms fail for many reasons. Sometimes it's incompetence rather than corruption. Sometimes it's institutional culture that discourages questioning fellow officers. Sometimes it's just the difficulty of investigating complex cases with limited resources and imperfect information. But the failure of oversight, whatever its cause, has consequences. It erodes public trust. It makes people more susceptible to conspiracy theories. It makes every future case more difficult because witnesses and jurors and the public bring their suspicions and doubts with them. The Karen Red case should prompt serious conversations about how law enforcement investigations are conducted, especially when the investigators have personal or professional connections to the people involved. It should lead to reforms in how evidence is collected, preserved and tracked. It should result in clearer protocols for identifying and managing conflicts of interest. It should spark discussions about independent oversight and accountability. Whether those conversations will happen, whether those reforms will be implemented, remains to be seen. History suggests that real change is difficult and rare. But if John O'Keefe's death can lead to improvements that prevent future miscarriages of justice, whether those future cases involve wrongful convictions or failures to convict the guilty, then something meaningful will have come from this tragedy. The snow remembers. Snow has a quality of preservation. It covers, it conceals, but it also freezes moments in time. When spring comes and the snow melts, what was hidden is revealed. The Karen Red case is like that snow. It covered over questions and contradictions, at least initially. The first narrative, the simple story of a drunk driving accident, seemed to wrap everything up neatly, to freeze the story in a comprehensible form. But as time passed, as the snow metaphorically melted under scrutiny, what was revealed was far more complex and troubling. The simple story gave way to competing narratives, to unanswered questions, to suggestions of conspiracy and corruption. Some of what was revealed might be truth, some might be paranoia, and some might be something in between. What we're left with is not closure, but continued uncertainty. Karen Read is not in prison for murder, but she is not fully exonerated either. John O'Keefe's death is officially resolved in the legal system, but the questions about what really happened remain open in the court of public opinion. The people accused in the conspiracy theory have not been charged, but their names are permanently associated with these allegations. Perhaps that uncertainty is the most honest outcome. Perhaps it reflects the reality that in some cases we simply cannot know the complete truth with certainty. We can have suspicions, we can have beliefs, we can even have legal verdicts, but absolute certainty eludes us. What we can do is learn from the failures exposed by this case. We can demand better investigations, better oversight, better accountability. We can ask harder questions when law enforcement investigates its own. We can be skeptical of both official narratives and conspiracy theories, recognizing that the truth is often more complicated than either extreme suggests. And we can remember John O'Keefe not just as a figure in a controversial case, but as a person. A 16-year veteran officer who dedicated his life to public service. An uncle who stepped up to raise his sister's children when she could no longer care for them. A man who, whatever the circumstances of his death, deserved better than to die alone in the snow, while those who might have helped him either couldn't or wouldn't. The snow that fell on January 29th, 2022 has long since melted. The seasons have changed, the years have passed, but the questions raised that night remain, frozen in the public consciousness, waiting for answers that may never fully come. That's the real tragedy of the Karen Red case. Not just that a man died, though that is tragic enough, but that we may never know with certainty why he died, who is responsible, or whether justice was truly served. When the next snow falls in Canton, Massachusetts, some people will think of that night. They'll think of John O'Keefe, of Karen Read, of 34 Fairview Road. They'll think of the questions that still hang in the air like snowflakes that never quite settle to the ground. And they'll wonder, as we all wonder, whether the truth is buried somewhere beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered, or whether it melted away that morning and can never be recovered. The silence of that snow-covered night keeps its secret still, and in that silence we hear the echo of every unanswered question, every unresolved doubt, every failure of the system we trust to deliver justice. The case of Karen Read and the death of John O'Keefe is closed in the legal sense, but in every other way that matters, it remains open, a wound that has not healed, a mystery that has not been solved, a story that has not yet found its ending. Perhaps it never will. Perhaps some stories don't get neat endings. Perhaps the only certainty is the snow falling and melting, covering and revealing freezing moments in time, but never quite preserving them completely. And perhaps that's the most honest conclusion we can reach, that we know what happened that night only in fragments, in pieces, in competing versions that can never be fully reconciled. The snow remembers, but it doesn't tell, and so we're left with our questions, our theories, our suspicions and our doubts. We're left with a case that became a symbol, a trial that became a cultural moment, a death that became a debate about trust and truth and justice in America. We're left with the uncomfortable reality that sometimes the system we rely on to find answers fails to deliver them. And we're left with the memory of a man who died in the snow, and the woman accused of killing him, and the shadow of doubt that hangs over everything that came after. That shadow is the legacy of this case. Not resolution, but uncertainty. Not closure, but continued questions. Not justice clearly served, but justice debated and disputed and doubted. In the end, that might be the most troubling outcome of all. Because if we can't trust the system to find the truth, in a case this scrutinized, this examined, this thoroughly investigated, then when can we trust it? And if we can't answer that question, then the shadow grows longer, the doubt spreads wider, and the next case becomes that much harder to resolve. The snow-cold silence that gave this case its name isn't just about the quiet of that winter night. It's about the silence of unanswered questions, the silence of evidence that doesn't speak clearly, the silence of witnesses who won't or can't tell the complete truth, the silence of investigators who failed in their duty, the silence of a system that couldn't deliver the certainty we expect from justice. And in that silence, John O'Keefe rests, his truth known only to himself and perhaps to those who were there that night. The rest of us are left to wonder, to debate, to take sides in a controversy that may never be fully resolved. That's the real story of the Karen Read case. Not a story with a beginning, middle and clear end, but a story that continues to unfold, to evolve, to challenge our assumptions about truth and justice and the institutions we trust to deliver both. The documentary ends, but the case does not. The questions remain, the silence persists, and somewhere in that silence, buried beneath layers of evidence and testimony and competing narratives, lies the truth. Whether we'll ever uncover it completely is a question that only time, and perhaps new evidence or confessions, can answer. Until then, we're left with what we have, an unsettling case that exposed the fault lines in our justice system and left us all wondering whether we can truly know what happened when those sworn to protect us are the ones under suspicion. The snow has melted, the truth remains frozen. Before we dive into tonight's story, if you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It truly helps the channel more than you possibly know, and we deeply appreciate your support. Also, if you'd like, drop a comment letting us know what time it is, where you are, and where in the world you're listening from. We love seeing where everyone is tuning in from, but only if you want to share. Now, let's begin. Imagine for a moment that humanity's greatest mistake wasn't reaching too far into space, but looking too deep into our own oceans. Imagine that beneath miles of dark water, something was found that was never meant to be disturbed. Something ancient, something aware, something that had been watching us long before we ever thought to watch the stars. In 1978, a NASA contractor recorded 18 minutes of footage that would never be shown to the public. 3 weeks later, he was dead. Within a year, NASA abandoned all ocean exploration and never gave a real explanation why. This is not a story about what might be out there in space. This is a story about what we found down here, and why someone decided we should never look again. This is the story of why NASA really left the ocean. The Abyss Protocol, why NASA really left the ocean. July 1978. The Pacific Basin stretched endlessly in all directions, its surface calm under a blanket of stars. The research vessel Pacific Surveyor rolled gently in the swell, its deck lights the only human presence for 300 miles in any direction. But 12,000 feet below, in a world of crushing pressure and absolute darkness, something impossible was about to be recorded. Marvin Elridge had been working with NASA contractors for nearly 6 years. His specialty was deep scanning sonar technology, the kind that could map the ocean floor with unprecedented detail. At 42 years old, Marvin was methodical, careful, and deeply skeptical of anything that couldn't be measured and verified. He had 2 daughters in college, a mortgage in San Diego, and absolutely no patience for speculation or wild theories. He dealt in data, numbers, provable facts. On this particular night, Marvin was aboard the Pacific Surveyor conducting what should have been routine scans as part of the NOAA and NASA Joint Ocean Floor Imaging Program. The mission parameters were straightforward. Map a 60 square mile section of seafloor, catalogue any geological features of interest, collect core samples if time permitted. Routine, standard, boring even. He had been on deck drinking coffee, looking at the stars and thinking about whether his oldest daughter would actually finish her engineering degree when the sonar operator called him over around 11:30. The young technician's voice had an edge to it that made Marvin put down his coffee cup and head inside immediately. The screen showed something that shouldn't exist at that depth. Right angles, perfect 90-degree geometry. At 12,000 feet below sea level, nature doesn't create right angles. Erosion, pressure and time smooth everything into curves and irregular shapes. Coral builds organically. Lava flows and hardens in chaotic patterns. Rock fractures along stress lines that are never perfectly perpendicular. But there it was on the display, clear as day. A structure. Marvin ordered the submersible to make another pass. The automated system descended slowly, its lights cutting through the darkness in narrow cones that revealed only small sections of the vast emptiness. This time, they picked up something else. Metal reflections. The sonar was bouncing back signatures consistent with manufactured materials. Not rock, not biological matter. Metal, beneath more than 2 miles of ocean water. The technician adjusted the frequency range, trying to get a clearer reading. "Sir, this doesn't make sense. The return signature is too clean. It's like scanning a building, not a geological formation." Marvin watched the screen, his engineering mind trying to find a rational explanation. A sunken ship, maybe. Except ships don't sink in geometric patterns. They don't end up perfectly aligned on the seafloor, and they don't extend for over half a mile in each direction. Then the readings went wild. Something massive was moving beneath the sediment, not swimming through the water above it, moving beneath it, displacing tons of seafloor material as it shifted position. The displacement calculations appeared on the secondary screen, and Marvin felt his mouth go dry. Whatever was moving down there was at least 800 feet long. The mass estimate kept climbing as the computer tried to calculate volume and density. The submersible's cameras captured only darkness and swirling sediment, but the sonar painted a picture of something vast and deliberately hidden. The object was rising, not quickly, but steadily, pushing up through layers of silt that had probably accumulated over thousands of years. "Pull it back," Marvin said quietly. "Bring the sub up, now." But before the operator could execute the command, every instrument aboard the submersible simultaneously failed. The video feed cut to static. The sonar went dark. The navigation system stopped transmitting. Even the backup systems, designed to function independently, all died at exactly the same instant. The control room fell silent except for the hum of the ship's generators. Marvin stared at the blank screens, his heart pounding. In 6 years of deep ocean work, he had never seen a total system failure like this. Equipment broke down, sensors malfunctioned, but everything at once. That didn't happen by accident. They waited. 3 hours of running emergency protocols, trying to re-establish contact with the submersible, calculating drift patterns, and preparing the backup recovery system. When they finally retrieved the sub just after 3 a.m, Marvin was the first one to examine it. The exterior showed signs of exposure to an electromagnetic pulse, scorch marks on the sensor housings. The camera lenses had a strange crystalline pattern etched into them, like they had been exposed to intense magnetic fields. The recording equipment was completely fried, every circuit board melted into useless slag. But Marvin had already seen enough. He had watched the readings in real time. He knew what was down there, even if he couldn't prove it anymore. The official report, filed 2 weeks later, contained exactly 4 words about the incident. Seafloor anomaly, equipment malfunction. Nothing about the geometry. Nothing about the metal signatures. Nothing about the massive moving object. Just equipment malfunction. Marvin read the report 3 times, each time feeling more certain that someone was actively burying what they had found. He had submitted a detailed account. 12 pages of technical observations, sonar readings, equipment analysis, and recommendations for follow-up investigation. All of it reduced to 4 words in the final document. Marvin Elridge wasn't the type to let things go. He started making calls, reaching out to colleagues at other oceanographic institutions, contacting journalists who had covered scientific discoveries before. He was careful about it, or at least he thought he was. He never mentioned aliens or conspiracy theories. He just talked about anomalous readings that deserved further study. He used technical language. He cited data. But someone was listening to those calls. Someone was reading those emails. And someone decided that Marvin Elridge was becoming a problem. 3 weeks after he started making noise, Marvin died in a single car accident on Interstate 5, just north of San Diego. It was a clear Tuesday morning. No rain, no fog, excellent visibility. Traffic was light. According to witnesses, his car had been travelling normally in the right lane when it suddenly accelerated, veered across 3 lanes of traffic, and crashed into the centre divider at over 90 miles per hour. The police report called it mechanical failure. The accident investigation found that his brake lines had corroded through completely. Strange, the investigator noted in his report, because the vehicle had passed a safety inspection just 1 month earlier with no issues noted. Strange too that all 4 brake lines had corroded in exactly the same way, at exactly the same rate, as if someone had deliberately weakened them with chemicals designed to fail after a specific period of time. But those observations stayed in the investigator's notes and never made it into the official conclusion. Mechanical failure, accidental death, case closed. Marvin's wife received his life insurance payout without any problems. His daughters finished college. His name appeared in a few professional journals as a contributor to oceanic research. And then he was forgotten, just another scientist who had devoted his career to expanding human knowledge and died too young in an unfortunate accident. Within a year, NASA quietly ended all deep ocean involvement. No press conference, no explanation. The agency that had spent nearly 2 decades exploring Earth's oceans simply walked away. The public never learned why. But the message to anyone else who might have been thinking about speaking up was crystal clear. Some discoveries are not meant to be shared. But the truth was buried in classified documents, suppressed testimonies, and deleted records. And it begins with a history that most people have completely forgotten. When NASA was founded on July 29, 1958, the agency's charter contained language that would surprise most Americans today. The Space Act, the founding legislation, specifically stated that NASA's purpose included expansion of human knowledge of phenomena in the atmosphere and space, and critically, a preservation of the role of the United States as a leader in aeronautical and space science and technology, and in the application thereof to the conduct of peaceful activities within and outside the atmosphere. But there was another clause, often overlooked in modern discussions, that explicitly mentioned oceanic research as part of the agency's environmental studies mandate. This wasn't a secondary mission added later. Ocean exploration was written directly into NASA's founding purpose, right alongside space exploration. The reasoning was sound. If NASA wanted to understand how life might exist on other planets, they needed to study the most extreme environments on Earth. And nothing on Earth compares to the deep ocean. Crushing pressure, no light, extreme cold or extreme heat near thermal vents, toxic chemistry. If life could exist in those conditions, it could theoretically exist anywhere in the solar system. Throughout the early 1960s and into the 1970s, NASA and NOAA worked hand in hand. They weren't just partners on paper. They were running joint missions into some of the deepest and most unexplored regions on the planet. The Tektite Habitat program put scientists underwater for extended periods, studying the psychological and physiological effects of isolation in extreme environments. The data was meant to prepare for future space stations. NASA developed submersible technology that would later influence the design of spacecraft. They created underwater communication systems that could function under crushing pressure and through miles of water. These same principles would be applied to interplanetary communication. They mapped deep ocean vents that had never been seen by human eyes, discovering ecosystems that survived without sunlight, feeding on chemicals from Earth's interior. The technology NASA created for ocean exploration was genuinely revolutionary. They built robotics meant specifically for underwater environments, not space. These machines could withstand pressures exceeding 16,000 pounds per square inch. They could navigate in complete darkness using advanced sonar arrays that could map terrain in 3 dimensions, and they could go deeper than anyone had gone before. Project Famous, the French-American mid-ocean undersea study, put scientists in submersibles at depths of nearly 9,000 feet to directly observe seafloor spreading along the mid-Atlantic ridge. NASA scientists worked alongside French oceanographers, developing techniques that would later be used for remote planetary exploration. The missions were wildly successful. NASA's ocean programs were discovering new species almost weekly. They were mapping geological formations that changed our understanding of plate tectonics. They were proving that life could exist in conditions we'd previously thought impossible. The funding was solid. The science was groundbreaking. International partnerships were strong. There was every reason to continue and expand these programs. Then, seemingly overnight, everything stopped. By 1980, NASA's ocean projects had completely evaporated. Funding was eliminated across the board. Directives were sealed under classification protocols. Personnel were reassigned or let go. NASA's focus shifted entirely and exclusively to space. The official explanation given to the few people who asked was simple. Budget priorities changed. But that explanation never made sense. NASA's ocean missions were thriving. They were producing results. They were operating within budget. And yet someone, somewhere, made the decision to shut it all down immediately. Not gradually. Not through budget cuts over time. Immediately. The timing was unusual for another reason. This was the same period when deep ocean exploration technology had finally advanced to the point where humanity could access the deepest trenches on Earth. The Mariana Trench, the Tonga Trench, the Puerto Rico Trench, places where the ocean floor drops more than 6 miles below the surface, places where the pressure is over 1,000 times greater than at sea level, places where, until the 1970s, humanity simply couldn't go. But now we could. And then, suddenly, we didn't. Someone forced NASA to abandon the ocean. Someone with enough authority to override the agency's founding mandate. Someone who had seen something in those classified reports that changed everything. Fast forward to 2022. A marine archivist named Lena Hart Boone was working at a federal records facility in Maryland. At 38 years old, Lena had spent her entire adult life around documents. She had a graduate degree in library science and a fascination with maritime history that had started in childhood, growing up in a fishing community on the Carolina coast. Her father had been a commercial fisherman who loved to tell stories about strange things seen far out at sea. Lights beneath the water, sounds that didn't match any known, marine animal, the ocean's mysteries. Most of Lena's colleagues found her job tedious. Endless boxes of faded papers, decades-old reports that nobody would ever read, budget documents and personnel files and meeting minutes from agencies that no longer existed. But Lena loved it. She loved the detective work of piecing together forgotten histories. She loved finding the human stories buried in bureaucratic language. Her job was relatively mundane, cataloguing and digitising old government documents related to maritime research. Boxes and boxes of forgotten papers, most of it routine bureaucratic material. She worked methodical hours in a climate-controlled room with fluorescent lights and no windows. She brought the same lunch every day, a turkey sandwich and an apple, which she ate while reading whatever document she was currently processing. Her co-workers thought she was quiet, maybe a little obsessive about details, but good at her work. Then, on a Thursday afternoon in March, she opened a box that had been misfiled for decades. It contained materials that should have been in NASA's archives, not buried in a maritime storage facility. The box had been labelled NOAA Personnel Records, 1970 to 1980, and was supposed to contain routine employment documents. But the contents didn't match the label. Inside were technical reports, mission logs, and equipment manifests all bearing NASA identification codes. And buried at the bottom, underneath routine paperwork about supply orders and maintenance schedules, was a handwritten logbook that would change Lena's life forever. The log was labelled Deep Dive 7, Tonga Trench, November 1976, Elridge Team. Lena recognised the name immediately. Marvin Elridge. Over the years, she had come across his name in footnotes and passing references while cataloguing other ocean exploration documents. He had died in a car accident in 1978. Some of the documents she'd seen suggested he had been trying to report unusual findings before his death, but the details were always vague, and most sources dismissed him as someone who had become obsessed with unlikely theories. She set her half-eaten sandwich aside and opened the logbook with the careful reverence she reserved for potentially significant documents. The entries were technical at first, depth readings and precise measurements, sonar configurations with frequency ranges and pulse intervals, equipment checks listing every system by designation number, standard operational material written in the shorthand of someone who had filled out these forms hundreds of times. Depth, 11,100 feet. Water temperature, 34 degrees. Sonar functioning at optimal parameters. Beginning survey grid Alpha 7. But as the dive progressed deeper, the tone changed. Marvin's handwriting became less neat, more hurried. The observations more urgent. The technical language gave way to something more immediate, more human. Metallic echo returns at depth 11,200 feet. Configuration suggests manufactured origin. No known geological explanation. Cross-referencing known shipwrecks in region. Negative for all matches. Requesting second pass for confirmation. Second pass complete. Returns identical. Adding thermal imaging. Thermal signature inconsistent with surrounding seafloor. Object retaining heat at depth, where ambient temperature should be stable. No volcanic activity in this region according to all geological surveys. Unidentifiable vibrations detected. Frequency suggests machinery, not seismic activity. Rhythm is too regular. Pattern repeats every 47 seconds. Equipment functioning normally. All diagnostics green. Readings are accurate. Then came an entry that Lena read 3 times. Her sandwich forgotten, her coffee growing cold beside her. Movement detected beneath sediment layer. Displacement calculations suggest object of immense size. Initial estimate, 800 feet length, possibly larger. Depth of burial suggests object has been here for considerable time, yet movement indicates active state. Too massive and too fast to be biological. Repeat, movement characteristics are too massive and too coordinated to be biological in nature. The next entry was written in a different pen, suggesting Marvin had taken a break and then returned to write what happened next. Emergency protocols initiated. Object began rising towards submersible, not swimming, rising straight up through sediment layers as if pushing through. Debris cloud massive, pressure wave detected by hull sensors, auto ascent engaged at 11:43, sub under extreme stress, hull integrity at 78%. Lost all sensor contact with object at depth 10,000 feet during emergency ascent. All systems experienced simultaneous failure. Electromagnetic pulse consistent with deliberate countermeasure, not natural phenomenon. Recording equipment destroyed. Visual contact impossible due to sediment cloud. Submersible recovered with extensive electromagnetic damage to all electronic components. Then came the final entry, written in block letters, pressed so hard into the page that the pen had nearly torn through the paper. We're not alone down here, and they are listening. Lena sat in the archive room for a long time after reading that. The fluorescent lights hummed above her. In the distance, she could hear the muffled sounds of her co-workers moving through the stacks, the quiet routine of the facility continuing around her. But she felt as if something fundamental had shifted. She should have filed the logbook according to protocol and moved on. That was the procedure. Catalogue the material, note any irregularities in a report for her supervisor, and process the next box. But something about this felt too real, too urgent, too deliberately hidden. The handwriting was steady except where urgency had made it rushed. The technical language was precise. This wasn't the work of someone prone to fantasy or exaggeration. This was an engineer documenting observations that terrified him, specifically because they were so clearly measured and verified. Lena looked around the empty archive room. She had worked here for 6 years and had never violated protocol. But she also knew that some documents had a way of disappearing once they entered the classification review process. Important things got buried under bureaucratic procedures all the time. She made copies before returning the original to the box. She told herself she was just being thorough, preserving a potentially significant historical document. Nothing wrong with that. But her hands were shaking slightly as the copier hummed, and she kept glancing toward the door, half expecting someone to walk in and ask what she was doing. Over the next few weeks, Lena began digging deeper. She found a memorandum dated March 1979, stamped with the highest classification markings she had ever seen in maritime archives. The memo was partially redacted, but certain elements were still visible. It was signed by Robert Ballard, the famous deep-sea explorer who would later discover the wreck of the Titanic. It was also signed by Robert Frosch, who was NASA administrator at the time. And there was a third signature line, but the name had been completely blacked out. Not just redacted with a thin line, but covered with heavy black marker, as if someone had been particularly determined to ensure that name never became public. The visible portion of the memo stated, "All oceanic anomaly investigations are to be transferred to a separate classification unit effective immediately. Standard scientific protocols are suspended for designated coordinates pending Department of Defense review." Lena searched every database she had access to. She found no record of NASA ever establishing such a classification unit, at least not publicly. Whatever they had found in the deep ocean, it had been transferred to something beyond normal oversight, something that answered to the military, not civilian science agencies. She needed more information. She needed proof that this wasn't just the paranoid ramblings of one contractor who had seen something he couldn't explain. She needed evidence that the pattern was bigger. She found it in the Navy archives. Through careful requests and legitimate research credentials, Lena gained access to partially declassified Navy sonar logs from the 1970s. These were routine submarine patrol reports that had been sitting in storage for decades. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect. Position reports, depth readings, contact tracking of other vessels. But scattered throughout the logs were entries that stood out, references to unidentified submerged objects that appeared on sonar and then vanished, reports of sudden accelerations that were physically impossible for any known submarine technology, acoustic shadows that resembled large structural masses but appeared in locations where no structures should exist, and the locations matched: the Tonga Trench, the Puerto Rico Trench, the Mariana Trench. the 3 deepest places on Earth, the same places where NASA had been conducting their most advanced deep ocean exploration right before they were ordered to stop. The Navy reports used careful language. They never said alien or unknown intelligence. They said things like anomalous contact and unidentified acoustic phenomenon. But the pattern was clear. Something was down there. Multiple Navy vessels had detected it over the course of years, and someone had decided that civilian scientists needed to stop looking. Lena knew she needed to talk to someone who had been there, someone who had worked on NASA's ocean programs, and might be willing to talk about what really happened. She found Harlan Vick living in a retirement community in Florida, in a modest apartment that overlooked a small artificial lake. He had worked as a propulsion engineer for NASA from 1964 until his retirement in 1991. His work had focused on developing systems that could function in extreme environments, both space and ocean. His personnel file, which Lena had accessed through legitimate research channels, showed commendations for innovative solutions to pressure vessel design and deep water propulsion systems. When Lena called him and explained what she had found, there was a long silence on the other end of the line. She could hear him breathing, could almost feel him deciding whether to hang up or engage. Then Harlan said something that made her book a flight to Florida the next day. "I was wondering when someone would finally start asking the right questions. I'm 83 years old. I don't have much time left to worry about classification agreements I signed 40 years ago." They met at a small cafe near his retirement community 3 days later. It was a quiet place, mostly empty in the mid-afternoon between lunch and dinner rushes. Harlan was waiting for her at a corner booth, a lean man with age spots on his hands and sharp, intelligent eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. He wore a faded NASA polo shirt that had probably been sitting in his closet since the 90s. He ordered coffee and spent a moment organising his thoughts before speaking, his engineer's mind clearly arranging the information in logical sequence. NASA's interest in the oceans was never really about marine biology or geology, he began, his voice quiet but steady. Those were byproducts, benefits of the research certainly, but not the primary goal. What we were really doing was searching for analogue environments, places on Earth that resembled conditions we might find on other planets or moons. The deep ocean has no light, crushing pressure that can exceed 16,000 pounds per square inch, extreme cold except near thermal vents where temperatures can exceed 700 degrees, toxic chemistry, acidic conditions. It's as close to an alien world as you can get without leaving Earth. Lena nodded. This was consistent with what she had read in the public-facing mission statements from that era. Europa, Jupiter's moon, has an ocean beneath miles of ice. Enceladus, one of Saturn's moons, has geysers erupting from an underground ocean. If we wanted to understand how to explore those worlds, how to design equipment that could survive those conditions, how to search for life in those environments, we needed to start here, in our own ocean. Harlan took a sip of coffee, his hands steady despite his age. But the deeper we went, he continued, his voice dropping even lower, the more we encountered things that didn't fit any model we had. Sonar reading that showed geometric precision, where only irregular geology should exist. Electromagnetic disturbances with no natural source. Acoustic signatures that suggested machinery operating at depths, where pressure should make any mechanical system impossible, using any technology we understood. "What kind of structures?" Lena asked, leaning forward. Harlan glanced around the cafe, even though no one was sitting close enough to overhear. The gesture seemed automatic, a reflex from decades of security consciousness. The first one was found in 1974, February if I remember correctly, a sonar mapping mission in the Puerto Rico Trench, the deepest point in the Atlantic Ocean. They were using a new high-resolution side-scan sonar array, something we had just developed. The resolution was unprecedented for that time. They picked up what looked like a perfectly circular formation at the bottom, 20 miles in diameter. Perfectly circular. They did multiple passes over 3 days. Same result every time. The resolution wasn't good enough to see fine details, but the shape was unmistakable. Nature doesn't make circles that precise, especially not that large. Why wasn't this announced? Lena asked, though she already suspected the answer. Because of what happened next, Harlan said, his eyes distant, remembering. When they sent a submersible down to investigate 2 weeks later, the formation was gone. Not buried under a recent sediment flow, not obscured by a debris field from some underwater landslide. Gone. The seafloor in that location was smooth and undisturbed, as if nothing had ever been there. But we had sonar images from just 14 days earlier showing it clear as day. Multiple passes, multiple confirmation scans, then nothing. Lena felt a chill despite the warm Florida afternoon streaming through the cafe windows. The only explanation that made sense was that it had moved, but the implications of that, of something that large moving deliberately and then concealing itself, were too disturbing to put in a report. So the official conclusion was equipment malfunction, a glitch in the new sonar system. Never mind that the same system worked perfectly before and after that mission. The second incident was in 1976 in the Tonga Trench. That's the one Marvin Elridge was part of. You've seen his logbook, so you know what they found. Metal signatures and right-angle construction at a depth of over 35,000 feet. When they tried to investigate, all their equipment failed simultaneously. Not broke down over time. Not showed signs of degrading performance. Failed. All at once. As if something had actively shut it down with a directed electromagnetic pulse. Harlan paused, and Lena could see him deciding how much to share. And the third, she prompted gently. Mariana Trench, November 1977. A joint mission with the Navy. They weren't looking for anything unusual. They were testing new depth pressure sensors, equipment that could survive in the deepest place on Earth. Boring technical work. But what they found was a massive object sitting on the ocean floor at a depth of 35,800 feet. The sonar images showed what looked like a vessel or structure, except it was too large to be anything humanity has ever built. Length estimated at over 1/2 mile, width approximately 200 feet. Sitting at the deepest point on Earth, in a place where no human had ever been, where pressure should crush anything not specifically designed to withstand it. Harlan's coffee sat forgotten, cooling in front of him. After that mission, everything changed. People from the Department of Defense started showing up at our facilities, not consultants or liaisons, people with serious security clearances who didn't introduce themselves or explain why they were there. Scientists were pulled aside for private meetings. Documents were reclassified retroactively. And then, very quickly, all ocean programs were shut down. Money was reallocated to space programs. Personnel were reassigned or encouraged to retire. And we were told, very clearly through official and unofficial channels, that we were to focus exclusively on space from that point forward. Did they ever tell you why? Lena asked. Harlan looked at her directly, his engineer's mind clearly deciding to trust her with something he had kept quiet for decades. Not officially. But the rumour among those of us who had been there long enough, who knew how to read between the lines of classified briefings, was simple. Something in the ocean had responded to us. Our sonar pings, our submersibles, our equipment. We had been noticed, observed, scanned, evaluated, and someone at the highest levels of government decided that the appropriate response was to leave it alone, to stop probing, to stop investigating. NASA was told to redirect all resources to space and never come back to the deep ocean. Lena spent hours with Harlan that day, filling notebook after notebook with details. He gave her names of other scientists who had been involved, though he warned that most were dead now. He provided specific dates and mission numbers that she could cross-reference. He described technology that had never been publicly acknowledged. Pressure vessels capable of withstanding depths that the official record claimed were impossible at the time. Before she left, Harlan reached into his wallet and pulled out a small photograph, faded and creased from years of being carried. It showed a group of people on the deck of a research vessel. Young engineers in their 30s and 40s, squinting in bright sunlight, smiling the way people do in workplace photos. That's the team from the Mariana Trench mission, he said. November 1977. 12 people in that photo. By 1985, 9 of them were dead. Heart attacks, car accidents, 1 drowning, one house fire. The official causes were always natural or accidental, but the statistical probability of that many deaths in such a small group over such a short time period is astronomically low. He pointed to a man in the centre of the photo. That's me. And that, he pointed to a woman on the right side, is Marvin Elridge's sister. She was a systems engineer. Brilliant woman. She died in '84 from what they called a sudden brain aneurysm. She was 39 years old, perfectly healthy, no family history of that condition. Lena looked at the photograph for a long time, at the smiling faces of people who had no idea what they were about to discover or what it would cost them. "Why are you still alive?" she asked quietly. Harlan smiled, but there was no humour in it. "Because I kept my mouth shut. I signed the papers. I accepted the reassignment. I never spoke to journalists or wrote about what we found. I made myself harmless, and apparently they decided I was worth more alive as an example of compliance than dead as a martyr." He paused. "But I'm 83 now. My wife died 2 years ago. My children rarely visit. At this point, I'd rather die having told someone the truth than live another year carrying it alone." 2 weeks later, Harlan Vick was found dead in his apartment by the facility's morning wellness check. The official cause of death was listed as heart failure, which wasn't particularly unusual for a man in his 80s with a documented history of cardiac issues. The facility's medical staff noted that he had seemed in good spirits the day before, had eaten a full dinner, and had been seen walking around the artificial lake that evening. But when Lena tried to contact the other names Harlan had given her, she found that 2 had also died in the past 5 years, both from natural causes according to official records. The other 3 names turned up no results at all, as if those people had never existed or had their identities completely scrubbed from all databases. Lena attended Harlan's funeral. It was small, poorly attended. His children were there but seemed uncomfortable, eager to complete the formalities and leave. She was the only person there who wasn't family. After the service, she stood by his grave for a while, looking at the temporary marker that would eventually be replaced with a permanent stone. She noticed a man in a dark suit standing near a tree about 50 yards away. He wasn't trying to hide, but he wasn't participating in the funeral either, just watching. When Lena made eye contact with him, he nodded slightly, then walked to a black sedan and drove away. The message was clear. They knew she had talked to Harlan, they knew what he had told her, and they wanted her to know that they knew. Lena knew she was onto something real now, something that people in power had worked very hard to keep quiet for over 4 decades. She became obsessed with finding more evidence, more proof that couldn't be dismissed or explained away. She spent months cross-referencing coordinates. The logbook from Marvin Elridge's mission had included precise latitude and longitude readings for each sonar anomaly they detected. Lena began plotting these on maps, using modern satellite data and bathymetric charts to see if any patterns emerged. What she found was extraordinary. The anomalies weren't random. They formed a geometric lattice pattern stretching across huge sections of the Pacific Ocean floor. Massive triangular points separated by hundreds of miles, but aligned with mathematical precision. Each point corresponded to one of the deepest trenches or abyssal plains in the Pacific, and they were still there. Modern sonar data, when examined carefully, showed the same unexplained signatures. Not as obvious now, perhaps better hidden or less active, but present. Whatever NASA had found in the 1970s was still there. Lena's search led her to a forgotten archive in the Library of Congress. Among microfilm reels labelled as routine congressional briefings, she found something that didn't belong. A transcript dated November 1977, marked Eyes Only Limited Distribution. The transcript documented a conversation between a NASA oceanographer named Saul Riggin and an unnamed Department of Defense liaison. Lena had to read through the stilted bureaucratic language carefully, but the meaning was clear. Riggin reported that during a deep ocean scan, their equipment had been actively pinged by an unknown source, not passively detected, actively engaged with. The source had used frequencies that matched their own sonar, as if learning and mimicking their technology in real time. The Department of Defense liaison's response was blunt. "You are to shut down all exploration immediately. This is not a NASA matter anymore." Riggin protested. "But it's intelligent. Whatever is down there responded to us deliberately. This is the most important discovery in human history." The liaison's reply was chilling. "That's exactly why you're done. This matter is being transferred to agencies with appropriate security protocols. NASA will redirect all resources to space exploration. This decision is not negotiable." The transcript ended there. Lena searched for any follow-up documents, any indication of what appropriate agencies meant, any hint of what happened to Saul Riggin. She found nothing. His name appeared in NASA employment records until 1979, then vanished completely. No retirement notice, no obituary, just gone. But Lena found one more document. It was filed incorrectly, labelled as a budget allocation memo, but the content was far more significant. ABVS Protocol, Level 6 security clearance required, initiated March 1979. The objective was stated in precise bureaucratic language. Transfer all deep ocean findings and related research to Classified Naval Special Projects Division. Prevent public scientific agencies from further contact with designated zones. Redirect NASA resources exclusively to space exploration programs. And then the reason, in a single paragraph that had been partially redacted but was still readable. Containment of non-human submerged intelligence structures to prevent unauthorized contact and potential security breach. Lena read that paragraph 10 times. Non-human submerged intelligence structures, not alien spacecraft, not ancient ruins. Intelligence structures currently active and requiring containment. Something alive, or at least functional, beneath the ocean. NASA didn't choose to abandon the ocean. They were ordered to. They were forced into space to avoid something that had been discovered in the deep. Something that someone in power had decided humanity wasn't ready to know about. Lena understood now why Marvin Elridge had died. Why Harlan Vick had waited so long to speak. Why every scientist involved had either gone silent or disappeared. This wasn't just classified information. This was something that powerful people wanted to remain buried deeper than the trenches themselves. She should have stopped there. She should have published what she had found and let others take the risk of digging deeper. But Lena couldn't let it go. She needed to see more. She needed proof that couldn't be denied. That's when she started noticing the surveillance. It began subtly. A car parked across the street from her apartment for hours at a time. Engine off. Windows tinted. The same vehicle appeared outside the archive where she worked. When she drove to meetings or interviews, the car was always 3 or 4 vehicles behind her in traffic. Her personal computer began acting strangely. Files would be in different folders than where she had left them. Her internet search history would be wiped clean each morning, even though she hadn't cleared it. Her backup drives disappeared from her apartment while she was at work, despite the door being locked and showing no signs of forced entry. Someone was watching her. Someone knew what she was researching, and they wanted her to know that they knew. A former NOAA technician reached out to her through an encrypted email service 2 months after Harlan's death. The message was brief. "I have something you need to see, something they didn't collect. Come alone. Tell no one." It included a date, time, and location. A parking garage in Baltimore at midnight. Every instinct told Lena this was dangerous. Meeting a stranger at midnight with something classified was exactly the kind of thing that ended badly in stories like this. But she'd gone too far to stop now. She drove to Baltimore, parked on a different level than specified, and walked down the concrete stairs to the designated meeting spot. The technician was waiting near a support pillar, a man in his 70s wearing a windbreaker and a baseball cap. He looked nervous, his eyes constantly scanning the garage. He didn't give his name, didn't shake her hand, didn't waste time with pleasantries. "I worked with Marvin Elridge in 1976 and 77, he said quietly. "I was the one who processed the film reels from the submersibles. Every mission, I'd develop the footage, catalogue it and send it up the chain. After the Tonga Trench incident, men in suits showed up and collected everything. Every reel, every photograph, every piece of paper. They went through our facility like it had been raided. He handed her a metal film canister, old and dented, with faded labels barely visible in the dim garage lighting. This is from the Elridge mission. Dive 7. I made a copy before they collected the originals. I've kept it hidden for 46 years. I buried it in my backyard inside a waterproof container. I told myself I was keeping it for history, for proof, but really I think I was just too afraid to destroy it, and too afraid to show it to anyone. My wife died last year. My kids don't talk to me. I have cancer. The doctors say I have 6 months, maybe less. I don't know what to do with this anymore, but I know it shouldn't die with me. Maybe you'll know what to do with it. He turned to leave, then stopped and looked back at her. They killed him, you know. Marvin. It wasn't an accident. He called me 3 days before he died, said people were following him, said his house had been searched while he was at work, nothing taken, but everything subtly moved. Drawers not quite closed the way he left them, papers in slightly different positions. He knew what was coming. He told me to destroy anything he had ever given me, to forget everything we had talked about. I wish I had listened. Then he walked away, his footsteps echoing in the empty garage, and was gone. Lena stood there for several minutes, holding the film canister, feeling its weight, understanding that she was now holding something that people had killed to keep hidden. She took the film to a professional restoration service in Virginia, driving 2 hours out of her way, paying cash, and claiming it was family footage from a deep-sea fishing trip in the 70s. The technicians were more interested in the technical challenge than the content. Film this old, stored in less than ideal conditions, required careful handling. They cleaned it, stabilised it, and digitised it over 3 days. When Lena finally watched the restored footage on her laptop in a motel room, sitting in the dark with headphones on, she understood why this had been classified, why people had died, why an entire federal agency had been redirected away from the ocean. The video showed the view from a submersible's external camera, the timestamp in the corner marking it as November 17th, 1976 at 22:43 hours. Depth reading, 11,280 feet. At first, there was only darkness, and the occasional particle drifting past the lens, caught in the submersible's powerful lights. The view swayed gently as the craft moved through the water. Then the lights illuminated something that made Lena pause the video, rewind, and watch again to confirm she wasn't seeing things. A massive curved surface, clearly metallic, extending beyond the reach of the lights in all directions. The texture was smooth, but not perfectly so. There were patterns etched or moulded into the surface, geometric designs too regular to be corrosion or damage. They looked deliberate, designed. The material itself had a strange quality to it, reflecting the lights in a way that seemed almost to absorb them, creating a darkness that was deeper than the surrounding water. The submersible moved along the surface, and the camera captured more details. What appeared to be seams where different sections met, too precise to be natural geological features, structures that might have been protrusions, sensors, or ports of some kind. Curved indentations that could have been anything from decorative elements to functional openings, and then something that looked unmistakably like a window. A circular opening, about 15 feet in diameter, filled with what might have been transparent material, though it was impossible to tell in the murky water and dim light. The surface around it had additional geometric patterns, as if marking it as significant. The submersible's lights focused on the window, and Lena watched this section frame by frame, advancing through the video one image at a time. For 3 frames, barely a tenth of a second of real time, something appeared in the reflection of the glass or whatever material filled that circular opening. A shape. Definitely a shape. Not a trick of light or a distortion from the water. Something inside the structure, moving past the window. The resolution wasn't good enough to make out details. It could have been machinery. It could have been something else. But it was there, visible, real, captured on film. Then the lights failed. The video feed dissolved into static, but the recording continued, the timestamp still. advancing. The audio kept running, and Lena had to increase the volume to hear what came next. A low-frequency tone, deep and resonant, felt more than heard even through laptop speakers. Not the sound of machinery or water pressure or any mechanical system she recognised. The frequency was around 20 hertz, right at the edge of human hearing, the kind of deep bass that you feel in your chest more than hear with your ears. But what made Lena's skin crawl was the pattern. The tone rose and fell in a sequence that repeated. Not random, not mechanical. It had rhythm, it had structure. It sounded almost like language, like something trying to communicate using sound in a frequency range that would travel through water effectively. She played it back multiple times, recording the audio on her phone, analysing the waveform. The pattern repeated every 11 seconds. Each repetition was identical in structure, but varied slightly in amplitude, as if the source was adjusting, testing, learning how to modulate the signal. Then, abruptly, it stopped. The audio went silent except for the quiet hiss of the recording equipment. The video timestamp showed the camera had recorded for another 18 minutes after the lights failed, but that entire section was corrupted or erased, showing only digital artifacts and noise. The footage ended. Lena sat in the dark motel room, her hands shaking slightly. She had just watched proof, real, documented, recorded proof that something intelligent existed in the deep ocean, something that built structures, something that noticed when we came looking, something that responded. Lena tried to contact the technician who had given her the film. His phone number was disconnected. The email address bounced back as non-existent. She drove to the address he had mentioned working from decades ago, but found only an abandoned building. He had vanished, just like everyone else who got too close to the truth. Lena knew she was running out of time. The surveillance was getting more obvious, almost as if whoever was watching wanted her to know they were closing in. She made copies of everything she'd found and distributed them to trusted colleagues, with instructions to release the information if anything happened to her. Then she did something risky. She used the coordinates from the classified documents to search for current military activity in those ocean regions. What she found was surprising. There were naval installations positioned near each of the major anomaly sites, not scientific research stations, military bases, some of them appearing on maps, others only visible through careful cross-referencing of shipping routes and no-fly zones. One installation in particular caught her attention, a naval facility near Pearl Harbor with unusual security protocols. Shipping manifests showed regular transport of materials to and from the facility, but the cargo descriptions were always vague. Research materials, equipment, components, classified payload. Lena travelled to Hawaii on a Tuesday morning in late August. She rented a car under her own name, stayed in a chain hotel and tried to appear like any other tourist. But she spent her days carefully observing the naval facility from various vantage points, using hiking trails and public beaches that offered distant views of the installation. The security was extraordinary. Multiple perimeter fences, each one taller than the last. Guard towers with visible security personnel, sensor arrays that covered every approach, motion detectors, cameras, lights powerful enough to turn night into day. She watched security patrols follow precise patterns, vehicles checking the perimeter every 40 minutes like clockwork. But what interested her most was the shipping activity. Large trucks arrived multiple times per day, always with military police escorts. The containers they carried were standard military issue, but several had markings she could make out through her long lens camera. Abyss, non-terrestrial materials, level 6 clearance required, non-terrestrial materials. The same classification code from the 1979 protocol document. The same code that appeared in the classified memos she'd copied. They were still actively engaged with whatever had been found in the deep ocean. This wasn't ancient history being studied in some forgotten warehouse. This was ongoing, current, active. Lena spent 3 days photographing the facility, documenting the security procedures, noting the arrival and departure patterns. She was careful never to stay in one location too long, never to appear too interested, never to do anything that might flag her as surveillance. But on the third evening, as she sat in her rental car at a scenic overlook several miles from the facility, she noticed a black SUV parked 3 spaces down from her. It had been there when she arrived 30 minutes earlier, and it hadn't moved. The windows were tinted, but she could see the faint silhouette of someone inside. She started her car and drove back toward her hotel. The SUV followed, maintaining a consistent distance of 3 or 4 vehicles behind her, not trying to hide, making sure she knew they were there. Lena's heart rate increased, but she forced herself to drive normally. She pulled into a shopping centre, parked, and went into a grocery store. The SUV parked at the far end of the lot. When she came out 15 minutes later with a bag containing items she didn't need, the SUV was still there. The message was clear. We see you. We know what you're looking for, and we want you to know that we know. That night, Lena sat in her hotel room with all the documents, photos and recordings she had collected spread across the bed. She had enough. Documents proving NASA's sudden withdrawal from ocean exploration. Testimony from scientists who had been there. Film footage showing an underwater structure that couldn't be natural. Photographs of current military operations at coordinates matching the original anomaly sites. She began organising everything into a comprehensive report. She wrote through the night, knowing that once she released this information, there would be no going back. Her life would change irrevocably. She might face legal consequences. She might face worse. But the truth deserved to be known. Whatever was in the ocean, humanity had a right to know about it. Scientists had died trying to bring this information to light. Their deaths shouldn't be meaningless. At 3 a.m, she called a colleague she trusted, another archivist named Thomas Brennan who had worked with her for years, a man who understood the importance of preserving historical truth. The call went to voicemail. Lena's voice was steady but urgent. Thomas, it's Lena. I need you to listen carefully. NASA left the ocean in 1979 because they found something. Not ancient ruins, not crashed spacecraft. Something alive, something intelligent, living in structures beneath miles of water in the deepest trenches on Earth. They've been there longer than human civilization, probably longer than humans have existed at all. In 1976 and 77, multiple deep ocean missions encountered these structures. Every time we came close, every time we tried to investigate, the equipment failed, but not randomly, deliberately. These things, whatever they are, they responded to us. They noticed us. They actively prevented us from getting too close. And someone at the highest levels of government made a deal, or a decision, or maybe just realised that humanity wasn't ready to know we're not the first intelligent species on this planet. They ordered NASA to abandon all ocean research. They classified everything. They silenced everyone who tried to speak about it. I have proof, documents, testimony from scientists who were there, film footage showing one of these structures. It's all real, Thomas. Every conspiracy theory about NASA hiding ocean discoveries, it's all based on truth. They just got the reason wrong. We didn't find aliens from space. We found something that was already here. I'm going to release everything tomorrow morning. I've made multiple copies. I've distributed them to people I trust. If anything happens to me, make sure this gets out. Make sure people know. Humanity deserves to know we're not alone. We've never been alone. She hung up. Then she sent encrypted files to 3 other colleagues, academics who specialised in government transparency and scientific fraud. The files contained everything she had found, copies of the classified documents, Harlan Vick's testimony, the digitised film footage, photographs of the naval facility. At 6 a.m, she packed her laptop, her camera and the original documents into her bag. She checked out of the hotel and started driving toward Honolulu International Airport. Her flight wasn't until evening, but she wanted to be somewhere public, somewhere with security cameras and witnesses. She never made it to the airport. At 8:15 in the morning, a highway patrol officer found Lena's rental car abandoned on Highway 3, a relatively quiet stretch of road about 12 miles outside of Pearl Harbor. The engine was still running, the driver's door was open, her keys were in the ignition. Her phone was on the passenger seat, battery removed and placed carefully beside it. There was no sign of struggle, no blood, no evidence of an accident. The car showed no damage. There were no skid marks on the road. Her suitcase was still in the trunk. Her purse was still in the front seat, wallet and credit cards intact. Lena Hart Boone had simply vanished. Within 6 hours, federal agents arrived at the scene. They took the car, they took everything in it, and they issued orders to local police that this was now a federal matter. No press releases, no public statements. The investigation would be handled at a higher level. Within 12 hours, more federal agents raided Lena's apartment in Maryland. They arrived with a warrant so heavily redacted that the property manager couldn't even tell what specific items they were authorized to seize. They took her computer, her files, her backup drives, her notebooks. They took everything. They interviewed her colleagues at the archive facility. The interviews were polite but firm. They explained that Lena had been involved in unauthorized access of classified materials, that her recent behavior suggested significant psychological stress, that anyone who had received documents from her should turn them over immediately and refrain from discussing her work with anyone, as doing so could result in serious legal consequences. The official statement from authorities was brief and carefully worded. Lena Hart Boone had been reported missing. Her vehicle had been found abandoned in Hawaii. There was no evidence of foul play. Given her recent behavior and the stress she had been under, authorities believed she may have wandered away from her vehicle in a state of confusion or distress. Search efforts were underway. The public was asked to contact authorities if they had any information. No mention of classified documents. No mention of NASA or ocean exploration. No mention of what she'd been researching. Just a troubled woman who had disappeared, probably due to mental health issues. Nothing more to see here. Thomas Brennan received the voicemail that evening when he woke up for his night shift at the archive facility. He listened to it 3 times, his blood chilling more with each repetition. He immediately checked his encrypted email and found the files Lena had sent him. Everything she had mentioned, all the proof. For 2 days he debated what to do. Then 2 federal agents appeared at his home. They were polite, professional. They explained that Lena had been suffering from a mental health crisis, that she had been accessing classified materials without authorization, that any documents she had shared were the product of her deteriorating mental state and should not be taken seriously. They asked if she'd sent him anything, if she'd shared her theories with him, if he had any of her documents. Thomas lied. He said no. He said Lena had seemed stressed lately but hadn't shared any specifics of her work. He said he was worried about her and hoped she would be found safely. The agents thanked him and left, but Thomas noticed the car parked down the street that evening, and the next evening, and the evening after that. He deleted the encrypted files without looking at them again. He erased Lena's voicemail. He told himself he was being smart, not cowardly, that he had a family to think about, that getting himself killed or disappeared wouldn't honour Lena's sacrifice. The other colleagues Lena had sent files to made similar choices. The risks were too great. The evidence could be dismissed as forgery. The penalties for possessing classified materials were severe. One by one, they deleted the files or turned them over to authorities. Within a week, it was as if Lena's entire investigation had never existed. But 1 week after her disappearance, on a Thursday at 2:17 in the morning, a single document appeared on an anonymous forum dedicated to government conspiracies and unexplained phenomena. The forum had existed for years, a place where people shared theories about everything, from UFOs to assassinations to hidden technologies. Most of it was speculation and wishful thinking. This post was different. It was uploaded from an untraceable account that had been created minutes before the post appeared. The routing data, analysed later by forum administrators and independent researchers, showed the post had bounced through 17 different countries, using VPN services and proxy servers to obscure its origin. Whoever posted it understood digital security in a way that suggested either professional training or serious paranoia. The post contained a comprehensive summary of everything Lena had discovered. The 1976 and 77 ocean missions, the classified documents showing NASA's sudden withdrawal, the testimony from deceased scientists, the description of structures found in the deepest trenches, the geometric lattice pattern connecting the anomaly sites across the Pacific, and it included a scanned page from what appeared to be a classified government memorandum, marked with security classifications that verified it as authentic to anyone who understood government document formatting. The memo was dated March 1979 and included partial text from what was clearly the Abyss Protocol. The post read, "We didn't stop exploring the ocean because we couldn't. We stopped because we were told not to disturb what's down there. They've been watching us for as long as we've been watching the stars. The Abyss Protocol isn't about preventing contact. It's about managing a relationship that began long before NASA was even founded. Someone made an agreement. We stay in the atmosphere and space. They stay in the deep ocean. As long as neither side violates the boundary, we coexist. But if we go back down there, if we start probing again with modern technology, the agreement ends, and nobody in power wants to know what happens then." The post was live for exactly 5 minutes. In that time, 47 people viewed it. 12 took screenshots. 3 downloaded the attached document. Then it was gone, deleted. The account that posted it vanished from the server logs as if it had never existed. The forum's administrators received an official government order within an hour, demanding they surrender all server logs, IP addresses, and any cached versions of the deleted content. The order came with specific federal statute citations and a warning that failure to comply would result in the forum being shut down and its operators facing criminal charges. The administrators complied. They turned over everything they had. But the technical analysis showed something the government didn't want to acknowledge. Whoever posted that information had skills that exceeded typical internet users. The routing was sophisticated. The security measures were professional grade. This wasn't some random conspiracy theorist. This was someone who knew what they were doing. Someone who had planned this carefully. The 12 people who had taken screenshots began sharing them on other platforms. Reddit, Twitter, obscure forums dedicated to ocean mysteries. For about 48 hours, the story gained traction. People debated whether the documents were real. Amateur analysts examined the formatting and concluded the memo appeared authentic. Researchers dug into NASA's history and confirmed that the agency had indeed abandoned ocean programs in the late 1970s with minimal explanation. Then the systematic suppression began. Posts were removed from major platforms, sometimes within minutes of being uploaded. Accounts were suspended for spreading misinformation. Fact-checking organisations issued statements saying the documents had been examined and deemed false, though they never explained who examined them or what specific evidence proved them fraudulent. Within a week, the story had been effectively scrubbed from mainstream internet platforms. It remained only in the darker corners of the web, on encrypted forums and conspiracy sites where it blended in with hundreds of other unverifiable claims about government secrets. The official narrative became fixed. Lena Hart Boone had experienced a mental health crisis. She had developed paranoid delusions about government cover-ups. She had fabricated or altered documents to support her theories. Her disappearance was tragic, but likely the result of her deteriorating mental state. The documents she supposedly found were either forgeries or legitimate materials taken wildly out of context. Researchers who looked into the story found nothing solid to grasp. Lena's disappearance was real and documented, but the content of her research was impossible to verify. The documents she supposedly found had vanished. The people she interviewed were dead or refused to speak. The footage no longer existed in any archive, public or private. Even the forum post couldn't be verified since the original had been deleted, and the screenshots could have been fabricated. For a few weeks, the story circulated among communities interested in government conspiracies and hidden knowledge. Then it faded, replaced by newer theories and more recent mysteries. Lena Hart Boone became another name on a long list of people who claimed to have found something significant, and then disappeared. Another unsolved mystery. Another story that couldn't be proven or disproven. But in late October 2023, on a Saturday morning when most of America was sleeping in or having breakfast with their families, something happened that brought the whole story roaring back. A satellite image appeared on an anonymous image-sharing platform. Not one of the major social media sites, but a smaller platform used primarily by researchers and scientists to share large technical files. The image was uploaded at 6:32 in the morning Eastern Time from an account with no history, no profile information, and a username that was just a random string of numbers and letters. The metadata had been carefully stripped from the image file, making it impossible to determine when or by what satellite it had been captured. But analysis of the photograph itself, conducted later by independent researchers with expertise in satellite imaging, suggested it came from a commercial constellation that provided high-resolution ocean imagery for scientific research. The specific characteristics of the image, the angle, the resolution, and the wavelength sensitivity all matched known specifications of satellites operated by a European space agency that sold data commercially. The image showed a section of the Mariana Trench, the deepest point on Earth, Challenger Deep, nearly 7 miles below the ocean surface, over 35,000 feet down, a place where pressure exceeds 16,000 pounds per square inch, a place where humans have visited only 4 times in all of history. The last visit had been 2 years earlier. The resolution was extraordinary. Modern satellite technology, using advanced synthetic aperture radar and other sensing methods, could penetrate water to surprising depths and create detailed maps of seafloor topography. This image had been processed to show bathymetric features with clarity that was almost shocking. And visible in the image, clear enough to leave absolutely no doubt, was a perfectly symmetrical hexagonal structure. Each side measured over 10 miles in length. The formation was slightly elevated from the surrounding seafloor, rising about 800 feet above the base level, as if it were sitting on the surface rather than being part of the natural geological formation. The edges were too precise to be natural, the angles too perfect, the symmetry too exact. But what made the image truly extraordinary was the thermal data overlaid on the visual imagery. The satellite had infrared capability, and someone had processed the data to show temperature variations across the scanned area. The structure was glowing, not with visible light, but with heat. At a depth where the ambient temperature should be just above freezing, barely 2 degrees Celsius, this structure was radiating warmth. The thermal signature showed temperatures ranging from 15 to 20 degrees Celsius, significantly above ambient. The pattern wasn't uniform either. There were areas of higher temperature, suggesting internal heat sources or power generation. The heat radiated outward in a way that suggested active systems, not passive geological warming from volcanic activity. And at the centre of the hexagon, there appeared to be an opening, a dark space where both the visual and thermal signatures dropped significantly, as if something was channeling that energy inward or allowing access to whatever was below. The opening was roughly circular, about 2 miles in diameter, and perfectly centred within the hexagonal structure. The surrounding sea floor showed no similar features, just the structure, sitting alone in the darkness of the deepest place on Earth, active and warm and geometrically impossible. The image included a scale bar and coordinates. Anyone with basic knowledge of geographic information systems could verify that this was indeed Challenger Deep, at precisely the deepest measured point in the Mariana Trench. The location matched historical records of depth measurements and previous mapping efforts. Within the first hour, the image was viewed by 300 people, scientists, researchers, ocean enthusiasts, and people who followed maritime mysteries. Many of them downloaded the full resolution file. Some immediately began analysing it, checking the metadata, examining the pixels for signs of manipulation or forgery. Their initial findings were disturbing. The image didn't show obvious signs of digital manipulation. The noise patterns were consistent with legitimate satellite imagery. The compression artifacts looked natural. The thermal data aligned properly with the visual data in ways that would be extremely difficult to fake convincingly. The post that accompanied the image contained no explanation, no manifesto, no detailed claims, just the image and a title that sent chills through everyone who read it. NASA was right to leave. Within 6 minutes of being posted, the image was gone. The account deleted. The platform's administrators later reported that they had received what appeared to be an automated takedown request citing national security concerns. The request had come with federal authentication codes that the administrators had no way to verify or challenge. But by then, it was too late. 300 downloads had already been made, screenshots had been captured, the image had been shared to other platforms, and once something reaches the internet, it never truly disappears. Over the next 48 hours, the image spread. Reddit communities dedicated to ocean mysteries erupted in debate. Twitter accounts shared compressed versions. YouTube videos analysing the image began appearing, some racking up hundreds of thousands of views before they too were removed for unspecified violations of community guidelines. Independent analysts worked to verify the image's authenticity. Several with expertise in satellite imaging concluded that it appeared to be legitimate. The thermal characteristics were consistent with real infrared data. The bathymetric details matched known features of the Mariana Trench. If it was a fake, it was an extraordinarily sophisticated one that would have required access to genuine satellite data and considerable technical expertise. But verification was impossible, because nobody could identify the source satellite or the capture date. The European Space Agency that operated the most likely satellite constellation denied having any knowledge of the image. When pressed for their own imagery of that location, they stated that their satellites didn't routinely image Challenger Deep due to limited commercial interest, and any existing imagery was restricted for purchase by licensed researchers only. Governments refused to comment. NASA issued a carefully worded statement saying they had no current ocean exploration programs and couldn't verify the authenticity of any images being circulated on social media. They encouraged people to be skeptical of unverified information from unknown sources. The Navy simply declined to respond to inquiries from journalists. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration released a statement explaining that seafloor features could sometimes appear geometric due to natural geological processes, and that thermal anomalies near trenches were often caused by volcanic activity or unique pressure conditions. They made no specific reference to the image in question, and didn't address why this particular formation was so perfectly hexagonal, or why it was located at a point with no known volcanic activity. But researchers who knew where to look found something interesting that couldn't be easily dismissed or explained away. In the weeks following the leaked image, there was a significant and measurable increase in military ship activity near the Mariana Trench. Data from commercial ship tracking services, which monitor vessel movements using AS transponders, showed unusual patterns. Naval vessels that official records claimed were conducting routine exercises in other parts of the Pacific had their transponders go dark for extended periods. When they reappeared, their position suggested they had been operating near the Mariana Trench during those dark periods. Submarine activity, which is harder to track but can be inferred from support vessel movements, and military communication patterns also increased. Attack submarines require surface support ships for long-range operations. The movement of these support vessels suggested increased submarine presence in the region. Scientific research vessels that had been scheduled to work in that region suddenly had their permits revoked without explanation. Applications for new research permits were denied or indefinitely delayed. Independent researchers who tried to book commercial deep-sea exploration found that the coordinates they requested were unavailable due to unspecified military operations. Amateur satellite watchers, people who track military reconnaissance satellites as a hobby, noticed that several satellites altered their orbits to provide more frequent coverage of the Challenger Deep area. The orbital changes were small but measurable, suggesting someone wanted more regular imaging of that specific location. Commercial fishing vessels reported increased military presence. Boats that had been working in international waters for decades suddenly found themselves being approached by Navy ships and asked to relocate. The requests were polite but firm. The explanations were vague. Ongoing operations, safety concerns, routine exercises. But the fishing captains who had worked those waters for years had never seen that kind of military activity before. Radio operators who monitor military frequencies reported increased encrypted communications on channels known to be used for submarine operations. The volume of traffic suggested significant coordination efforts, the kind that would accompany major operational deployment, not routine exercises. None of this information appeared in mainstream news. Individual pieces of it showed up on specialised forums, maritime industry publications and military tracking websites. But nobody connected all the pieces into a comprehensive picture. Or if they did, they didn't publish it. The pattern was clear to anyone paying attention. Something was happening in the Mariana Trench. The military was responding to something, and whatever it was, they didn't want civilian scientists or researchers anywhere near it. One commercial pilot, flying a regular route from Japan to Australia that passed within range of the Mariana Trench, reported seeing unusual surface activity during a night flight. He described seeing what looked like bioluminescence, except the pattern was too regular, too geometric. He filed a routine observation report, as pilots are required to do for any unusual phenomena. The report was acknowledged, then classified. When he tried to discuss it later with colleagues, he was visited by two men who identified themselves as air safety investigators. They explained that his observation had been determined to be a misidentification of fishing vessel lights, and that further discussion of the matter could impact his pilot certification. He stopped talking about it. A marine biologist conducting independent research on deep-sea species, using a small autonomous underwater vehicle she had built herself, submitted a request to operate near the Challenger Deep. Her request was denied. When she asked for an explanation, she was told that military operations were ongoing in the region, and all civilian research activities were temporarily suspended for safety reasons. When she asked when the suspension would be lifted, she was told that information was not available. 6 months later, the suspension was still in effect. Something was happening in the deep ocean, something that required a military presence, something that someone in power didn't want civilian scientists, researchers, or the general public getting close to. And it was happening at the exact location where a satellite image had shown an impossible structure. The Abyss Protocol, it seemed, was still very much in effect, and whatever agreement or decision had been made in 1979 was being actively enforced in 2023. The Abyss Protocol, it seemed, was still very much in effect. Today, if you search for information about NASA's ocean exploration programs from the 1970s, you'll find basic historical facts. The partnership with NOAA, the development of deep ocean technology, the successful missions that mapped volcanic vents and discovered new species, straightforward, unremarkable history. But you won't find anything about why it ended so abruptly. You won't find details about the anomalies that were reported. You won't find the names of the scientists who tried to speak out and died under circumstances that were always ruled natural or accidental. All of that has been scrubbed, classified, or lost to time. In March of 2024, a Freedom of Information request was filed asking for all NASA documents related to ocean exploration programs from 1975 to 1980. The request was filed by a law firm representing an anonymous client. 3 months later, the response arrived. 7,000 pages of documents so heavily redacted that entire sections were nothing but black bars. Page after page of blacked-out text with only occasional phrases visible. Depth readings nominal. Equipment functioning as expected. Mission concluded successfully. Nothing about the anomalies. Nothing about the structures. Nothing about the decision to end all ocean programs. Just routine operational reports with anything meaningful removed. The law firm filed an appeal, arguing that excessive redaction violated the spirit of transparency laws. The appeal was denied. The stated reason: matters of national security. No further explanation provided. On July 4th, 2024, during a holiday weekend when most Americans were watching fireworks and having barbecues, the Mariana Trench Marine National Monument was quietly expanded. The expansion added nearly 30,000 square miles of protected ocean to the monument, including the entire area around Challenger Deep. The expansion came with new restrictions: no commercial fishing, no research without specific federal permits, no unauthorized vessel activity. The announcement was buried in a routine Department of the Interior press release that mentioned several unrelated administrative actions. No press conference, no statements from the White House, just a few paragraphs in a document that most news organisations never bothered to read. The restrictions were immediate and strictly enforced. The Coast Guard began regular patrols of the expanded monument area. Any vessel entering without proper authorisation was intercepted and escorted out. The penalties for violation were severe, fines up to $250,000 and potential criminal charges. When environmental groups asked about the sudden expansion and increased restrictions, they were told it was part of ongoing efforts to protect unique deep-sea ecosystems from disturbance. When marine researchers applied for permits to study the newly protected areas, their applications were either denied or delayed indefinitely pending unspecified security reviews. The message was clear. The deepest parts of the Mariana Trench were now effectively off-limits to everyone, except those with the highest security clearances. In November 2024, a research paper was published in an obscure marine biology journal. The paper, written by a team of Japanese scientists, described acoustic anomalies detected near several deep ocean trenches between 2020 and 2022. The anomalies consisted of low-frequency sounds that didn't match any known biological or geological sources. The frequencies suggested possible mechanical origins. The patterns suggested possible intelligence. The paper was peer-reviewed and published. It remained available for exactly 9 days. Then it was retracted. The journal issued a statement saying the data had been found to contain errors, and the conclusions were not supported by the evidence. The authors protested, claiming their data was sound, and the retraction was unjustified. Their protests were ignored. Copies of the paper exist in academic archives and can still be found by determined researchers. But its retraction means it can't be cited in other scientific work, effectively erasing it from legitimate scientific discourse. The ocean covers more than 70% of Earth's surface. The average depth is over 2 miles. More than 80% has never been mapped in detail. We have better topographic maps of Mars than we do of our own seafloor. The technology exists to change that. Autonomous underwater vehicles, advanced sonar arrays, satellite bathymetry, deep-sea submersibles that can withstand pressures in the deepest trenches. We could map the entire ocean floor if we chose to. We could explore every trench, every abyssal plain, every underwater mountain range. The cost would be substantial but not prohibitive. Less than what we spend on space exploration in a single year. The scientific value would be immense. New species, new geological knowledge, better understanding of ocean currents and climate systems, potential resources, but we don't do it. Year after year, the deep ocean remains largely unexplored. Research funding goes to space programs instead. Mars rovers and Jupiter probes and telescopes looking at distant galaxies. We search for life on other planets while leaving most of our own planet unexplored. The official explanations make sense on the surface. The ocean is difficult to explore. The pressure is crushing. The darkness is absolute. The equipment required is expensive and specialised. Space captures public imagination in ways the ocean doesn't. Funding decisions are complex and based on multiple factors. All of that is true. But it doesn't explain the classified documents. It doesn't explain why scientists who asked too many questions ended up dead. It doesn't explain why certain coordinates are now off limits to civilian research. It doesn't explain the Abyss Protocol. There are places on Earth where humans are not permitted to go. Military installations, nuclear facilities, government research centres. We accept these restrictions as necessary for security. We understand that some things need to be kept secret for legitimate reasons. But the deep ocean isn't a military base or a nuclear facility. It's a natural part of our planet. It was here billions of years before humans existed. Restricting access to it, controlling who can explore it, hiding what's been found there. These actions suggest something more than routine security concerns. They suggest something was discovered that changed the fundamental understanding of who we are and whether we're alone. Something that people in power decided we're not ready to know. Something that has been kept secret for 50 years through classification, suppression, and when necessary, elimination of anyone who came too close to the truth. Marvin Eldridge died in 1978. Harlan Vick died in 2022. Lena Hart Boone disappeared in 2023. These are just the names we know. How many others were silenced? How many scientists, researchers, technicians and engineers took secrets to their graves? How many chose silence over the risk of speaking out? The Abyss Protocol wasn't about preventing contact with something unknown. It was about managing information, controlling what humanity knows about its own planet, maintaining a narrative that humans are the only intelligent species on Earth, even in the face of evidence to the contrary. Someone, somewhere, made the decision that this secret was worth keeping, that whatever exists in the deep ocean should remain there, undisturbed and unknown, that NASA should explore space instead, that the public should believe we stopped exploring the oceans simply because space was more interesting. And for 50 years that decision has held, through changes in presidential administrations, through shifts in public opinion, through advances in technology that would make discovery easier. The secret has been maintained. Documents remain classified. Witnesses remain silent or dead. Research remains restricted. The satellite image from 2023 showed something that should not exist in nature. A hexagonal structure over 60 miles in perimeter, sitting at the deepest point on Earth, radiating heat, with an opening at its centre. It existed for 6 minutes on the internet before being scrubbed. But those who saw it remember. The structure is still there. The thermal signature hasn't changed. Military vessels continue to patrol the area. Permits continue to be denied. And somewhere in classified facilities, people monitor those depths, watching for changes, for activity, for signs that whatever agreement or understanding exists might be breaking down. The ocean keeps its secrets well, and in the crushing darkness of the deepest trenches, at pressures that would instantly kill any human, beneath miles of water where no light has ever reached, something exists. Something with geometric precision. Something that radiates heat. Something that noticed when we came looking in the 1970s and responded by shutting down our equipment. Something that may have been here long before humans walked the Earth. Something that built structures in the deep ocean for purposes we can't begin to understand. Something that someone in power encountered and then decided humanity was better off not knowing about. NASA didn't choose space over ocean. They were pushed into space, ordered to look up instead of down, told to search for life on distant planets while ignoring the evidence of non-human intelligence right here on Earth. The choice was made, the protocol was established, and for 50 years it has been enforced with classification protocols, funding redirection, permit restrictions, and when necessary, permanent silence. The truth is down there, in the Mariana Trench, in the Puerto Rico Trench, in the Tonga Trench, in the deepest, darkest, most inaccessible places on our planet, waiting, watching, existing, and we have been told to leave it alone. Perhaps that was the right decision. Perhaps there are discoveries that humanity isn't ready for. Perhaps there are truths that would fundamentally break our understanding of the world in ways we couldn't recover from. Or perhaps those in power simply made a choice that they're not the ones suffering. They're not the ones who died asking questions, and they're not the ones who have to live with the weight of suppressed knowledge. The ocean covers 70% of our planet. It holds secrets we haven't even begun to imagine. And somewhere, in a facility with the highest security clearance, in a room where the protocols are enforced and the decisions are made, someone knows exactly what those secrets are. They've known since 1978. And they've decided you shouldn't. Hey everyone, welcome back to Sleep Theories. Before we dive into tonight's story, if you're enjoying the content and want to help this video reach more people, go ahead and use your hype points. It really makes a difference and helps us keep bringing you these deep dives into the unknown. Also, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from, but only if you want to. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. It's wild to know some of you are listening at 3 in the morning while others are on your lunch break halfway across the globe. This isn't just another story about little green men and flying saucers. This is about the freight that never delivered, the trucker who saw too much, and the desert that keeps its secrets better than any government ever could. So get comfortable, maybe dim the lights, and let's talk about what really happens on the roads leading to the most classified military installation in American history. Area 51, the freight that never delivered the desert frequency. There's a stretch of highway in Nevada that doesn't appear on most GPS systems the way it should. Highway 375 runs through the kind of emptiness that makes you question whether civilization was ever really here at all. They call it the extraterrestrial highway now, a nickname that started as a joke and became official in 1996 when the state put up signs with little UFO symbols. But the truckers who've driven it for decades, the ones who haul freight through the night when the desert temperature drops and the stars spread out like broken glass across black velvet, they call it something else. They call it the frequency. Not because of radio signals, though those are strange enough out here. They call it that because of the hum, the feeling, the sense that something underneath the sand is listening, waiting, broadcasting on a wavelength that human ears weren't designed to detect, but human instincts recognise all the same. Jack Reeves knew that feeling better than most. He was 48 years old in the summer of 2013, a man whose face had been weathered by 2 decades of long-haul trucking through the American Southwest. He had the kind of face that looked older in dim light and younger in the sun, creased around the eyes from squinting at endless roads, stubbled because shaving in truck stop bathrooms was more trouble than it was worth. His hands were thick and calloused, wrapped around a steering wheel more often than not, and he had a voice that carried the slow, deliberate rhythm of someone who spent most of his time alone. Jack worked as an independent contractor for a subsidiary of EG&G Special Projects, a company whose name appeared on very few documents and whose employees signed non-disclosure agreements as thick as phone books. EG&G had serviced Groom Lake Airstrip since the early 80s, back when the base officially didn't exist and the government maintained that the lights people saw in the desert sky were swamp gas or weather balloons, or the planet Venus seen through atmospheric distortion. Jack's job was simple, at least on paper. He picked up freight from Nellis Air Force Base outside Las Vegas, signed for it without asking questions, and delivered it to coordinates that changed depending on the week. Sometimes it was Tonopah Test Range, sometimes it was isolated hangars near Mercury, Nevada. And sometimes, though not often, it was the place that had no name on any map, the place where the roads ended and the fences began, and the signs warned that photography was prohibited and use of deadly force was authorized. He'd been driving these routes since 2008, and in all that time, he'd learned 3 rules that kept him employed and alive. Rule 1, never open the cargo. Rule 2, never talk about the cargo. Rule 3, never ever stop the truck between the checkpoint and the delivery zone. But rules, Jack had learned, were made by people who'd never driven through the desert at 3 a.m. listening to Art Bell reruns on AM radio, hearing the stories about whistleblowers and black projects and things that move through the sky in ways that physics professors said were impossible. Rules were made by people who'd never felt the hum. The night it all changed started like any other. Act 1. The Contract. August 26th, 2013. The date mattered because 3 months earlier, the CIA had done something unprecedented. They'd released documents, heavily redacted but official, that finally acknowledged what conspiracy theorists had been saying for decades. Area 51 existed. It was real. It had a location, coordinates that placed it at Groom Lake in the Nevada desert, and it had been used since 1955 for classified aircraft testing. The U-2 spy plane had been born there, assembled in secret and tested in skies that civilians were forbidden from entering. Later came the A-12 ox cart, sleek and black and capable of speeds that seemed like science fiction. Then the SR-71 Blackbird, a plane so advanced that its titanium skin would expand from heat friction at high altitude, a plane that could outrun missiles by simply accelerating. And in the 80s, the F-117 Nighthawk, the first true stealth aircraft, a geometric impossibility that looked like it had been folded from paper by aliens who'd never seen a bird. All of it had happened at Groom Lake, All of it had been hidden behind denials and cover stories, and men with clipboards who wrote classified across every piece of paper that left the base. But in June of 2013, the CIA had finally admitted it. They released a report acknowledging the U2 program, mentioning Area 51 by name, even including a map with the base's location marked in a small black square. Conspiracy theorists celebrated, skeptics shrugged, and the government said in effect, yes, it exists. Yes, we test secret aircraft there. No, there are no aliens. Jack had been listening to the news reports while driving a load of industrial refrigeration units to Creech Air Force Base. He'd laughed, a short bark of amusement that echoed in his empty cab. Of course, they'd admit to the stuff that was already obsolete. The U-2 had been declassified for years. The Blackbird was in museums. The public could handle hearing about planes from the 60s and 70s. What they wouldn't hear about were the things being tested now. The projects with budget allocations buried in documents labelled miscellaneous procurement and advanced aerospace studies. 2 months after the CIA's admission, Jack got a call from his dispatcher. The voice on the other end was clipped, professional, female, not his usual contact. She told him there was a priority haul available, high security clearance required, double the normal pay rate. Pick up at Nellis, delivery to Site U-97. The cargo was listed as avionics hardware, sensitive equipment, standard protocol. Jack had done dozens of hauls like this. He said yes before she had finished explaining the terms. He picked up the truck on a Thursday evening, the sun already sinking behind the Spring Mountains, turning the desert into shades of copper and rust. The facility at Nellis was a warren of warehouses and hangars, most of them identical, all of them anonymous. A forklift operator loaded a single container into his trailer, a silver box about the size of a small car stencilled with alphanumeric codes that meant nothing to Jack. He signed the electronic manifest noting that the destination field was blank except for the site designation, U-97. The paperwork also included a non-disclosure agreement. Jack had signed hundreds of them. This one was different. The logo at the top wasn't EG&G. It was Ecom/URS Federal Services, a company he'd heard of in passing, but never worked with directly. They were contractors, the kind that handled infrastructure for classified sites, the kind whose employees knew how to keep their mouths shut because talking meant prison time under the Espionage Act. He signed. He climbed into his cab. He started the engine and rolled out of Nellis as the first stars appeared overhead. The route took him north on Highway 95, away from the neon glow of Las Vegas, away from the last outpost of civilization. The road was empty. It always was at this hour. Jack settled into the rhythm of driving, hands loose on the wheel, eyes scanning the horizon for the reflective glint of deer or the sudden appearance of jackrabbits. He reached over and clicked on his radio, spinning the dial until he caught the familiar crackle of AM frequency. It was a rebroadcast, one of the classic Art Bell episodes from the late 90s. Jack had heard it before, but it never got old. The voice was calm, hypnotic, the kind of voice that made the impossible sound reasonable. Tonight's episode was a replay from September 11th, 1997, the night a man called in claiming to be a former Area 51 employee. His voice was frantic, panicked, breaking up with static as he described extraterrestrial entities and interdimensional beings and disasters that would wipe out major population centres. Then the line had gone dead. The station satellite feed had cut out, and for the next 30 minutes Coast to Coast AM had been off the air. Jack had always assumed it was a hoax, a performance piece by someone with too much imagination and access to a phone. But listening to it again, alone in his cab with the cargo rattling faintly behind him, he felt the hairs on his arm stand up. The caller's voice had sounded genuinely terrified, and the way the broadcast had been cut off, the way Art Bell himself had sounded confused and unsettled when the show came back online, it all felt too authentic to be staged. The radio crackled. The rebroadcast skipped, static washing over the caller's voice. Jack frowned and reached for the dial, but before he could adjust it, the signal died completely. Just dead air. A hiss of white noise. He glanced at his GPS. The screen was frozen, the little arrow marking his position locked in place even though he was still moving. He tapped it. Nothing. The screen flickered once, then went black. Jack's hands tightened on the wheel. He told himself it was nothing. Electronics failed out here all the time. The military ran jamming tests, radar experiments, God knew what else. His GPS would reboot in a minute. The radio would find another station. He kept driving. Act 2. History on the radio. The desert outside Jack's windshield was a study in monotone, a landscape that looked the same mile after mile. Scrub brush and sand and distant mountains that never seemed to get closer. Above him, the Milky Way was a river of light, so bright that he could see his own shadow on the dashboard. No moon tonight, just stars and silence. And then the radio came back. Not the rebroadcast, not Art Bell. This was something else, a voice that sounded like it was being played from an old reel-to-reel tape, the kind of audio quality you'd hear in a documentary from the 50s. Formal, clipped. The accent was mid-Atlantic, the kind of voice that belonged to newscasters and military spokesmen from an era when people still trusted the government. In 1955, the voice said, the Central Intelligence Agency approved the construction of a covert testing facility in the Nevada desert. The location was chosen for its remoteness, its proximity to existing military infrastructure, and its position beneath restricted airspace. The site, known internally as Groom Lake, would become the birthplace of America's most advanced reconnaissance aircraft. Jack blinked. He hadn't changed the station. He hadn't touched the dial. But somehow his radio had tuned itself to what sounded like a history lecture. The voice continued. The U-2 spy plane, designed by Lockheed Skunk Works Division, under the direction of Clarence Johnson, was first tested at Groom Lake in August of 1955. The aircraft was capable of flying at altitudes exceeding 70,000 feet, far above the range of Soviet radar and interceptor aircraft. Pilots reported that at such heights, the sky above them was not blue but black, and the curvature of the earth was visible on the horizon. Jack found himself listening despite the strangeness of it. He'd always been interested in aviation history, the engineering marvels that had emerged from the Cold War's desperate race for technological supremacy. The U-2 had been a masterpiece of design, a glider with a jet engine, so light and fragile that it could barely land without its wings scraping the runway. In 1962, the voice went on, the CIA initiated Project Oxcart, the development of a successor to the U-2. The resulting aircraft, designated a 12, was capable of speeds exceeding Mach 3 and altitudes of 90,000 feet. Its titanium fuselage could withstand temperatures exceeding 600 degrees Fahrenheit, the result of air friction at hypersonic velocities. Test pilots described the experience as riding a controlled explosion. The radio crackled again. The voice distorted, words stretching and compressing. Jack reached over to adjust the tuning knob, and his hand froze. The voice had changed. It was still formal, still calm, but now it was reading something else, something that sounded like a classified document. Memo to Director of Central Intelligence Alan Dulles, dated April 9th, 1958. Subject: Justification for continued secrecy, Groom Lake operations. The following rationale is provided to support ongoing denial of base existence in public discourse. First, acknowledgement of site location would compromise operational security for aircraft in development. Second, civilian speculation regarding unidentified aerial phenomena observed near restricted zones provides effective cover for test flights of experimental craft. Third, maintenance of ambiguity permits controlled disclosure on timeline determined by national security interests. Jack's throat felt dry. He wasn't sure what he was hearing, but it didn't sound like a radio program. It sounded like someone had taken actual government documents and set them to audio. reading them aloud in a voice that had no emotion, no inflection, just facts delivered in the cadence of bureaucracy. The voice skipped again, static washing over it like waves. When it came back, it was talking about the 70s. Project Have Blue, initiated in 1976, sought to develop an aircraft with minimal radar cross-section. The resulting prototype, tested at Groom Lake beginning in December of 1977, utilised faceted surfaces to deflect radar energy away from transmitting sources. Pilots reported that ground controllers could not track the aircraft visually or electronically at distances exceeding 5 miles, despite clear atmospheric conditions. Jack thought about the implications of that. A plane that was invisible to radar, a plane that looked, to any observer, like it simply wasn't there. He thought about all the UFO sightings that had been reported near Area 51 over the decades, the lights that moved in impossible ways, the craft that accelerated from a standstill to supersonic speeds without producing a sonic boom. How many of those sightings had been experimental aircraft? How many had been deliberate tests to see how people would react to something they couldn't explain? And how many, Jack wondered, had been something else entirely? The radio hissed again. This time when the voice returned, it was reading from something that sounded less like a memo and more like a testimony. Deposition of former Groom Lake contractor Richard Martinez, dated March 3rd, 1994. Mr. Martinez alleges exposure to toxic materials during waste incineration operations conducted at the facility between 1988 and 1991. Symptoms reported include respiratory distress, skin lesions, and neurological impairment. Request for compensation filed under Federal Tort Claims Act. Request denied on grounds that location of alleged exposure remains classified and cannot be confirmed for legal proceedings. Jack had heard about the lawsuits. In the mid-90s, a group of contractors and their families had sued the federal government, claiming that the Air Force had burned barrels of hazardous waste in open pits at Area 51, that the workers had been exposed to carcinogens and radioactive materials, and that several of them had died as a result. The government's response had been to invoke state secrets privilege, to say that even acknowledging the existence of the base would compromise national security. The case had been dismissed. The workers got nothing. The voice on the radio shifted again, and now it was talking about something Jack had never heard of. Project Sigma, Continuity Operations, memorandum dated August 19th, 1974. Authorization granted for establishment of subterranean research facility adjacent to primary testing areas. Purpose: analysis of recovered materials and biological specimens under controlled environmental conditions. Personnel assigned to Sigma operations are to maintain absolute compartmentalization. Disclosure of project details to unauthorized individuals, including other facility personnel, will result in immediate termination of employment and prosecution under relevant statutes. Jack's hands were slick on the steering wheel. Recovered materials, biological specimens. The voice was talking about things that sounded like they'd been pulled directly from a conspiracy theorist's fever dream. But the tone was so matter-of-fact, so clinical, that it was impossible to dismiss as fiction. He glanced at the GPS again. Still dead. He tried his cell phone. No signal. Not even the little indicator that showed he was searching for a tower. Just blank, as if the phone had forgotten what a cellular network was. The radio continued. The voice read memo after memo, document after document, each one describing projects and operations that sounded progressively more bizarre. References to trans-medium propulsion systems, mentions of non-terrestrial artifacts, a passage about biological entities exhibiting characteristics inconsistent with known evolutionary taxonomy. Jack reached over and turned the radio off. The voice kept talking. He stared at the dashboard. The radio's power light was off. The display was dark. But the voice continued, emanating from the speakers like it was coming from somewhere deeper than the wiring, like the sound itself had been embedded in the truck. Jack yanked the keys out of the ignition. The engine died. The headlights went dark. The truck coasted forward in silence, momentum carrying it down the highway. And still, faintly, he could hear the voice, now distorted beyond comprehension, words blending into a low hum that resonated in his chest. Then it stopped. The desert was silent. No wind, no insects. Just the sound of his own breathing and the faint tick of the cooling engine. Jack sat in the darkness for a long moment. Then he turned the key. The engine roared back to life. The headlights blazed, illuminating the empty road ahead. The radio stayed off. He drove in silence for the next hour, his mind racing, trying to rationalise what he'd just heard. Radio interference. A bizarre prank. Something to do with the cargo he was hauling. There had to be an explanation. He didn't believe any of them. Act 3. The checkpoint. Jack reached the perimeter checkpoint at 2:17 in the morning. He knew the time because he'd been watching the clock on his dashboard obsessively since the radio incident, grounding himself in the concrete reality of numbers and minutes passing. The checkpoint was a low structure of concrete and reinforced glass, floodlit by sodium vapour lamps that turned the surrounding desert into a stage set, all harsh light and deep shadow. 2 guards stepped out as Jack rolled to a stop. They wore fatigues with no insignia, no name tags, no unit patches. Their rifles were slung across their chests, not aimed but visible. One of them approached the driver's side window while the other circled the truck, a flashlight playing over the trailer's exterior. Jack rolled down the window. The guard held out a gloved hand without saying a word. Jack passed over his ID and the manifest. The guard scanned both with a handheld device, then looked up at Jack's face, comparing it to whatever photo was on file. After a moment, the guard handed the documents back. "Park at the red light," the guard said. His voice was flat, uninflected. "Leave the engine running. Do not exit the vehicle. We'll handle the offload." Jack nodded. He'd done this before, though never at this particular checkpoint. He put the truck in gear and rolled forward, following the painted yellow line on the pavement to a spot marked by a single red traffic signal mounted on a pole. The light wasn't connected to anything. It just stood there, glowing crimson against the darkness. He put the truck in neutral, engaged the parking brake and waited. Through his side mirror, he watched the guards move to the back of the trailer. They worked in silence, their movements efficient and practiced. A motorised pallet jack appeared, rolling out from somewhere beyond the floodlights. The trailer's rear door opened with a metallic clang that echoed across the empty desert. Jack reached for his dash cam. It was a cheap unit he'd installed himself, mounted on the windshield with a suction cup, recording everything through the front window in case of accidents or disputes about delivery times. The little red recording light was always on when the truck was running, except now it wasn't. Jack tapped the camera. The screen remained dark. He pressed the power button. Nothing. He traced the power cable down to where it plugged into the cigarette lighter. The connection was secure, but the camera was dead, as if someone had reached into the electronics and flipped a switch. A sound made him look up. Through the windshield he saw the guards rolling the silver container off his trailer. In the harsh floodlights, he could make out the stenciling on its side more clearly than he had at Nellis. The alphanumeric codes meant nothing to him, but below them, in smaller letters, was a phrase: USF Property. 1951 Recovery Unit. 1951. 4 years before Area 51 officially existed. 4 years after Roswell. Jack's pulse hammered in his ears. He watched the guards manoeuvre the container onto a flatbed truck that had appeared silently from the darkness. They secured it with straps, moving with a kind of practiced efficiency that spoke of repetition. How many times had they done this? How many containers had passed through this checkpoint bearing dates and labels that shouldn't exist? As the guards worked, Jack became aware of another sound. At first he thought it was the wind, but the air outside was perfectly still, the scrub brush motionless. The sound was deeper than wind, a low-frequency vibration that he felt more than heard, something that resonated in his bones and made his teeth ache. He'd heard this sound before. Every trucker who'd driven these routes had heard it at some point. The hum, the frequency. It was coming from somewhere beyond the checkpoint, out in the darkness where the floodlights couldn't reach. Jack strained his eyes, trying to see anything in that vast emptiness, but the contrast between the lights and the darkness was too extreme. He could have been staring at a wall 10 feet away or the horizon 20 miles distant. The hum grew louder, not by much, but enough that Jack could feel it in the steering wheel, a vibration that travelled up through his hands and into his chest. His vision began to swim slightly, the edges of objects blurring as if his eyes were having trouble focusing. One of the guards walked back to Jack's window. He made a sharp gesture. Leave. Now. Jack didn't need to be told twice. He released the parking brake, put the truck in gear and started to roll forward. But instead of following the road back the way he'd come, toward the checkpoint gate and the highway beyond, he found himself turning onto a different route, following yellow lights that stretched ahead into the darkness. "Wait," Jack said aloud to himself, to the empty cab. "This isn't right." But his hands kept turning the wheel. His foot stayed on the accelerator. The truck followed the lights deeper into the restricted zone, past barriers and warning signs that Jack's conscious mind screamed at him to obey. The hum was inside his skull now, a pressure that made thinking difficult. The yellow lights seemed to pulse in rhythm with it, guiding him forward like a runway. Jack tried to stop, tried to hit the brakes, but his body wasn't responding to his intentions. He was a passenger in his own flesh, watching helplessly as the truck carried him towards something his rational mind insisted could not exist. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the hum stopped. Jack's hands jerked on the wheel. The truck swerved, tyres crunching on gravel. He slammed the brakes, and the entire rig shuddered to a halt, trailer fishtailing slightly before settling. He sat there, breathing hard, his heart hammering so fast he thought he might be having a cardiac episode. Slowly, his hands trembling, he looked around. He was in the middle of the desert. No checkpoint, no guards, no yellow lights, just endless scrubland stretching away in all directions under a sky so packed with stars that it looked like someone had shattered a window into heaven. And directly ahead of him, perhaps 200 yards distant, was a structure. It wasn't a hangar. It wasn't a building. It was an opening in the ground, a ramp descending into the earth at a gentle angle, wide enough to drive a semi-truck down. The edges were smooth, too smooth to be natural, and they seemed to catch the starlight in a way that made them shimmer like oil on water. Jack put the truck in reverse. The transmission clunked. The engine revved. The wheels spun. He wasn't moving. The truck was stuck, or held, or something he didn't have words for. He tried the radio. Dead. He tried his phone. No signal. He tried the CB, flipping through channels, hoping to raise anyone, but all he got was static. The hum started again, softer this time, almost gentle, and with it came a sound he recognised. Footsteps on gravel, approaching from behind. Jack looked in his side mirror. There was nothing there. The footsteps came closer, slow, measured, the sound of boots on loose stone. Jack's hand moved to the door handle. He told himself not to open it, not to step out into the desert night where things moved in ways that couldn't be explained. But his hand was already pulling the handle, already pushing the door open, and he was climbing down from the cab, his legs moving automatically. He turned around. The desert was empty. No guards, no vehicles, nothing but sand and stars and the distant mountains. The footsteps stopped. Jack heard breathing, not his own, slower, deeper, rhythmic, like a machine. "Who's there?" he said. His voice sounded small and ridiculous in the enormous silence. No answer, just the breathing, and beneath it, the hum. Jack looked back at the ramp descending into the earth. At the mouth of the tunnel, he could now see lettering carved into the stone, faded but legible. Project Sigma Continuity. He'd heard that name on the radio, on the broadcast that shouldn't have been playing. The voice had mentioned it, casually, as if it were just another item in a long list of classified programs, recovered materials, biological specimens, continuity operations. Jack walked toward the ramp. He told himself to stop, to get back in the truck, to turn around and drive away even if it meant abandoning the rig and walking back to civilization on foot. But his legs kept moving, carrying him forward with a will independent of his own. The ramp's surface was strange under his boots. It looked like stone, but it felt like metal, smooth and slightly warm to the touch. The walls on either side were the same, vitrified into glass like surfaces that reflected his flashlight beam in fragmented patterns. This wasn't excavated. This was burned into the earth, carved by heat so intense that it had fused sand into something crystalline and permanent. Jack descended into the tunnel, his flashlight cutting weak angles through the darkness ahead. The hum grew louder the deeper he went, filling his ears until he couldn't hear his own footsteps anymore. The air smelled wrong, metallic and sharp, like ozone after a lightning strike. The tunnel opened into a chamber. Jack stopped at the threshold, his light playing across a space that was vast and empty and utterly wrong. The walls curved in ways that hurt to look at, surfaces that seemed to bend perspective so that distances became impossible to judge. The floor was smooth and reflective like obsidian, and in its surface Jack could see lights moving beneath him, circuits or pathways that glowed with a faint blue luminescence. In the centre of the chamber was a pit. Jack approached it slowly, each step an act of will against every instinct screaming at him to run. The pit was circular, perhaps 50 feet across, its edges perfectly smooth. And from its depths came the hum, louder now, a sound that made Jack's vision blur and his stomach lurch. He reached the edge and looked down. The pit descended farther than his flashlight could reach, a shaft dropping into darkness so complete it seemed to swallow the beam. But there was something moving down there, something that reflected light in patterns that shifted and changed, surfaces that appeared and disappeared like images glimpsed through running water. Jack stepped back from the edge. His boot scraped against something metallic. He looked down and saw a panel set flush with the floor, covered in symbols that weren't letters or numbers but something in between, geometric shapes that his mind tried and failed to organise into meaning. He touched the panel. The hum surged, sudden and overwhelming, and Jack's vision went white. When it cleared, he was somewhere else, not the chamber, not the tunnel. He was standing in a room that looked like a control centre, walls lined with screens and consoles, everything dark except for a single monitor glowing with green phosphorescent text. The text scrolled past too fast to read, lines of data or code or something that looked like language but followed no grammar Jack recognised. And then he heard the voice, not from the radio this time, not from speakers or hidden devices. It came from inside his head, a sound that bypassed his ears entirely and resonated directly in his consciousness. Witness, it said, not a command, a statement, a designation. Jack tried to speak, but his throat wouldn't work. He tried to move, but his body was frozen, locked in place like a statue. The voice continued. Records indicate observation of unauthorized intrusion. Standing protocols require containment and processing. However, current directives prioritize non-intervention in civilian exposure events. You will be returned to perimeter. Memory suppression will be partial to allow for documentation and dissemination through unofficial channels. This serves continuity objectives. Jack's vision blurred again. The room dissolved into static white noise that filled his senses completely. Act 4. The Files and the Fire. When Jack woke up, he was in his truck. The engine was running. The dashboard clock read 4:53 in the morning. He was parked at a rest stop outside Alamo, Nevada, 40 miles from the checkpoint, with no memory of how he'd gotten there. His head pounded, His mouth tasted like copper. Every muscle in his body ached as if he'd been working manual labour for hours. He sat up slowly, checking himself for injuries. Nothing. No cuts, no bruises, no signs of trauma. His clothes were dusty, his boots caked with fine sand, but otherwise he was intact. The trailer was empty. The cargo was gone, delivered or disappeared. Jack didn't know which. He started driving. Not back toward Las Vegas. Not toward his dispatcher's office to file a delivery report. He drove to Rachel, Nevada, to the Little Alien, the roadside, a diner that had become a pilgrimage site for UFO enthusiasts and conspiracy theorists. It was the only place Jack could think to go where people might believe what he'd experienced, or at least not call the police when he tried to explain it. The diner was nearly empty at this hour, just a handful of tourists sleeping in their cars outside, and one waitress behind the counter, a woman in her 50s with silver hair and a name tag that read, Margaret. Jack sat at the counter and ordered coffee. When Margaret brought it, he asked if anyone had ever talked to her about working at the base. Margaret smiled, a knowing expression that suggested she'd heard this question 1,000 times. Everyone talks, she said. The question is who's telling the truth and who's just repeating what they heard online. What if someone saw something, Jack asked. Something they can't explain. Margaret poured herself a coffee and leaned against the counter. Then they'd better be ready for people to call them crazy, or a liar, or a government disinformation agent. That's how it works out here. You see something real, and suddenly you're the problem, not what you saw. She gestured to the walls around them. Jack looked up and realised the entire diner was covered in photographs and newspaper clippings. Images of the base from the 50s, aerial shots showing runways and hangars, articles about the workers' lawsuits in '94, the contractors who'd been exposed to toxic waste and denied compensation. Satellite photos from recent years showing new construction, massive hangars that hadn't existed a decade earlier. One photograph caught Jack's eye. It was a surveillance shot clearly taken from a distance, showing a line of white buses parked outside a terminal. The buses had no markings, no logos, just blank white exteriors that reflected the desert sun. Janet flights, Margaret said, following his gaze. That's what they call them. White buses and unmarked planes that ferry workers to the base every day. Nobody knows who those people are or what they do. They sign NDAs that would make your eyes water, and every single one of them has a story about something weird happening out there. Most of them never tell it. Jack sipped his coffee. It was terrible, burnt and bitter, but it was real. It grounded him. You hear about the new construction? Margaret asked. She pulled out her phone, swiping through images until she found what she was looking for. She turned the screen toward Jack. It was a satellite image, dated April 20th, 2023. The photo showed Groom Lake from above, the runways and hangars clearly visible. But there was something new in the frame, a cluster of structures that hadn't been there in previous images. The buildings were massive, hangar-sized, and their roofs were covered in what looked like heat dispersion panels. Someone ran thermal analysis on these, Margaret said. The readings don't make sense. These buildings are generating heat signatures consistent with industrial fusion reactions. That's not airplane testing. That's power generation on a scale that shouldn't exist with current technology. Jack stared at the image. He thought about the pit, the chamber beneath the desert, the hum that had resonated in his bones. How many people know about this? He asked. Margaret shrugged. Couple thousand saw it online. A few scientists commented. Then the website went down and the images got scrubbed from most of the platforms. But the internet remembers everything. You just have to know where to look. Jack spent the next week compiling everything he could find. He bought a laptop at a big box store in Las Vegas, paying cash, using a VPN to browse forums and declassified document archives. He downloaded reports from the CIA's own website, documents released under Freedom of Information Act requests, heavily redacted but still revealing. There were memos about the U-2 program, justifications for maintaining secrecy even after the aircraft was retired. There were reports about Oxcart and Have Blue and a dozen other programs with innocuous names that masked their true purpose. And buried in the footnotes and appendices were references to things that had no explanations. Anomalous radar returns, objects tracked at velocities exceeding Mach 20, incidents where test pilots reported encounters with craft that matched no known profile. Jack started recording audio journals, talking through what he'd experienced, trying to make sense of it. He mixed his own recollections with passages from declassified documents, creating a narrative that grounded the impossible in bureaucratic language. Memo dated March 8th, 1968, he recorded. Subject: unidentified aerial phenomena observed during Oxcart test flight. Pilot reports object pacing aircraft at Mach 3.2, maintaining fixed distance of approximately 500 feet. Object described as spherical, reflective, approximately 30 feet in diameter. No propulsion signature detected. Object accelerated vertically and disappeared from radar tracking at altitude exceeding 100,000 feet. Incident classified under Project Silverbug protocols. He didn't know if anyone would ever hear these recordings. He didn't know if they mattered, but the act of creating them, of turning his experience into words and data, helped him feel like he wasn't losing his mind. Act 5. The Night Run. 6 years passed. Jack kept driving, kept hauling freight through the desert, though never again for EG&G or any of their subsidiaries. He avoided the routes near Groom Lake. He stopped listening to Coast AM. He tried to forget. But in July of 2019, his dispatcher called with an offer he couldn't refuse. Another high-security haul, same route, triple pay. Jack should have said no. Every instinct told him to say no. But he'd been struggling financially, the trucking industry contracting as shipping companies consolidated routes, and the money was enough to keep him afloat for 6 months. He said yes. This was during the summer of the Storm Area 51 event, the viral Facebook joke that had somehow turned into a real movement. Millions of people had pledged to see them aliens, to gather at the gates of the base on September 20th and force their way inside. The military had issued warnings. The local sheriff had held press conferences begging people not to come, but the internet didn't care about warnings. Jack picked up the truck on July 18th. The cargo manifest was blank this time, just a weight notation, 12,000 pounds. When he asked what he was hauling, the loading supervisor told him it was equipment for emergency response preparation. Nothing more. Jack drove north through the night. The highway was busier than usual. Caravans of RVs and passenger cars heading toward Rachel. Tourists and true believers making the pilgrimage to see the most famous classified base in America. Jack passed them slowly, his rig lumbering through the darkness, while cars honked and passengers waved, some holding up signs that read, "We believe and show us the aliens." Around midnight, Jack's radio cut to an emergency broadcast frequency. The voice was automated, repeating the same message on a loop. "Attention, you're approaching restricted military airspace. Unauthorized entry is prohibited under federal law. Use of deadly force is authorized. Turn back now." Jack had heard this broadcast before on previous runs, but tonight it was different. Beneath the automated voice, he could hear other sounds, fragments of conversation bleeding through from another frequency, voices discussing coordinates, someone saying, "Containment protocol active." Another voice, calmer, repeating numbers that Jack recognized as GPS coordinates near Groom Lake. He tried to change the station. The radio wouldn't respond. The broadcast continued, overlapping voices creating a chaotic stream of information that Jack's mind struggled to parse. And then, cutting through everything else, he heard a single word repeated 3 times. Sigma. The same name from the tunnel. The same designation carved into stone. Jack's hands tightened on the wheel. He checked his mirrors. The highway behind him was empty now. the tourist traffic falling away as he approached the restricted zone. Ahead, the checkpoint loomed, but something was wrong. The guard station was dark. No floodlights. No vehicles. Jack slowed to a crawl, his headlights cutting across the empty checkpoint. The barrier gate was raised, locked in the open position. The guard station's windows were dark. No signs of life. He should have turned around. Should have driven back to Vegas and told his dispatcher the delivery was impossible. But something pulled him forward. The same compulsion he'd felt 6 years earlier. He sensed that this was inevitable, that he'd been on a trajectory toward this moment since the night he'd first heard the hum. Jack drove through the checkpoint. No one stopped him. No alarm sounded. He followed the road deeper into the restricted zone, and ahead of him, pulsing in the darkness like a beacon, he saw the red light. The same red light from before, mounted on its pole glowing crimson against the starless sky. Jack stopped the truck beneath it and waited. For a long time, nothing happened. The desert was silent. No hum, no voices, just the tick of the cooling engine and Jack's own breathing. Then the light changed from red to yellow, then to green. Jack looked at the road ahead. The pavement stretched away into darkness, but there were no other lights, no guide markers. Just the green signal, permission or command, and the vast emptiness beyond. Jack put the truck in gear and drove forward, following the road until it wasn't a road anymore, until he was driving across open desert, his headlights illuminating nothing but sand and scrub. He drove until he saw it ahead, rising from the ground like a wound in the earth. The ramp, the tunnel, the entrance to something that shouldn't exist. Jack stopped the truck. He turned off the engine. In the sudden silence he could hear his heart pounding, could feel the blood moving through his veins like electricity. He climbed down from the cab, his boots crunching on sand. The air was cold, colder than it should be in the middle of summer, and there was a smell on the wind like metal and ozone. Jack walked to the ramp's entrance. The lettering was still there, carved into stone that gleamed like glass. Project Sigma. Continuity. He descended into the tunnel. His flashlight was dead, but he didn't need it. The walls glowed with that same faint blue luminescence, enough to see by, enough to navigate. The hum was back, softer than before, a vibration that felt almost welcoming. The tunnel opened into the chamber. Jack stepped through, and his breath caught. The pit was no longer empty. Something rested at its bottom, something that caught the light and bent it, surfaces shifting through colours that Jack had no names for. It was massive, easily the size of a house, and it was moving, rotating slowly on an axis that seemed to exist in more than 3 dimensions. As Jack watched, the object began to rise. It moved in complete silence, no engines, no propulsion system visible. It simply lifted, defying gravity with the casualness of a balloon released into the wind. The surfaces reflected the chamber's blue light, casting patterns across the walls that looked like language, like diagrams, like star charts from a perspective no human had ever seen. Jack pulled out his phone, his hands shaking. He raised it, framing the rising object in the camera, and pressed record. The screen went white. The phone died in his hand, all its electronics fried by something Jack couldn't perceive. The object continued to rise, reaching the level of the chamber floor, then moving past him toward the tunnel entrance. Jack turned to watch it go. This impossible thing gliding up the ramp and out into the desert night. He followed it. When Jack emerged from the tunnel, the object was hovering above the desert floor, perhaps 50 feet up, rotating slowly. It cast no shadow despite the starlight. It made no sound, and then it moved. Not gradually, not with acceleration. It simply changed position, from hovering above the desert to being a mile away in an instant, a transition that Jack's eyes couldn't track, because it happened between frames of perception. The object disappeared into the southern sky. a point of light that faded to nothing. Jack stood in the desert for a long time after it was gone. Eventually he walked back to his truck, climbed into the cab and started the engine. His CB radio crackled to life. Jack grabbed the mic out of habit, keying it. "Tell Art Bell he was right," Jack said into the static. His voice was calm, matter-of-fact, the voice of a man reporting something he had witnessed on the road. "Tell him they're real, and they've been here the whole time." He released the mic. The static continued for a moment, then resolved into silence. Jack drove. Act 6. Aftermath. They found Jack's truck 3 days later, parked at mile marker 23 on Highway 95, engine running, lights on. The driver's door was open, the keys were in the ignition. The CB radio was still recording, 68 hours of continuous static. Jack Reeves was never found. The official investigation concluded that he'd experienced a mental health crisis and wandered into the desert, where he likely succumbed to dehydration or exposure. Search and rescue teams combed the area for weeks, using helicopters and heat-sensing equipment, but found no trace. His truck was impounded. The cargo it had been carrying, whatever it was, had vanished. The manifest showed a delivery to Site U-97, but when investigators followed up, they were told no such site designation existed, and no delivery had been scheduled for that date. The audio recordings Jack had made, the journals and compiled documents, were found on his laptop at his apartment in Las Vegas. His sister listened to them once, then deleted them. She didn't want to believe her brother had been losing his mind. She didn't want the recordings to exist as evidence of his decline, but someone had already uploaded them. Before the laptop was erased, someone had copied the files and posted them to a forum dedicated to Area 51 research. The posts were deleted within hours, but by then they'd been downloaded by hundreds of people, mirrored across dozens of sites. Jack's story became one more thread in the endless tapestry of conspiracy theories surrounding the base. Some people believed it, most didn't. A few claimed they'd had similar experiences, that they'd heard the hum or seen the lights or been pulled into situations they couldn't explain. None of it could be verified. None of it was proven. But in June of 2023, 4 years after Jack's disappearance, commercial satellite imagery of Groom Lake revealed something new. A scar in the desert floor, roughly 600 feet in diameter, perfectly circular, the sand fused into glass. The heat required to create that kind of vitrification was estimated at temperatures exceeding 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. No known aircraft or weapon system could generate that kind of focused thermal energy. The government offered no explanation. When journalists asked about the scar, Air Force spokespeople repeated the standard line: "We don't discuss operations at testing facilities." The scar is still there, visible in satellite images for anyone with an internet connection to see. It sits in the desert like a punctuation mark, the period at the end of a sentence that was never finished. Ending. The desert still breathes. Area 51 began as a runway for spy planes. The U-2, the Oxcart, the Blackbird, aircraft so advanced they seemed like science fiction, even to the pilots who flew them. Later came stealth technology, drones, hypersonic vehicles, each generation pushing further into realms that most people assumed were impossible. But maybe, just maybe, some of what they were testing out there wasn't built in Lockheed's Skunk Works or Northrop's Black Projects division. Maybe some of it was recovered, studied, reverse engineered from something that came from somewhere else. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe Area 51 is exactly what the government says it is. A test facility for classified aircraft, nothing more. Maybe all the lights in the sky are ours. All the strange radar returns are experimental craft. All the stories are just that. Stories told by people who saw something they couldn't explain and filled in the gaps with their imaginations. But if that's true, then why the secrecy that persists decades after the Cold War ended? Why the lawsuits that get dismissed on national security grounds? Why the satellite photos showing construction that doesn't match any known industrial purpose? Why the scar in the desert fused into glass by heat that shouldn't exist? Jack Reeves drove freight through the Nevada desert for over a decade. He was a reliable contractor, a man who followed rules and kept his mouth shut. Until the night he didn't come home, until the night he left his truck running on an empty highway and walked into the darkness. They say the desert keeps its secrets, that the sand and the wind erase everything eventually, grinding down evidence and memory until nothing remains but stories. But the desert isn't empty. It's full of things we built and things we found and things we still don't understand. And somewhere out there, beneath runways and hangars and tunnels that don't appear on any map, something is still humming, still waiting, still watching the skies for signals we can't interpret and responding in ways we're not equipped to comprehend. Area 51 is real. The documents prove it. The satellites show it. The history confirms it. What happens inside is another question. And maybe, just maybe, the answer is something we're not ready to hear. Area 51 remains an active United States Air Force operating location. Public access is prohibited. No evidence of extraterrestrial technology has ever been officially released. The lights over Groom Lake continue to appear, the hum continues to resonate, and somewhere in the desert beneath the stars the frequency still broadcasts. For those who know how to listen,